Here's a tighter, clearer right that keeps the core beats and game-like flavor while smoothing the flow and trimming repetition. Spring in Zayarilla woke the marsh with a soft, steady warmth. When the first light slid across the swamp forest, a moss monster stirred, flopped over a slick tree root, and returned to its usual work, chewing rot. Sleep had not come easy. Early spring here never truly slept. Distant howls pressed through the dark, and hunger pressed through everything else, so it chewed. Acid seeped from its glands, the wood hissed and softened, and the days blurred into the same dull grind. For bottom feeder, this was survival. It did have one small comfort. Even in this cruel, generous swamp, there was something it could look down on. Slimes, soft, slow, shell-less. Green, half-transparent blobs that soaked up water and light and did almost nothing else. Predators ate them like snacks. The moss monster's ancestors had a name for them, the shame of monsters. They were also delicious. The thought alone perked the moss monster up. It gnawed faster. Sunlight warmed its back, then something shifted at the edge of its sight. The faint light-sensing specks on its brow squinted through the gloom and found a familiar wobbling outline. A slime, a meal that had walked into range. Its squat body tensed, acid pooled. It hissed, thrilled by the promise of an easy catch. No need to be careful. It opened its mouth to spray. A soft slicing sounded. Pain bloomed first. A thin wooden arrow punched through its body. Confusion flashed, then faded with the light in its sight specks. It collapsed without ever understanding. Across the muck, a clear, harmless-looking jelly bounded over. Chen Yu absorbed the corpse and his homemade flying sword, then slid under the mud with a gentle plop, leaving only 2 eyes glinting in the dark. If he had counted right, today was day 15 since he had been born here as a slime. The moss monster was his 8th kill. They looked like land sea cucumbers and tasted better than they had any right to, springy, lightly sweet, a little muddy on the finish. In this culinary wasteland, they were a prize and a full day's fuel. He let himself drift into a small fantasy, a tent on a dry hummock, a bubbling hot pot, blanched slices of moss monster dipped in sauce, steam fogging his eyes, warm contentment pooled, his thoughts softened, a light screen opened. Devour digestion LV. 1 triggered moss monster traits recorded, talent gestation in progress, 8/10 race, slime level, black iron LV. 1 exp, 9/10 cultivation, Kai refinement LV. 2 spiritual energy, 18/20 life, healthy HP, 50/50 racial talent, devour digestion LV. 1 other talents, none, obtainable by devouring monsters, skills, open Yuan treasure scroll LV. 4. Object manipulation LV. 2 reputation title, none, unremarkable slime. Chen Yu regarded the panel without surprise. It looked like the sort of thing you'd hallucinate after eating the marsh's pretty poisonous fungi. It was not a hallucination. The oddest entry sat in plain view, cultivation. His story was messier than most transmigrators. When he crossed over, something sliced his soul in 2. 1 half fell into Zayarilla and woke as a slime. The other half landed in Zuxuan heaven, the 3 origins sect, morning mist, cold, green air, an outer disciple's thatched hut. Chen Yu woke on a thin bed. The shift between bodies no longer jarred him. Hunger did. His stomach growled. He set rice to boil and opened a scroll on his knees, guide to practicing object manipulation. The dense text would give most people a headache. To him, it felt like water after a run. His fingers traced the forms. His mind flicked back to the flying sword that had skewered the moss monster. A clean kill, a clean meal. Object manipulation reached as far as a stretched arm and a lean. It worked on things he had touched. That made it perfect for bullying moss monsters and terrible for anything with reach or speed. The upside was a low entry bar. He had pushed it to level 2 in 15 days. When the porridge was ready, he ate until the burning eased. 1 panel covered both lives. That was strange enough. Stranger was that the slime could cultivate and the human could use a slime's talent. Devour digestion was a cheat code in the swamp forest. Eat a creature, crunch down the essence, nudge a new talent toward birth. In Zuxuan heaven, it did little to beasts. It helped with grain and meat, which had let him brush Kai refinement level 3.5 a month. The cost was simple and brutal. He was always hungry. His coin purse was always empty. He needed income. He also needed another moss monster or 2. If he pushed Devour Digestion to trigger, a new talent might hatch today. Not that he was craving that springy bite or that soft sweetness steamed over a gentle boil. His mouth watered anyway. He wiped it with the back of his hand and made up his mind. Moss monsters again. He lay back on the creaking bed and sank fully into the slime. Under the mud, his round eyes opened. They gave him almost a full circle of vision, the slow churn of mire ahead, the clear jelly of his own body within. The moss monster had finished dissolving. The flying sword rested harmless. He started to wriggle up through the silt. The muck below bulged first. A giant slime shouldered the mud aside and swallowed him whole. Chen Yu watched the world turn glassy green. He did not fight. He only released a string of quiet bubbles that rose like a sigh. This was Slime Mother. She likely thought he was a runaway child and was bringing him back to the nest. Suspended inside her gel, Chen Yu watched as she dove and tunneled into soft soil. Plump white larvae wriggled below. They looked tempting, but they were friends to slimes. They were juvenile swamp worms, as low on the ladder as slimes themselves. As youngsters, they hid deep underground and drew nutrients from the soil. When grown, they risked the surface for leaf litter and humus, then mated and laid eggs. Swamp worms were among the kindest creatures in the forest. Some even fed on slime droppings and kept nests clean. Monster World babysitters. It was a pity they had no racial talents and tasted like snot. Otherwise, he would not have minded eating a few friends. Most slimes start as dewdrops and grow to the size of a human head at maturity. They live by soaking up light and swamp water. His slime body was different. It had devoured digestion, a predator's way to eat. Plop, Slime Mother slipped into the burrow and sealed the hole behind her with gel to keep the mud out. Roots and mucus braced the nest. The pocket was small, less than a cubic meter, but it felt safe. She popped him out. He tumbled onto a faintly glowing grass bed. The glow came from thumb-sized juvenile slimes. Sensing him, they swarmed, bumping and bouncing against his body. Slimes had no voices. They spoke in pheromones. To Chen Yu, it felt like a chorus of tiny cheers. Big brother, noisy, he thought. They were broodmates. He had just grown faster. While the others were pea-sized, he was already near a grown slime's fist. Maybe that was the meat diet. I wasn't planning to hunt, he told himself as he tried to slip past the crowd and hop out. A few babies stuck to him and got pushed partway into his gel, blinking innocent mung-bean eyes. The rest thought he was playing and bounced harder. Slime Mother had a standard answer to mischief. She hopped into the bed, pinned the whole pile, and drew them all into her body. Chen Yu floated again in warm gel, unable to move, and watched thicker green fluid flow. Rich in nutrients, it worked like milk, fattening babies fast. He had grown up on the same feed. As the little ones drank, Slime Mother visibly shrank. After a short rest, she left to forage again. Chen Yu squeezed free and headed for the exit. A few babies tried to follow but could not clear the bed's rim. He paused. The outside was worse than stories. He wondered how many would ever reach adulthood. People imagined magic as grandeur, dragons wheeling in the sky, light cutting the night, heroes singing by firelight. For a lowly slime, the truth was cold mud with no sun. Every outing could end in a moss monster's mouth or under a gaze he would never see coming. Most slimes were like the moss mats on the forest floor. They struggled up and died by winter, born to become nutrients. His thoughts drifted. Hunger tugged them back. He remembered the morning's moss monster. Tasty. He was still a slime. A cultivating slime, though, could change his fate. At the very least, he would not go hungry. He slid through the gel gate, climbed up out of the muck, and surfaced. Two round eyes peeked from the mud. The world loomed in trunks and miasma. Rot and humus pressed into the air. Broad leaves and vines smothered the light and left everything dim. The nest hid under a mountain-thick root of a brown tree furred with moss. Life was thicker above ground. The slick ground steamed. Grown swamp worms inched along, chewing soaked black leaves. Moss blanketed roots and stone like a sticky carpet. Moss monsters hid in it, their backs the same color as everything else. He stayed in the water and watched. Only one thing about moss monsters was truly dangerous, the acid they spit. He had seen the acid pock a rock in a breath. Scary. Monsters are monsters. Even a decomposer can kill. Slimes were the exception. If you had to place them, they were food, not cleaners. Like a patch of tender greens after rain, they appeared in waves when the marsh was wet. No one was sure how. The danger was real. A clownish move would end with acid in his face. He was small. He could not take it. And moss monsters were small fry compared to what hunted in the open. Anything that could fly or sprint would gladly swallow a slime. Judging by how moss monsters lunged for him, slimes were delicious. What they did not expect was a 1 in a trillion accident, a transmigrator slime. Smiling at the thought, Chen Yu readied his toothpick sword and waited. By noon, the moss stirred. Monsters gnawed wood and soil, scuffled, mated. From the pool, he watched wisps of green vapor rise where acid hit bark. Once he had the positions mapped, he slid to the nearest root. 3 lone moss monsters lay there. If he moved fast, 1 or 2 would fall. He eased closer. None noticed. At half a meter, the toothpick quivered inside his gel and shot out. Object manipulation. Whoosh. The toothpick punched through the nearest monster's brow. Its arched back fell flat. Hiss, the other 2 writhed and spat. Acid sizzled on the root and ground in warning arcs. He knew they needed 2 seconds to spit again. He bolted from the pool, scared to the corpse, swallowed both body and sword, and dove back under. He had picked the angle well. By the time they aimed, he was gone. Watching them fume, he felt pleased. Half a month of practice had taught him their rhythm and range. With object manipulation for the first strike, moss monsters could not touch him. He settled into the sludge and kept watch while digestion worked.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Sunlight filtered through the leaves, forming dappled patches that fell across the swamp forest. The moss monsters, whether intentionally or not, writhed along with the light spots, basking in the precious sunshine. Chen Yu half-submerged himself in the swamp, his beady eyes peeking out as he watched the moss monster's movements, looking sneaky as can be. Not kidding, this marsh truly is a place that can nurture slimes. Slimes in this environment are a perfect match. From his position, he could either attack or retreat. If he couldn't win, he could slip deeper into the muck. His green body hiding in the swamp made it hard for monsters to detect him. At first, the two moss monsters couldn't see Chen Yu's trace for a long time and let down their guard, chewing on the acid-melted mud. They had no idea the sly, treacherous slime was still there, staring at them. He carefully circled around a sunlit patch cast onto the swamp. When he was less than half a meter from his target, he struck. Swoosh! One moss monster was pierced through and died on the spot. The other was so terrified it left a pool of acid and fled, saving him the trouble of finishing it. Chen Yu hopped onto a tree root, bouncing as he was about to go grab the corpse. Suddenly he noticed that the moss monsters and the swamp worms that had been crawling everywhere just moments ago had all stopped moving, as if the entire world had fallen silent. This is bad, there's a predator. His heart lurched, he sensed something was wrong, and then a sharp buzzing filled the air. Poison stinger wasps. While swallowing the moss monster and the flying sword, he hurriedly looked up. Between the layers of leaves, 3 jet-black stinger wasps swooped down. He had encountered this kind of monster before. Unlike harmless bees, poison stinger wasps eat flesh. Even their nests are built from rotten meat. Inside their ringed, flesh-colored, waxy tails were multiple sprayable stingers. He'd seen a swamp worm several meters away get hit by those stingers. In a blink, its body blackened and yellowed. There must be a poison stinger wasp nest in this tree, but leaves blocked his view so he couldn't see it. No matter what, the poison stinger wasp is the overlord here, a gregarious monster he absolutely could not provoke. Run. The slime's fear instinct drove Chen Yu's body to flee, but he knew slimes made a lot of noise when they ran, easily attracting the wasps. He forced down the instinct, copying other monsters by staying perfectly still, pretending to be dead. He thought to himself, moss is green, slime is green, they can't see me, they can't see me. Unfortunately, the wasps had already spotted his trail and flew straight over. Damn it, with so many protein-rich, meaty moss monsters around, they ignore those and chase after me, a single slime. Chen Yu cursed his luck and hurriedly bounded toward the swamp. Clearly, the wasps didn't intend to let him go. From several meters away, they lifted their tails and sprayed stingers at him. Chen Yu jumped aside in terror, 3 stingers all embedded into the tree root. He wasn't so lucky next round. The wasps could fire stingers in succession. He just dodged the first volley when 3 more stingers were sprayed at him. At this distance, he couldn't dodge them all. In desperation, Chen Yu deployed his toothpick flying sword to intercept the stingers in midair. 2 stingers collided with the wooden flying sword. The wooden sword snapped on the spot. No time to mourn the broken flying sword. 1 stinger pierced straight through his butt and pinned into the tree root. Physical damage HP -10. Poison effect HP -2/sec. Lasts 5 seconds. Pain. Terrible pain. That was the last straw convincing him to dive into the swamp. As he sank slowly into the muck, another volley of stingers sprayed and missed. The wasps beat their wings, circled a few times, then returned to the nest in the tree. Chen Yu, half buried in the muck, had no thought for whether the wasps had left. All he could feel was intense pain all over his body. Looking at the wound, the place the stinger had pierced had already blackened. Thankfully, the slime body is soft, so the stinger hadn't lodged inside. If it had, the consequences would have been grim. Chen Yu grit his teeth and expelled the blackened gel from his body. Only then did the pain gradually ease. This is the advantage of being a slime. There's no real concept of permanent injury or sickness. When struck, slimes simply discard gel, shrinking until they reduce to a puddle of water. Thinking back on that perilous scene, he couldn't help trembling. If the flying sword hadn't blocked those 2 stingers and they'd all been embedded in him, he would have had to expel the nutrients from the past half-month along with the gel. My flying sword, Chen Yu felt a pang of regret. Conditions in Zayarilla couldn't compare to Zhu Xu in heaven. He'd spent several days selecting that wooden toothpick and used stomach acid to grind it for a long time before it became his weapon. Now the divine weapon was gone, his strength might take a big hit. I'll be back. Once he learned more new Dao techniques, he'd make them pay. He had intended to return straight to the slime nest to digest the moss monster inside his stomach, but suddenly recalled the wasps had probably left many stingers behind up there. These stingers can pierce wood. They're probably much harder than my flying sword. That thought tempted him, but he had no way to deal with the wasp venom on those stingers right now. He couldn't touch them without being able to touch them. He couldn't use object manipulation on them, so he had to let it go for the time being. Besides, no monster dared approach those stingers. He could leave them where they were until he had a way to handle them and then retrieve them to make a new flying sword. Chen Yu dragged his exhausted slime body back to the nest. Slime Mother hadn't returned yet. He squeezed past the little ones in the grass nest, felt a warm sensation from his stomach, and drowsily fell asleep. When he woke again, he found the moss monster in his stomach had been completely digested and his slime body had undergone a strange change. He felt himself bloating, not emotionally, but physically expanding. Some mysterious patterns had grown inside the gel. Whenever he willed it, darker-colored stomach fluids seeped from those gel patterns. Devoured digestion LV. 1. Triggered moss monster features fully recorded, acquired talent acid secretion LV. 1. Race acidic slime rank black iron LV. 2. Exp 0/20 cultivation Chi refinement LV. 2. Spiritual energy 16/20 life status healthy HP 75/75 racial talent devoured digestion LV. 1 other talent acid secretion LV. 1 skill list open UN treasure scroll LV. 4. Object manipulation LV. 2. Reputation title none and obscure slime, so this stomach acid is actually the same acid as the moss monsters. Oh, no wonder the color darkened. He bounded out of the grass nest and imitated the moss monsters spraying acid. SSSSS, a dark green acid sprayed onto the ground not far away, immediately hissing and spitting, emitting choking blue smoke. The power is terrifying, but its range doesn't seem as far as the flying sword's attack. Chen Yu silently hopped back into the grass nest. Forget it. I should learn more Dao techniques. This talent might be useful in Zhu Xuan heaven. He curled up among a cluster of slimes, staring at his upgrade interface. He noticed his rank had risen to black iron LV. 2. Chen Yu guessed ordinary slimes were black iron LV. 1. Creatures like moss monsters that secrete lethal acid could count as black iron LV. 2. Poison stinger wasps were at least black iron LV. 2. Possibly black iron LV. 3. In any case, progress is good. So far, though, he still hadn't seen any monster use what could truly be called magic. Could monster talents also be a form of magic? Chen Yu had been curious for a while about how the moss monster secreted acid. While digesting one, he had studied the acid-secreting gland inside the moss monster's body and discovered strange patterns within. These patterns didn't even seem to qualify as organ tissue, let alone have any special significance. They were constructed from some mysterious glowing gas, or perhaps it should be called magic power. With just some simple nutrients and complex catalysis, the magic organ acid-secreting gland could secrete large amounts of acid, giving a decomposer creature offensive capabilities that didn't match its appearance. Back in his thatched cottage in Zhu Xuan heaven, he had tried carving magic patterns into jade, but even when he infused them with spiritual energy, the patterns showed no reaction. After that, he didn't investigate further. After all, Zayarilla was a magical world. Anything unreasonable could be explained away with magic here. It was perfectly normal for a moss monster to have a magic organ. Even if someone told him now that slimes and humans were the same species, he would firmly believe it. After exploring for a long time without reaching any conclusions, Chen Yu slipped out of his nest and quietly emerged from the swamp muck. He could only hear an unsettling, high-frequency buzzing sound coming from the swamp trees. From time to time, moss monsters and swamp worms were stung by poison stingers and carried back to the poison stinger wasp nest as nourishment. It was as if the area under these trees was their breeding ground. They would come down to hunt only after the magical creatures on the ground had grown another batch. And his earlier act of preying on the moss monster was no different from a wild wolf sneaking into a farmer's sheep pen to steal lambs. No wonder those poison stinger wasps had specifically targeted him first. Glancing at the twisted oak tree before him with its knotted trunk covered in moss and lichen, and the poison stinger wasps foraging around, Chen Yu thought, even if he had to be a wolf, he would be the biggest alpha wolf. One day he would reach the highest point of this forest and become the overlord of the swamp. He'd snack on poison stinger wasps, 1 per bite. And when he had time, he'd go out to see the vast magical world beyond. Chen Yu's small bean-like eyes shimmered faintly. This thought was like a stone thrown into calm mucus, gradually spreading ripples of longing throughout his gelatinous body. Letter win f 0 Niaragrove letter win 6 data hatchik letter tethra f. He imagined himself standing on a high cliff, seeing the possibly existing, never-before-seen wondrous sights beyond the forest, floating islands, rivers flowing with starlight, or mage spires reaching into the clouds. The more he thought about it, the more his chest swelled with heroic spirit, as if he could already feel the bright sunlight from the heights shining on his mucous body. However, this surging sense of triumph lasted less than 3 seconds. The poison stinger wasps discovered him hiding in the shadows and chased after him, shooting their poison stingers. Chen Yu hurriedly ducked back into the muck, his lofty feeling of looking down upon all living beings deflating like a punctured balloon with a soft poof. The ideal is plump, but reality is bony. Before becoming the great swamp overlord, he first needed to figure out how to step over the small stepping stone right outside his door. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing for a swamp overlord to be blocked at his own doorstep by a few poison stinger wasps. After returning to the slime nest, Chen Yu got up from the hardwood bed in Zhu Xuan heaven and stretched his limbs. Pushing open the creaking wooden window, he propped up the window frame with a bamboo stick. Outside the thatched cottage, the rain had just cleared, and the warm afternoon sun pierced through the bamboo tips, making the water droplets rolling off the leaf tips appear translucent and exquisite. The entire bamboo grove looked increasingly lush and emerald green. This scene couldn't help but lift one's spirits. However, no matter how good the mood, it couldn't fill one's stomach. Chen Yu rubbed his belly, which emitted some protesting sounds, reminding him it was time to eat. Even a future immoral cultivation master and slime demon king would be stumped by his next meal during his humble beginnings. Time to go out and find some work. He reached out and picked up the red sandalwood sword leaning against the bedside. This wooden sword had spiritual light restrained within. It was a fine treasure, but it seemed too new, as if it hadn't even slain a single monster. It felt more like an accessory for his training journeys. But that wasn't the main point. The main point was that he noticed a pattern appearing in the corner of his eye on his palm. It was exactly the same as the magic pattern on his slime body. Oh no. Could it be that before he even achieved immortality, he had cultivated some unorthodox path? Fortunately, when he touched it, there were no cracks on his palm. It remained warm and fleshy, as if the magic pattern didn't exist at all. Good thing there's no mutation, otherwise being mistaken for demonic cultivator would be troublesome. Curious, Chen Yu fetched a porcelain bottle and, following instinct, pressed his left hand against the pattern on his right palm. The magic power in his palm was drawn out thread by thread, and droplets of acid materialized out of thin air, sliding down his fingertips into the porcelain bottle. Immediately, a strong thirst assaulted him, and his stomach rumbled loudly. He seemed even hungrier now. When removing the porcelain bottle, he accidentally let a few drops of acid fall onto the stone bricks. They sizzled, emitting wisps of green smoke. Looking down, he saw that the hard stone bricks had actually been corroded into several small holes by the acid. So terrifying, he hadn't expected that the acid, which he could touch freely with his palm, would have such high corrosiveness. No wonder he hadn't seen any corrosion-resistant shells inside the moss monster's body. It turned out it had no effect on the original owner. He instinctively raised a question, but why? Could it be that the magic power that forms the acid recognizes its own kind? It all felt so complicated. Chen Yu couldn't help but fall into deep thought, but the more he thought, the more he felt an itch on the top of his head. It felt like a brain was about to grow out. After a few seconds, he gave up. Indeed, he wasn't cut out to be a scholar. Swamp overlord suited him better. Chen Yu took out 2 or 3 drops of acid for testing and discovered that the slime acid's corrosiveness was slightly inferior to the moss monster's acid, probably because their acid secretion levels were different. Improving talent levels wouldn't be easier than obtaining talents. Rather than thinking about how to level up his talent, it was better to first sell the slime acid he had on hand. There should be cultivators at the small market who would have use for it. If he could sell it, his next meal would be secured. Thinking this, Chen Yu mustered his energy and spent considerable effort to condense 2 more bottles of acid. Now he was completely drained, so exhausted that his face had turned pale. Fortunately, he wasn't completely debilitated. He could still walk. Storing the celadon-glazed porcelain bottles, Chen Yu picked up his red sandalwood sword, left the thatched cottage, and stepped onto the winding stone path leading to the north peak of the emerald bamboo forest. His target was South Bridge Market on North Peak. On the cliffs of Three Origins Sec's North Peak spanned a cold iron chain bridge. The iron chains were as thick as a bowl, heavy and pitch black, reaching directly into the cloud-shrouded mountain region of Three Origins Sec's intersect. This bridge was the main passage for intersect disciples coming and going. Therefore, on the open ground by the bridgehead cliff, many outer sect disciples had spontaneously gathered. They set up simple bamboo stall frames or spread out coarse hemp cloth mats, hawking talismans, cinnabar, spiritual plants, ores, and even monster materials. Over time, this bridgehead area had formed a bustling market, South Bridge Market. Whether inner or outer sect disciples, whenever they went down the mountain for training or returned from completing missions, passing by this bridge, they would always stop for a while at this crowded South Bridge Market, either to purchase supplies or gather information. Chen Yu also planned to take advantage of the afternoon bustle to set up a small stall there and sell his slime acid. Step by step, he walked along the winding stone path, passing through the bridge gate and the bustling, lively crowd. After considerable effort, he finally found an unoccupied spot in a corner of South Bridge Market. He simply sat on the ground, spread out coarse cloth, and displayed his porcelain bottles. He also borrowed a wooden sign and writing implements from a nearby cultivator, scribbling a few crooked characters. Medicinal liquid with corrosive effects, wide range of uses, 10 broken spirit stones per bottle. He didn't actually know what slime acid could be used for, so he could only claim wide uses. As for the price of 10 broken spirit stones, it was just enough to buy 2 liang of spiritual rice, which mixed with regular rice to make porridge or cooked rice could last for several days. In the swamp forest, he was an anomaly among magical creatures, a slime that hunted with a flying sword. But in Three Origins Sect, he was also different from these immoral cultivators. He cultivated through dietary nourishment. Going 3 days without meditation and quiet cultivation was fine, but he couldn't go a single day without eating. Therefore, achieving enlightenment and becoming an immortal was currently too ethereal for him. Having a full stomach was still the most important thing. The Three Origins sect dominated the 800-li southern border of Shenkang, unquestionably the leading sect in this region. When disciples went out for training, they would often venture deep into untamed, dangerous lands, with journeys ranging from several dozen li to over 100 li. In Chen Yu's previous life, just counting steps would have made ordinary people bow in admiration. These cultivators had stamina so vigorous it was almost inhuman, and he was also one of these non-human entities. Though cultivators were merely unlike humans, he truly wasn't human at all. Whether he was human or a slime, even he was starting to lose track. When those exhausted disciples returned to the mountain gate covered in dust, most would head straight for South Bridge Market's most famous tavern, the Delicacy Pavilion. Ordering a few plates of marinated monster meat and a pot of warm wine, they would wash away their fatigue amid the bustling noise and aroma of spiritual food. Chen Yu's small stall was set up beside the Delicacy Pavilion, right next to a small alley emitting faint odors of kitchen waste. Only one wall separated them. Inside the building, delicious food aromas filled the air, while outside, the smell was even more indescribable than the decay of the swamp forest. No wonder nobody had set up a stall in this spot before. He waved his hand to disperse the faint sour smell around his nose, his gaze sweeping over the flowing sleeves of passing cultivators. Though most cultivators only glanced briefly at the wooden sign in front of his stall before moving on, from their fragments of conversation, whether loud discussions or hushed exchanges, Chen Yu picked up quite a bit of news from beyond the mountains. For instance, fierce demonic birds were causing trouble at Blackwind Gully. A new yin marrow mineral vein had been discovered beneath White Bone Mountain, and deep within the terrifying 10,000 Poison Cave, several elite intersect teams had reportedly met their demise. Chen Yu listened with great interest, only snapping back to reality when he realized no cultivators had come to inquire about prices. Just as he was wondering about this, a young cultivator with a somewhat gloomy brow pretended to pass by casually. He asked offhandedly, "What can your medicinal liquid be used for? Can it corrode hard objects like bones? If the demon creature is about human height and similar weight, would 3 bottles be enough?" Thinking he'd finally gotten a customer, Chen Yu made his tone as friendly as possible. "It should work and might even be able to corrode people." Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, the cultivator's face stiffened, and he directly turned and left with a flick of his sleeve, leaving only one sentence. "Younger brother misunderstands. I'm not that kind of person." "Huh, what kind of person aren't you?" Chen Yu felt somewhat confused, sensing that this cultivator had misunderstood something. But moments later, another cultivator arrived before the stall, dressed in black clothes that obscured his true appearance. Yet Chen Yu felt this person looked somewhat familiar. The black-clad cultivator got straight to the point, speaking in a hoarse voice. "I'll take all these bottles of corpse dissolution liquid. Will 60 broken spirit stones suffice?" Letter 10342 letter winda fata va aganek letter winda 6 thrufa. Hearing this, Chen Yu was amused. Wasn't this the same young cultivator from before? Why had he changed his outfit? Wait, corpse dissolution liquid. He suddenly understood. No wonder nobody had visited his stall all this time. They all mistook the slime acid for corpse dissolution liquid, and nobody dared to buy it openly. Righteous cultivators cared about their reputation, and corpse dissolution liquid, essential for murder and robbery, couldn't be traded openly. Three Origins sect disciples usually conducted such transactions secretly. Ordinary disciples without connections truly might not be able to purchase corpse dissolution liquid. Fortunately, he hadn't been set up for long, otherwise if the sect's enforcement team saw him, he'd inevitably be taken away for lecturing. Though, being taken to a small dark room didn't sound too bad, at least they'd provide meals. If they kept him there for a few days, he'd probably eat the enforcement hall into poverty. Pulling back his wandering thoughts, Chen Yu said, "Senior brother misunderstands. I don't have corpse dissolution liquid here, just a type of corrosive medicinal liquid." The black-clad youth showed slight surprise, then chuckled lightly. Right, this senior brother was confused. "Then let me ask again, are you satisfied with 20 broken spirit stones per bottle for this medicinal liquid?" Within the sect, few cultivators knew how to refine corpse dissolution liquid, and most had their own underground channels, making it difficult for an outer sect disciple like him to access it. He had originally only planned to visit South Bridge Market to buy some spiritual rice, never expecting to encounter a cultivator selling corpse dissolution liquid under the guise of medicinal liquid. It was clear this was an alchemist seeking cooperation partners to expand sales channels. If he truly offered only 10 broken spirit stones per bottle, showing such lack of sincerity, he might miss this good opportunity. The youth believed he had seen through Chen Yu's test and awaited his response with anticipation. Chen Yu had also never encountered a customer who bargained in reverse and found it amusing. 20 broken spirit stones is acceptable. Just acceptable. Thinking Chen Yu was dissatisfied with the price, the youth clasped his hands and said, 25 broken spirit stones per bottle. Younger brother, are you satisfied?" Why was the price going higher with bargaining? Satisfied, of course satisfied, Chen Yu couldn't help but marvel. If all cultivators in the world were as generous as senior brother, business would never be a worry. Hearing this, the youth's eyes flashed with delight, and he took broken spirit stones from his chest pouch and pressed them into Chen Yu's hand. Younger brother, say no more. Here are 75 broken spirit stones, please take them. Senior brother is too kind. Chen Yu stored the broken spirit stones and said tactfully, however, this medicinal liquid is highly corrosive, be careful not to spill it on people. The youth nodded, storing the porcelain bottles with an expression that said, I understand what you mean. Younger brother, rest assured, I'll only use this liquid on demon creatures. As for what counted as demon creatures, he had his own judgment. Chen Yu didn't know whether he truly understood or not, but at least the slime acid was sold and his next meal was secured. I come to Southbridge Market every day. If senior brother wants to purchase more corrosive medicinal liquid, you can come here. He had only spoken halfway when a faint, sour smell drifted over. No, you'd better come find me near the bridge gate instead. The youth was overjoyed. This alchemist was clearly giving him an opportunity, apparently moved by his sincerity. He immediately clasped his hands and said, I am Shao Kingsong. May I ask younger brother's name? Chen Yu. Selling corpse dissolution liquid wasn't some earth-shattering crime. As long as he didn't flaunt it before the enforcement team, at most he'd face some criticism from other cultivators. No need to hide it. Younger brother Chen, we'll meet again tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Chen Yu packed up the coarse cloth and wooden sign, tucked them under his sleeve, and struggled to squeeze through the shoulder-to-shoulder crowd. His hand instinctively pressed tightly against the old cloth pouch on his chest, where 75 broken spirit stones clinked together. The weighty feeling put him in excellent spirits. Turning into the bustling market streets, before long he bought 1 gin of spiritual rice from the grain shop across the way, then picked up a string of fresh pork tied with straw rope from the meat vendor. The 75 broken spirit stones were spent down to the last coin. When it came to filling his stomach, he was rarely stingy. He didn't know if it was influenced by his slime body, but this body had become quite the foodie. With his appetite, 1 gin of spiritual rice, if eaten sparingly, should keep the black hole in his belly content for 2 or 3 days. However, using spiritual rice as regular food was something he'd never been so extravagant about before. Most of the time he ate ordinary refined rice. Chen Yu couldn't help but look at the lines on his palm. The slime acid that had been useless in Zayarilla could be sold for good prices in Zuxuan Heaven as corpse dissolution liquid. Demonic creature talents were truly marvelous. He wondered what the poison stinger wasp's talent was. Chen Yu's thoughts wandered as he passed stalls selling Taoist techniques and spiritual artifacts. With empty pockets, he could only glance a few times before leaving, following the winding stone path back to the emerald bamboo forest. As for dealing with the poison stinger wasps, that needed careful planning. At the very least, he needed to fill the pouch in his chest with spirit stones first. That night, he finally put some decent food in his stomach. A bowl of rice with grains containing faint spiritual light, paired with a large piece of glossy, tender braised pork belly. The rich grease and satisfaction inexplicably reminded him of the moss monster's deliciousness back in the swamp forest. Under the effects of devoured digestion, his previously stagnant cultivation was steadily improving, seemingly on the verge of a breakthrough. The next day in the swamp forest, Chen Yu took advantage of the poison stinger wasp's absence to secretly surface, secreting acid to clean the poison stingers the wasps had left on the tree roots. Only after confirming no toxins remained on the stingers did he dare to retract them into his gel body. Thus, the slime equipment received an upgrade. The toothpick flying sword was replaced by dangerous-looking black poison stinger swords, a full 3 of them. A faint light flashed in Chen Yu's small bean-like eyes as he focused on several breakfast options moving across the mossy ground. Whoosh! The 3 moss monsters near the swamp hadn't even realized the danger approaching before the poison stinger sword pierced through their bodies one by one, becoming food inside Chen Yu's gel stomach. Sizzle, sizzle. Accompanied by faint yet highly efficient dissolving sounds, the moss monsters were almost instantly enveloped and broken down by the powerful acid. Chen Yu could feel them rapidly transforming into a stream of warm, pure energy that merged into his gel body. With acid secretion, this digestion efficiency was so much faster than before. Proficiency +1, a transparent light screen flashed, and the acid inside him seemed to have deepened in color slightly, though not very noticeably. Throughout the morning, Chen Yu went on to hunt over a dozen more moss monsters. Before, he had to be careful of the acid sprayed by moss monsters and could only hunt them one by one stealthily with very low efficiency. Now, with 3 poison stinger swords, he wasn't afraid even if moss monsters came in groups. Times had changed. When the wolf picks up a hunting rifle, the sheep in the pen are left with nothing but waiting to be slaughtered, and even the farmer guarding the sheep pen would be somewhat wary. He began sweeping through the breeding ground under the trees extensively, and this behavior quickly angered the poison stinger wasp colony in the trees. 4 poison stinger wasps flew down from the tree, but Chen Yu was prepared this time. Seeing the wasps descend, he immediately jumped into the swamp muck, causing the incoming poison stingers to miss their mark. The frustrated poison stinger wasps circled above the swamp but couldn't do anything to him. "Can't hit me, can you?" After teasing these wasps for a while, he felt somewhat bored competing with these magical creatures. Since he couldn't go up to the surface anyway, he retreated back to his nest to rest. In the thatched cottage of the emerald bamboo forest, after eating breakfast, Chen Yu placed the porcelain bottles one by one on the table. Pressing his fingers against the palm lines, he secreted slime acid that dripped down his fingertips. Before long, the acid filled exactly 5 bottles. Because of this, his complexion turned somewhat pale. He hurriedly drank a bowl of plain kanji, and his vitality gradually recovered. Secreting acid consumed magic power, as well as physical strength and nutrients. 5 bottles a day was pretty much his limit. He truly couldn't produce more. Replenishing physical strength and nutrients was relatively simple, but there were no other means to recover magic power except waiting slowly. 5 bottles of slime acid were worth 125 broken spirit stones, which converted to 1 spirit stone plus 25 broken spirit stones. After deducting daily food expenses, he netted 75 broken spirit stones per day, no different from the rewards for completing ordinary sect tasks. The advantage lay in its efficiency and ease. In a few more days, once he saved enough spirit stones, he could go purchase new cultivation techniques. Anticipation. At noon, he went to the South Bridge Market and saw Xiao Kingsong already waiting, leaning against the bridge gate. Seeing Chen Yu approach, he waved, afraid that Chen Yu might not recognize him. "Junior brother, it's me, Xiao Kingsong. Why did you come so early?" Xiao Kingsong said politely. "I had nothing to do, so I came to the South Bridge Market early to look around." How could he not come early? Where else could he find such a sure profit business? He had to be diligent. If only he weren't male and couldn't use his looks, otherwise he would have followed Chen Yu back eagerly long ago. Chen Yu gave him a strange look. He always felt that this senior brother's gloomy eyes seemed to conceal ill intentions. Xiao Kingsong lowered his voice. "Junior brother Chen, that corpse dissolution liquid of yours really works well. How much stock do you have now? I'll take it all." Letter 1E5D, letter 1D5, 1E, O Grave, letter 162, Epsilon, letter 1D64E. Senior brother, you're mistaken. This is medicinal liquid. It's really not corpse dissolution liquid. Right, I forgot again, Xiao Kingsong said cheerfully. When Chen Yu took out 5 bottles of slime acid and handed them over, the man's face flashed with joy. He then carefully took out 1 complete spirit stone and a small handful of broken spirit stones to complete the transaction. Upon parting, the two agreed on the time for their next transaction. From then on, Chen Yu's life fell into a fixed rhythm. As soon as the sun rose, he hunted in the swamp forest. When the sun slanted westward, he went to the South Bridge Market on time to trade with Xiao Kingsong. The days flowed forward like the swamp water in the forest, calm and regular. Half a month passed in a flash. After enjoying a delicious breakfast in the swamp forest, Chen Yu's body quietly underwent subtle changes. Proficiency +1 acid secretion LV. 1 right arrow acid secretion LV. 2 other talents acid secretion LV. 2 skill list open Yuan treasure scroll LV. 4 object manipulation LV. 3 after this period of hunting, the slime body had expanded to the size of 2 palms put together. Inside his transparent body, darker colored acid sloshed with his bouncing. The corrosive power of LV. 2 slime acid was now no different from moss monster acid and could be sold for a higher price. Moreover, due to frequent hunting during this period, object manipulation had also risen to LV. 3. The range of object manipulation was still half a meter, but the interval for controlling the poison stinger swords had shortened. He could now shoot 4 poison stinger swords in one breath without any problem. He had practically become a walking land-based sword immortal, killing 1 insect with each step. When moss monsters under the twisted oak trees saw something green emerging from the swamp, they would shrink back into the gaps between tree roots in fear. Their simple nervous systems couldn't understand why their former prey had become so terrifying, but their instincts had already recorded the fear of slimes. From then on, the slime's status in the swamp forest would be elevated a notch higher. At least from weak food to food with some resistance. In the afternoon, Chen Yu went to the South Bridge Market as usual to trade and purchase supplies. Feeling the 12 spirit stones he had saved up over these days in his pocket, he finally got to experience the feeling of being wealthy. Although he didn't earn much, the advantage was the steady, continuous flow, much better than laboriously going on training journeys or doing tasks. But today he felt his body's energy flow wasn't smooth. At first he thought it was because he had become wealthier recently and was overfull, but he later realized it was because his cultivation was about to break through. So he didn't stay long at the South Bridge Market, returning to the thatched cottage to eat an early dinner, then lying back on the hard wooden bed to meditate and regulate his breathing, seeking the opportunity for breakthrough. The breakthrough itself didn't require much effort, but over in the swamp forest, it seemed the first heavy rain since the start of spring was about to fall. Zayarilla. The sky hung heavy with lead-gray clouds, layer upon layer, as if about to press down. The forest below had been swallowed by thick darkness. The air among the trees was stagnant, sultry, and sticky without a trace of wind. Squelch, squelch. Chen swallowed the last moss monster and before nightfall bounced back to the swamp to take shelter from the rain. The swamp forest at night was much more terrifying than during the day. Even Chen didn't dare stay on the surface. The predators here weren't limited to just poison stinger wasps. Magical creatures with dark vision usually emerged at night, waiting for opportunities to prey. After jumping into the swamp, he only left his head and a pair of small bean-like eyes above the swamp pool, observing the movements in the darkness. After who knows how long, he saw that the ordinary dark green moss of daytime began emitting a faint fluorescent glow at night, slightly dispersing the gloom before the storm. Some lurking magical creatures also began their nocturnal activities. There were giant leeches moving through the dark swamp like pythons, seemingly avoiding something. There were fluorescent blue frogs ignoring the mosquitoes above them, hurriedly seeking shelter from the rain. There were also fluorescent mushrooms glowing with an eerie blue light, pulling themselves up from the ground, hopping through the forest on small legs. These fluorescent mycelium might look delicious, but the fluorescent powder they scattered behind them had powerful hallucinogenic effects. If magical creatures accidentally came into contact with it, they would fall into hallucinations and then be forcibly buried in the soil by the mycelium to be sucked dry as nutrients. Chen had seen beetles fly by, get contaminated with the fluorescent powder, wobble and fall to the ground, then be pressed down by fluorescent mycelium and never get up again. Although he craved a taste, he didn't dare provoke these mycelium casually. However, not many magical creatures came out tonight. Usually he could hear eerie howls from the depths of the swamp, but now they had all disappeared. It seemed the creatures in the depths had sensed the approaching heavy rain in advance and gone into hiding. A strange restlessness and oppression rose from within Chen. He seemed to be craving something. Looking up at the sky, gray mist had unknowingly spread throughout the entire forest. Even though the forest was already very dark, his pair of bean-like eyes could clearly see this gray mist. A word inexplicably popped into his mind. Mana. This didn't seem like an ordinary heavy rain, but more like an impending carnival of mana. No matter what, tonight was destined not to be peaceful. Soon his thoughts were proven right. The gray mist drifted through the forest like descending ghosts, searching, eventually clearly pouncing toward every magical creature. There was no precise targeting, only pure primitive attraction. Chen Yu's mung bean-sized eyes reflected the gray mist surging toward the swamp. His instincts roared with craving for this unknown gray mist, but reason sank him back deep into the foul-smelling muck. Soon he discovered that hiding was meaningless. The gray mist penetrated everywhere, like true ghosts ignoring physical matter, drilling into his body. Hiss, felt somewhat itchy. The slime's sense of touch was simple, almost only capable of feeling pressure and pain. This was the first time his body had experienced an itchy sensation. But as the gray mist continued pouring in, the itch disappeared, replaced by a floating sensation, like drifting on clouds, relaxed and comfortable, making him crave it endlessly. Wait, oh no, it's poison. Willpower CHECK Japanese symbol PSSED race CHECK Japanese symbol FILED. You have fallen into abnormal status, greed. By the time he realized this, it was already too late. A strange frenzy had silently spread throughout his entire body. His body hissed, every part of his gel convulsing with thirst, screaming for more and more mana. Involuntarily floating upward, wanting to reach the source of the mana, greedily devouring, tearing, biting, completely possessing it, the green gel head emerged from the swamp. The world that had previously contained only white noise was suddenly filled with the furious roar of heavy rain. The wind howled, the forest trembled. Bean-sized raindrops beat against Chen Yu's head, threads of icy cold and pain seeping deep into his mind. He jolted awake, returning from the abyss of desire. Looking around through the hazy rain curtain, in the faint moss fluorescence, many magical creature figures seemed to flash by, some as small as mice, others as large as wild boars. Their goal was all to chase the unknown source of mana. Raw and letter 1D52C small cap B umlaut letter 1D64E. Even though the torrential rain had already drowned out the surrounding world, within this chaotic uproar, Chen Yu could still clearly capture the heart-palpitating howls piercing through the rain curtain. Those were beastly roars from deep within the dense forest, low and violent, carrying a primitive, savage, immense power that instantly pierced through the slime's deepest fear instincts, making his transparent gel body tremble uncontrollably. What exactly is deep in the forest? Chen Yu struggled to suppress his instincts, submerging again. This time he didn't dare linger outside casually, planning to return to the nest. Halfway through swimming, he discovered a green shadow suddenly emerging from the turbid water, swallowing him. It was Slime Mother coming out to find him. Returning to the warm, reassuring gel, Chen Yu's tense nerves gradually relaxed. But what made him curious was that Slime Mother seemed completely unaffected by the gray mist mana. When burrowing into the soil, he could see the swamp worm curled up sleeping in the soil, also completely unharmed. Compared to the surface, it was eerily quiet underground. So why was he affected by the gray mist mana? If he had to say how he differed from these lower magical creatures, it was probably that he had a magic organ. It seemed the magic organ was the key to perceiving the gray mist mana. Squelch. Slime Mother squeezed into the nest, placing Chen Yu back in the grass nest. Slimes were magical creatures that needed sunlight and rain to grow, so through long day-night cycles they had evolved sleep. The routine of foraging during the day and resting at night was completely ingrained in slime habits. He fell into the grass nest, pushing aside the small glowing specks inside. They didn't react, just sleeping quietly, their bouncy gel bodies gently rising and falling with their breathing rhythm. This peaceful, reassuring atmosphere affected Chen Yu. Sleepiness surged out like tidewaters, gradually submerging the frenzied island along with his reason sinking together. He didn't know how much time passed. He fell asleep, slept very soundly, very deeply. His slightly large body rose and fell rhythmically along with the surrounding small specks. And at the nest entrance, Slime Mother quietly guarded these little ones through the night. The next day, clear bird songs outside the thatched cottage penetrated through the window paper. Chen Yu, lying on the bed, moved his eyelashes and slowly opened his eyes. Race acidic slime level, black iron LV, 2x 6/20 cultivation, Kai training LV, 3 spiritual energy, 0/30 life status, healthy HP, 80/80 racial talent, devoured digestion LV, 2 other talents, acid secretion LV, 2 skill list, open Yuan treasure scroll LV, 4 object manipulation LV, 3 reputation title, none unknown slime. Chen Yu got up from the wooden bed, only then realizing that while his cultivation had reached Kai training level 3, his devoured digestion had also reached LV 2. It seemed to be thanks to last night's gray mist mana, but the cost was that when his conscious perception fully took over his body, waves of hunger immediately came from his stomach, urging him to eat. Chen Yu hurriedly got out of bed to start a fire and cook, taking fermented bamboo shoot pickles from the jar, eating them with solid rice. He ate 6 large bowls before the tormenting hunger in his stomach gradually eased. After satisfying his noisy stomach, feeling threads of warmth surging through his body, he sat back on the wooden bed, his consciousness completely immersing into the slime body. With last night's rainstorm causing such commotion, he couldn't wait to see what had happened outside. In the slime nest, with the arrival of morning, the small specks in the grass nest gradually woke up, blinking their mung bean eyes and hopping around. If asked what their greatest interest was, of course it was bumping into the biggest brother, enjoying the thrilling moment of being bounced away. Like kindergarten slides, it was one of their few and most fun entertainment methods. Chen Yu woke from deep sleep, his originally flat, puddle-like body gradually rebounding, becoming 3-dimensional. Ignoring the playful small specks around him, Chen Yu jumped out of the grass nest, seeing that Slime Mother had already gone out foraging early. He burrowed out of the nest, swimming all the way under the muck, stirring the turbid water as he surfaced. Before he even surfaced from the swamp, he faintly sensed changes in the swamp. Why had the water suddenly turned so green? He moved closer to look, only to realize this wasn't water at all, but clearly numerous swimming slimes. Their sizes were larger than his, as if they had suddenly grown overnight. Seeing his own kind, Chen Yu originally wanted to greet them friendly, but saw 3 slimes surrounding him, their emitted pheromones revealing blatant provocation, as if baring teeth and saying, "Get out of here." Oh, so it's gangster slimes. He estimated these few outsider slimes wanted to compete for swamp territory, bullying him specifically. Of all the slimes to pick on, you had to pick me. Chen Yu naturally wouldn't be polite with slime gang forces. The 3 poison stinger swords accumulated inside his body, attached with acid, suddenly stabbed out. Thump. The poison stingers pierced into their bodies, the attached slime acid sizzling in the water, hurting them so much they twisted and deformed, struggling frantically, finally fleeing in panic. Chen Yu didn't care about those 3 poison stinger swords either. After all, these past few days playing with poison stinger wasps had gotten him plenty of stingers. Some he had hidden in the slime nest, and he still had 4 stored inside his body. After easily defeating the provoking slimes, the surrounding spectating slimes also recognized Chen Yu's fearsomeness, silently swimming away. Without slimes blocking his way, Chen Yu surfaced all the way, emerging from the water. Before his eyes was bright sunlight. Last night's rainstorm had knocked many leaves from the forest, and now sunlight could shine unobstructed on the swamp. Even the forest's year-round accumulated decay odor had been washed clean by the rain, the air becoming much fresher. He quietly extended a pair of eyes to observe his surroundings. On rocks, moss-covered ground, even among branches, slimes covered every surface basking in the sun. Looking up toward the swamp oak tree ahead, poison stinger wasps collected meat materials among the branches to repair their storm-damaged nest. Moss monsters and swamp worms fed under the tree as usual. And further away, some unfamiliar figures seemed to be wriggling and crawling. beetles, jumping mosquitoes, giant pincer ants. After the carnival, the swamp forest had become much livelier than before. But for the forest's weak slimes, this meant more natural enemies and predators, not exactly good news. He thought to himself, hoping they wouldn't disturb this land's peace. After inspecting the surroundings, a string of messy footprints on the damp ground caught Chen Yu's attention. The muddy ground bore two sets of paw prints, both resembling canine-like plum blossom patterns. However, these two sets of footprints differed greatly in size, and their stride lengths were completely different. The smaller set of prints was clearly left by some four-legged creature, similar to a running wolfhound, while the large footprints beside them, with their enormous stride length and stable form, carried an extraordinary aura, more like marks left by some tall demi-human capable of walking upright. According to Chen Yu's speculation, this type of demi-human was most likely an indigenous creature of Zayarilla. The footprints are clear. They probably passed by this morning, going to investigate last night's unusual activity in the forest. Thinking this, Chen Yu felt a faint excitement, like a castaway stranded on a deserted island for years suddenly spotting unfamiliar footprints on the beach. His heart swelling with the joy of impending contact with civilization. However, he didn't let his guard down because of this. After all, he was currently just a slime. Even if they were actual humans, they might not harbor goodwill toward this writhing, amorphous magical creature, let alone when the footprint cleavers were mysterious demi-human outsiders of unknown identity and unpredictable forms. But since demi-humans existed, the world outside the swamp forest might be even more bustling than he imagined. Dragons and magic. Humans and towers. That was a fantasy world existing in imagination, completely different from Zuxu and heaven. He really wanted to go out and see. He also wondered what lay beyond the swamp forest with their delicious magical creatures. Chen Yu indulged in wild fancies for a while before collecting his thoughts. He was still too weak now, unable to even defeat the poison stinger wasps blocking his doorstep, let alone venture outside. As for the demi-humans, he didn't need to worry too much. Slimes like him were common in this swamp forest. As long as he didn't recklessly reveal his intelligence, these demi-human outsiders would hardly take interest in him. After all, weak magical creatures like slimes could be crushed underfoot, no one would care. He quietly half-submerged in the swamp like this, not even hunting moss monsters anymore, waiting for the demi-humans who had ventured deep into the forest to return, preparing to catch a glimpse of these unfamiliar neighbors' true appearance. Unfortunately, Chen Yu waited until afternoon without seeing anyone return, though the poison stinger wasps overhead were quite annoying. Whenever they saw him floating on the water's surface, they would attack, clearly treating him as an enemy. He ultimately felt somewhat bored, so after secretly taking a few poison stingers from his good neighbors, the poison stinger wasps, he submerged back to his nest to rest. Zuxu in heaven. Chen Yu got up from the wooden bed, ate lunch, and filled his rumbling stomach. Threads of warmth carrying grain spiritual energy flowed into his danchan, making him squint comfortably. After devoured digestion upgraded to LV2, his appetite had grown larger than before, and his cultivation speed had also increased. He didn't know if this counted as a good thing. Never mind, being able to eat is a blessing. Actually, staying in the enforcement hall's confinement room for a while wouldn't be bad either. Someone would even provide meals. Chen Yu hung the red sandalwood sword on his back, pushed open the thatched hut door, felt the bulging pouch at his chest, and headed toward North Peak. R tilde beta Igrav letter 1E65, he planned to visit the South Bridge market to browse stalls selling Dao techniques. Object manipulation's range was too small, completely unable to reach the poison stinger wasps. He needed a Dao technique specifically effective against them. A quarter hour later, Chen Yu passed through the South Bridge Market's bridge gate, and unlike the emerald bamboo forest tranquility, bustling noise surged from all directions. He wandered around like this, picking up items that caught his eye to ask prices, meandering until he arrived at the stall where he had purchased object manipulation last time. Yo, junior brother, looking to exchange some Dao vouchers. Behind the stall, the cultivator with two mouse whisker mustaches instinctively rubbed his hands together upon seeing business arrive. His face had high cheekbones and narrow, long eye slits, naturally giving him a mean appearance. He seemed sharp-tongued and mean-spirited, and reality matched this perfectly. Last time when buying that object manipulation technique scroll from him, Chen Yu had to bargain for half a day before he finally agreed to lower the price. He could go from discussing the quality of spirit stones available for purchase from the sect all the way to his tragic childhood stories of his mother dying when he was 3 and being chased by wild dogs at 5. Quite a character. But the Dao techniques he sold were all items scavenged from outside. Although they were junk, they were genuinely cheap. Not only easy to learn, but also powerful enough, more than sufficient for dealing with poison stinger wasps. Forget Dao vouchers, I came to see what Dao techniques you have, he said. The so-called Dao vouchers were actually contribution points circulating within the Three Origins sect, only obtainable by accepting sect missions or holding sect positions. Within the sect, they held equivalent value to spirit stones, and when trading with fellow sect disciples, almost one spirit stone could exchange for one Tao voucher, useful for many purposes like exchanging for precious techniques from the scripture pavilion or expensive pills from the alchemy tower. Disciples like Chen Yu, who stayed in the sect idling away without ambition, naturally didn't have a single Tao voucher. Of course, he didn't need particularly expensive techniques or Tao methods either. Hiss, such a familiar voice. The mouse whisker cultivator found Chen Yu's voice instantly familiar, leaned closer to squint at him, then immediately changed expression, waving his hand in a shooing motion. Why is it you again, kid? Last time you even bargained over a 2-spirit stone object manipulation technique. Go away, I'm not selling to you. Chen Yu took out the pouch from his chest and tossed it. What a pity then, I was actually thinking I wouldn't bargain this time. The mouse whisker cultivator showed a surprised, doubtful expression. You're not trying to fool me with stones, are you? Senior brother, 3 Origins sect disciples don't deceive 3 Origins sect disciples. TCH. The mouse whisker cultivator shook his head disdainfully. He scoffed at Chen Yu's words, but the spirit stones in that pouch made his heart itch. Fine, what do you want to buy this time? To be honest, there are poisonous wasps nesting in my backyard, and I'm thinking of ways to eliminate them, but they're too high up, I can't reach them. The mouse whisker cultivator tutted in amazement, recalling nostalgically, modern cultivators are so pampered, can't even climb trees. When I was 3, I could already climb trees to steal bird eggs. At 4, I walked dozens of kilometers to study with the mountain teacher. Seeing him about to ramble endlessly again, Chen Yu interrupted. Senior brother, you're a merchant, not a storyteller at the delicacy pavilion. Be professional. He snorted, just expressing feelings, that's all. If you don't want to listen, I'm not even willing to talk. The man bent down to rummage in the bamboo woven box for a while, finally handing out a tattered book. Chen Yu took it and looked. Water arrow technique. Isn't this a technique for later stage cultivators? The mouse whisker cultivator cleared his throat. Correct, so this is water arrow technique's son, little arrow technique. Tao techniques can reproduce? Not exactly, it's just that this little arrow technique was accidentally developed by an early stage cultivator who secretly sold it to me for 8 spirit stones. Although its power is reduced by 90% compared to water arrow technique, the attack range remains unchanged. Cultivated to mastery, forget wasp nests in trees, you could even pick out earthworms from the soil one by one. Since Junior Brother is a familiar customer, I'll sell it to you for 9 spirit stones. Chen Yu certainly didn't believe his nonsense, but honestly, 9 spirit stones wasn't expensive for a Tao technique. Here for you. He promptly poured out 9 spirit stones, this time truly without bargaining. The mouse whisker cultivator collected the spirit stones and counted them, his gaze turning suspicious. Chen Yu's quick agreement actually made him uneasy. Has the sun risen from the west? Junior brother, are you okay? Chen Yu pointed at his bamboo-woven treasure box. I haven't finished speaking yet. Do you remember the lost trail formation diagram and sound transmission technique you mentioned last time? Give me those 2 for free with this purchase. Lost trail formation diagram, sound transmission technique. Easy. The mouse whisker cultivator grinned from ear to ear. These 2 junk items could fetch 2 or 3 spirit stones at most. Even giving them away free, he'd still make a good profit. First, the lost trail formation diagram was just an unranked formation. Any cultivator with basic formation knowledge could easily break it. The so-called sound transmission technique even required physical contact to be effective. While useful in certain situations, it was also common junk in the cultivation world. The man, afraid Chen Yu might regret it, quickly bent down to take out the formation diagram and book, patted off the dust on them, and handed them to him. He still couldn't help muttering, what do you need the lost trail formation diagram for, kid? Guarding against wild boars, what if I encounter a cultivator who doesn't understand formations? The mouse whisker cultivator sat back in his chair, leisurely fanning himself. A cultivator who doesn't understand formations, that's probably rarer than the 100 treasure scorpion in 10,000 poison cave. These days it's too competitive, even rogue cultivators from the countryside know some basic formations. Tusk. If they don't understand formations, you'll have quite the search ahead of you. Chen Yu placed the formation diagram and book inside his chest pocket for safekeeping. He originally wanted to ask some questions about cultivating Tao techniques, but suddenly sensed something and decisively turned to leave hurriedly. I have matters to attend to, leaving now. With that, he disappeared into the crowd. Wait, this kid ran off so fast. Could the spirit stones he gave be fake? The mouse whisker cultivator suddenly realized with a start, hurriedly putting one in his mouth to bite, feeling the threads of pure spiritual energy within. After confirming they were genuine, he finally relaxed. Zayarilla. The swamp forest after the heavy rain was busier and more lively than usual, with many foreign slimes competing for territory within the swamp. The arrival of these monsters, whose ecological niche was equivalent to grassland or humus layer, didn't cause much impact on the swamp forest. Like grass growing after rain, they simply grew silently in unnoticed corners. The poison stinger wasps were still managing their moss monster farm under the tree. Compared to moss monsters, they weren't very interested in these slimy monsters crawling everywhere, mostly using slime mucus as nest adhesive or emergency rations. But because of a certain slime's behavior, the poison stinger wasp's attitude toward these foreign slimes had subtly changed, slightly expanding their hunting range. Many unfortunate slimes had consequently died from the poison stinger wasp's toxic stingers. Whether due to the heavy rain's influence or the poison stinger wasp's boundary-crossing behavior angering certain monster tribes, the usually peaceful and tranquil underground today welcomed an uninvited guest. A patch of growing grassland might be worthless in the eyes of predators like poison stinger wasps, but to certain monsters, it was practically no different from a buffet falling from the sky. Especially for the burrowing beetles, the springy and juicy slimes were the perfect choice as food. These monsters, covered entirely in chitinous shells, were skilled at burrowing and stealth, most fond of finding hidden underground slime nests, then hooking their barbed limbs onto the slimes, extending their slender mouthparts to feast heartily. After a full meal, they would occupy the slime nest as their habitat to reproduce and nurture the next generation. They were also a group of thieves, occasionally preying on the moss monsters raised by poison stinger wasps, with quite an extensive diet. Underground in the swamp worms wriggled through the damp, soft soil as usual, using their mouthparts to absorb the rich nutrients from the humus layer, sustaining their daily growth needs. But some subtle vibrations quickly caught their attention. The originally slowly wriggling swamp worms silently accelerated their pace, burrowing away from the direction of the vibrations. SSSS, a swamp worm that crawled too slowly suddenly convulsed all over, its body visibly shrinking and withering at a rapid pace, until only an empty husk remained in the soil. The perpetrator responsible for this was a burrowing beetle that had intruded into the poison stinger wasp's territory. Its entire body was covered in black carapace, full of ferocity and hardness like a knight wearing heavy armor. The sharp, arched horn on its head was the sharpest knight's sword. Bzzz, the knight's sword chopped into the soil, the vibrating sound seeming to announce death's arrival. At this moment, this death knight was searching for traces of monsters in the soil, then steadfastly crawling toward the upper right. And that direction was precisely where Chen Yu's slime nest was located, also currently the only slime nest in the swamp area. As an underground-dwelling monster, slimes, like swamp worms, also possessed weak vibration perception. When the springy, sensitive slime gel began to tremble slightly, a sense of unease like an electric current would spread along the nerves deep into the slime's heart, thus forming a rudimentary ability similar to danger perception, allowing them to detect predators' approach in advance. Letter 1 Defabasex, a Grove Upsilan's Chen Yu, was startled awake from sleep by his body's instinctive trembling. The originally faint, barely noticeable underground vibrations continuously amplified in his auditory tissues, rustling and hissing, full of chaotic, disorderly noise, harsh and unpleasant to hear. An inexplicable restlessness surged within him as if warning him of approaching danger. The usually playful little one also sensed the danger's arrival, trembling fearfully in the grass nest, pressing closely against Chen Yu to seek safety and comfort. Something's approaching underground. While alert, Chen Yu quickly hopped out of the grass nest with plopping sounds, pulling out the dozen or so poison stinger swords hidden under the nest's tree roots and storing them inside his body, clearly preparing for battle. Several breaths later, the ground suddenly shook violently. A hard, arched horn burst through the soil like a piercing sword, tearing apart the nest's tranquility. Immediately after, a ferocious, glossy black carapace emerged with crushing momentum, as a giant beetle comparable in size to Chen Yu, carrying soil and the deep earthy scent, rudely invaded the slime's territory. That glossy black carapace reflected deathly gleams under the dim light, the ferocious horn seemingly capable of easily piercing through the hardest rocks. Though called a beetle, its aura was more like a solemn, terrifying night. Was this a monster that invaded the poison stinger wasp's territory after the heavy rain? The moment that colossal shadow crashed into his vision, deep within Chen Yu's gel, an alarm originating from life's very beginnings, carved into instinct, exploded. Every inch of his gelatinous substance screamed wildly, danger, extreme danger. Without needing to think, his viscous body, under instinct's absolute control, violently contracted and trembled, almost uncontrollably preparing to eject backward in panicked retreat. Standing before him was definitely a black iron level 3 predator. Willpower check passed. Race check failed. You have fallen into abnormal status fear, not this again. For Chen Yu, the trouble wasn't just this burrowing beetle, but also the slime's fear instinct. It was equivalent to being slapped with a weakness debuff before the battle even started. He wanted to move, but his body still trembled violently, disobediently, each contraction pulling at his clear thinking, as if his soul and gel were being forcibly torn apart. This fear originating from bloodline was like a layer of sticky, cold mud tightly wrapping around his will to resist. His body completely couldn't move. But fortunately, object manipulation had nothing to do with slime instinct, being purely a technique skill. Even in this situation, he could barely manage to use it as long as he concentrated. Just as he was about to act, the burrowing beetle's massive body turned, abandoning the seemingly troublesome Chen Yu, its ferocious horn pointing directly deep into the grass nest, where the trembling little one slime was curled up. Their pure, fragile glow under the beetle's enormous shadow was like a candle flickering in the wind. The moment he witnessed the scene, for some reason, Chen Yu felt unprecedented anger for the first time. Although he found these little ones annoying sometimes, that didn't mean any random monster could bully them as they pleased. No matter what, this beetle had managed to anger him. He was furious, and the consequences would be severe. A completely different, scalding torrent suddenly exploded from the deepest part of his gel. The instinctive fear still roared, every component of his body's gel still screaming. But those faint points of light in the grass nest, like red-hot branding irons, seared fiercely into his consciousness. A more primitive, more fearless emotion erupted violently. It ruthlessly tore open the cold shackles woven by fear instinct. An unprecedented power began to madly concentrate. The gel that had contracted due to fear, attempting to scatter, was now forcibly forged together by his will. It was as if his soul had grabbed the slime instinct by the throat, slapping its face repeatedly, demanding whether it submitted or not. Submit or not. If not, then slap again until it submitted completely. At this moment, when will overpowered instinct, when soul broke through the barrier walls built by physical instinct, when reason and wisdom returned to his body, a light screen suddenly flashed before his eyes. Reputation title. Reputation title, Slime Warrior Acquisition Conditions. Under the witness of a beetle knight representing decay and termination, a slime must demonstrate extraordinary courage that transcends its primitive instincts, directly facing and overcoming deep-seated fears that would normally cause its species to instinctively recoil, typically trials related to powerful natural enemies or destructive forces. Title effects 1 Prestige imprint. The name Slime Warrior is remembered by the magical creatures around the Twisted Oak, bringing either reverence or hostility. 2 Fearless Heart gains advantage in resisting fear effects when facing magical creatures 1 rank higher. Note, this is courage witnessed by the Dark Knight, a tearing of instinctual shackles, and aberrant glory born in corrupted lands. As the fear instinct dissipated, the once terrifying and repulsive Death Knight appeared to Chen Yu as nothing more than a slightly larger beetle. Not only was it not frightening, it actually looked quite clumsy, and even somewhat delicious. After a quick glance at the inexplicably appeared reputation title, Chen Yu couldn't resist deploying the poison stinger sword hidden within his gel. Object manipulation, the poison stinger sword trembled violently, its tip bursting with sharp, cold radiance as it precisely and decisively stabbed toward the beetle knight. Thud, the poison stinger sword struck the thick carapace of the burrowing beetle, leaving only a white mark without even penetrating the surface layer of insect armor. What astonishing defensive power. Chen Yu was secretly shocked, but he noticed that the beetle knight's body nearly flipped over from the impact of the poison stinger sword. Perhaps he could use this to flip it over. On the other side, the burrowing beetle had also witnessed Chen Yu's terrifying power. There was no trace of ferocity left in its eyes, only confusion mixed with fright. With its pitifully small brain capacity, it simply couldn't understand how a soft, weak slime could suddenly become so powerful. Pressured by the sudden mental stress, it grew fearful and panickedly tried to turn around and retreat back into the hole it had dug. But Chen Yu wouldn't let his nearly captured prey escape so easily. Immediately, 3 more poison stinger swords shot out with sharp clangs, drilling under the beetle knight's abdomen from extremely cunning and tricky angles, flipping it onto its back. Letter 1d633, letter 1d60, it small capen, letter 1ed3b, e circumflex, letter 1d64e, the burrowing beetle panicked, its 6 legs covered in hard armor flailing wildly in the air, hook-like claws unconsciously grasping about, accidentally getting stuck in the gaps of the thick, tangled tree roots nearby. Now it struggled even more vigorously, but this seemed less like an attempt to right itself and more like becoming increasingly trapped and sinking deeper into the roots. It emitted frightened, helpless hissing sounds from its mouth. Squelch, squelch, Chen Yu hopped over, steadily stopping beside the beetle knight's massive, violently struggling body. Like a hunter filled with power, without the slightest hesitation, his internal stomach sac churned and compressed intensely. Squelch, a thick, pungent dark green acid shot out like a high-pressure water gun, splashing fiercely onto the beetle knight's proud, jet-black carapace. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Intense corrosion sounds instantly erupted, pungent white smoke rising, accompanied by scalp-tingling noises. Where the acid covered, the carapace surface reacted and boiled violently, like cold water into which a red-hot iron rod had been plunged. But surprisingly, this powerful acid that could easily dissolve rocks and bones only left a murky corrosion mark on the black carapace. The originally mirror-smooth, gloomily reflective carapace surface became like it had been roughly sanded, losing some of its intimidating luster, yet still remaining indestructible as it protected the body beneath. Hiss, this beetle's shell is so tough, Chen Yu's heart stirred. If he could cover his soft gel body with this indestructible black heavy armor, those annoying poison stinger wasp attacks would probably leave no marks when they hit it. It was unimaginable how much security he would feel wearing it, so this beetle knight had come to deliver equipment to him. His round little eyes slightly brightened, fixed intently on the struggling beetle knight, trying to find any weakness in its thick black carapace. Whenever the beetle knight exerted force with its 6 limbs and seemed about to flip over, Chen Yu would precisely strike with the poison stinger sword, stabbing hard at its joints or points of force application, instantly disrupting its rhythm and causing it to fall back uselessly. After pondering for a while, Chen Yu originally planned to test attacking the beetle knight's constantly twisting tail, but then he noticed that as it violently beat its carapace, trying to spread its wings and struggle, several rows of fine pores were exposed on both sides of its body. The piercing, fear-filled hissing sounds were violently erupting from these pores. These were important respiratory organs and also the beetle knight's fatal weakness. Chen Yu seized the opportunity and shot out the poison stinger sword. Smack! The poison stinger sword was battered away by the flapping carapace, missing its target. No matter. Chen Yu retrieved several poison stinger swords and continued rotating shots several more times. Finally, amid the beetle knight's painful hiss, the poison stinger sword accurately pierced into a respiratory pore, making it struggle even more violently. The poison stinger happened to get stuck in its carapace, preventing it from closing. Chen Yu pressed his advantage, continuously manipulating more flying swords to strike. Squelch! Another poison stinger pierced through a respiratory pore and entered the beetle knight's body. Even worse, it was coated with the slime acid secreted by Chen Yu. Now the beetle knight struggled even more violently, limbs flailing wildly, its hissing sounds accompanied by hoarseness and obstruction. One could even hear the sizzling of acid corroding the tender internal tissues. Chen Yu waited for a long time until the beetle knight's 6 limbs completely stiffened and its corpse turned cold. The little ones huddled trembling in the grass nests suddenly felt the fear from their bloodline gradually dissipating with the beetle knight's death. Their mung bean-sized eyes blinked in confusion. Then they stared at the figure above that stood like a hero, confirmed the situation, and began cheering and jumping, their gazes replaced with deep yearning and worship. Only after confirming that this beetle wouldn't suddenly resurrect did Chen Yu squelch over, strenuously swallowing the massive beetle corpse into his stomach. When the burrowing beetle was completely covered by gel, Chen Yu's body had expanded to twice its original size, almost as large as the slime mother now. He barely managed to wriggle back into the grass nest, patiently digesting the beetle in his stomach. As the acid penetrated the beetle's body, digested meat juices seeped out and were gradually absorbed by the gel. Chen Yu, who had been drowsy, suddenly trembled violently. His mung bean-sized eyes instantly opened wide, filled with unbelievable brilliance. This burrowing beetle was even more delicious than he had imagined. The acid inside his body was efficiently decomposing the beetle's tough muscles and internal organs. When the strong acid corroded through the final barrier and contacted the beetle's most essential core flesh, a concentrated flood of exquisite flavor instantly washed through his body. The taste was as rich as the golden, oily crab roe and crab paste that flows out when you first pry open a crab shell, thick, mellow, carrying a uniquely domineering and profound umami from the deep underground, instantly enveloping all his senses. Immediately afterward, a strange fungal fragrance spread through him, remarkably similar to the rich, complex aroma of premium matsutake mushrooms being pan-fried in butter, a blend of earth, forest, and nuts that perfectly balanced the richness of the crab paste, adding indescribable layers of flavor. This wasn't an insect. This was practically a delicious bomb made from steaming hot crab paste and pan-fried matsutake mushrooms. Holy crap, Brother Beetle, do you have any idea how delicious you are? What he originally thought was a ferocious slime hunter turned out to be an underground king crab delivered right to his doorstep. Even better, this feast perfectly resolved the slime instinct restlessness that had been troubling him for a long time. The acid in his stomach was still happily churning, and even after slurping up the last trace of sweet meat juice from the carapace, Chen Yu's round eyes still gazed longingly at the empty shell inside him. Devour digestion LV. 2 triggered, burrowing beetle characteristics recorded, talent incubating 1/10, reputation title, slime warrior, novice slime. He had previously wondered how reputation titles were obtained. Judging from the acquisition conditions for slime warrior, it seemed one needed to complete certain challenges, defeat powerful enemies, or pass trials to obtain them. Was it possible that other magical creatures could also obtain reputation titles through trials? He thought it was highly likely. After all, the attribute panel strictly displayed data according to his physical attributes, and slimes were native magical creatures of Zearilla. Perhaps other magical creatures in different races could also meet the conditions for obtaining reputation titles, whether intentionally or unintentionally. Come to think of it, had he unintentionally uncovered some of Zearilla's mysterious rules again? After completely digesting the beetle, Chen Yu spat out the carapace. The black carapace rolled out from the grass nest, with shimmering light flowing across its glossy black surface. The thing had a fierce silhouette and exuded an imposing aura no matter how you looked at it. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it. Recalling that unique savory flavor, Chen Yu couldn't help but feel his stomach acid bubble with a gurgle. He jumped out of the grass nest and carefully crawled into the carapace, with slime gel filling the gaps inside until his body fit snugly against the carapace. Thus, the first heavy-armored slime was born. It might even be the first heavy-armored slime in Zearilla's history. From the little one's perspective, it looked like a green slime wearing a thick, fierce helmet. The black color made the cute slime appear somewhat solemn. Letter 1E59 A-ring, letter FF4E O umlaut, letter 162 E umlaut, S retroflex. The little ones excitedly bounced around, emitting pheromones that seemed to shout, amazing, incredible. It strongly resembled the atmosphere when an adventuring party cheers for the hero who just obtained a legendary sword. Chen Yu was quite satisfied with his new equipment too. Although his vision was 360 degrees without blind spots, he still habitually hopped around in circles to examine his gear. After moving around a bit, he discovered that wearing the beetle helmet slowed his movement speed somewhat compared to normal, but it was acceptable. At least with the heavy armor protection, not to mention moss monster acid. Even poison stinger wasp stingers would have difficulty harming him. So what if he moved slower? If worse came to worst, he could just eat all his enemies, then he wouldn't need to worry about being slow. Chen Yu left the slime nest and headed upstream wearing the beetle helmet. The surrounding floating slimes saw him and were instantly awakened by their fear instinct, freezing stiff with terror. He had no interest in bullying these slimes. After surfacing, he looked up at the sky and saw that the bright morning sky had become overcast with dark clouds, drizzling with rain. After the beetle night invasion, he realized that the swamp forest had indeed become more dangerous than before following the heavy rain. Based on his month-long experience in the swamp forest, Chen Yu guessed this might be similar to spring season here. Then going forward, the swamp forest would only become more lively until the cold, silent winter arrived, completing another cycle. The beetle night invasion wasn't accidental. As summer approached, there might be more predators invading this land. If he didn't want to sit around waiting for death, he'd better solve the poison stinger wasp problem as soon as possible, occupy the territory under the twisted oak, and become the slime lord. Once he had territory, establishing defenses would naturally follow, and many of his ideas could gradually be realized. Don't forget, he was still a slime that practiced cultivation. Wasn't territory equivalent to a cultivation cave? With a cave, cultivators could do all sorts of tricks. He was sure these savage magical creatures had never seen such things. While practicing the little arrow technique outside the thatched hut, Chen Yu simultaneously went ashore wearing the beetle helmet, preparing to test its defensive capabilities. Whether due to the beetle helmet's intimidation or the slime warrior reputation title taking effect, his action caused the moss monsters in the tree farm to become agitated from afar. When moss monsters saw him, they either trembled on the spot or fled in panic, completely different from their previous fervent attacking desire towards slimes. This large-scale invasion of the farm quickly attracted the attention of the poison stinger wasps in the tree. 4 black poison stinger wasps vibrated their wings, emitting annoying buzzing sounds as they flew down. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes turn red with rage. Recognizing the slime under the beetle helmet, the poison stinger wasps unhesitatingly shot their poison stingers at him. It really is a good thing. After retrieving most of the poison stinger swords, he activated them again, attempting to attack the poison stinger wasps flying overhead. Unfortunately, these poison stinger wasps had been dealing with him for so long that they had already witnessed the strange slime's flying sword methods. Being highly cautious of him, they basically flew about 3 to 4 meters above the ground, completely out of the flying sword's reach. Since he hadn't mastered the little arrow technique yet, he could only watch these flying poison stinger wasps with itching desire but be helpless. However, the poison stinger wasps couldn't stop him from sneakily eating the farm's moss monsters either. They could only watch helplessly as he swallowed over a dozen moss monster corpses, collected the poison stingers, and then left triumphantly. Looking up, he saw a wasp guard suddenly fly down from between the leaves. Its size was twice that of ordinary poison stinger wasps, with a wax-yellow tail end and a thick poison needle half concealed, gleaming with intimidating cold light. Although he wasn't sure whether that poison needle could pierce through his beetle helmet, He had no intention of taking the risk to withstand it head-on. Once he mastered the little arrow technique, that would be the time for him to re-emerge and sweep through the poison stinger wasps. With this thought in mind, Chen Yu maintained a low profile for the next 3 days, focusing solely on practicing the little arrow technique and the sound transmission technique gifted by the mouse whisker cultivator. The sound transmission technique wasn't very useful in Zuxuan Heaven, but it might play unexpected roles in Zayarilla. Since he had time, it was convenient to practice them together. While he remained quiet, the swamp forest became increasingly lively. Although the burrowing beetles that had previously invaded the slimes weren't colony creatures, they often migrated in groups. Soon, the abundant moss monster farm under the twisted oak attracted the beetle group's attention. Sensing that the surrounding swamp housed many slimes, they took a liking to this place and decided to build nests and live under the twisted oak. This decision clearly hadn't received approval from the oak's dominant poison stinger wasps. To Chen Yu's surprise, the two bullies actually began fighting over territory. As the third-party spectator, Chen Yu was naturally delighted to see this. Fight, fight. It would be best if both sides suffer heavy losses. However, surprises are always on their way. Compared to the territorial struggle between poison stinger wasps and burrowing beetles, the increasingly frequent appearances of demi-human traces in the forest soon captured his attention. He had a feeling that something unexpected was about to happen. The swamp at dawn was shrouded in a green mist, churning with the foul stench rising from the muck, creeping upward along wildly growing vines. In this soft soil, scavenging magical creatures could unearth decaying leaves and stones from aged sediment deposits, find skeletons of various magical creatures, and occasionally even slimes would quietly poke their heads out, peering at the entire world of mud and giant trees. Looking out at the twisted oaks growing in the swamp, they were too numerous to count. Deep within the mist, oaks contested by poison stinger wasps and burrowing beetles weren't uncommon in the swamp forest, just somewhat taller. And in the swamp beneath an oak, dark carapace surfaced as Chen Yu patrolled the poison stinger wasp territory as usual. His gaze swept around, finally settling on clear footprints in the leaf-covered ground. 2 sets of tracks, canine pawprint-shaped marks, those demi-humans again. What are they doing venturing so deep into the swamp forest? Chen Yu's jelly brain bubbled with confusion. Don't be fooled by these swamp forest magical creatures' small size and seemingly harmless appearance. They genuinely possessed lethal methods. Not to mention the poison stinger wasp's toxic stingers. Even the acid splashed by moss monsters was difficult for ordinary creatures to defend against, let alone the even more terrifying magical creatures deep in the swamp forest. Were the demi-humans so bored they came to the swamp forest for casual strolls? They probably weren't that foolish. Chen Yu guessed they were either hunting and foraging after winter food shortages with spring's arrival, or searching for something in the forest. Moreover, they often appeared around dawn, possibly possessing dark vision, which happened to conflict with his schedule, explaining why he hadn't yet seen the demi-humans entering the forest. Never mind. Since he'd confirmed the demi-humans appeared at dawn, if he waited in ambush in the swamp, he should have a chance to see them. As for now, he planned to test the power of his newly acquired little arrow technique. Race acidic slime level, black iron LV. 2x 13/20 cultivation, Kai training LV. 3 spiritual energy, 5/30 health status, healthy HP, 80/80 racial talent, devoured digestion LV. 2 other talents, acid secretion LV. 2 skill list, open Yuan treasure scroll LV. 4 object manipulation LV. 3 little arrow technique LV. 1 sound transmission technique LV. 1 reputation title, slime warrior novice slime, whether to attribute it to his good comprehension or the little arrow technique being easy to learn. He'd mastered the basics in just 4 days, even roughly learning the complementary sound transmission technique along the way. Letter 1D411 Alpha, letter 2115, letter 1ED3, letter FF42, open A, letter 1E67. Perhaps the attribute panel had played a role too. But moving forward, whether for skills or talents, the difficulty of leveling up would only increase. Don't be fooled by the mere 20 AXP points needed to advance from Black Iron LV. 2 to LV, 3 only double from LV, 1 to LV. 2. The difficulty of gaining experience was completely different. The same principle applied to skills and talents, requiring more feeding and practice. But overall, it was still faster improvement than ordinary cultivators and magical creatures. For a lazy dog like Chen Yu, this was both a blessing and torture. He probably wanted to slack off, but when practicing Dao techniques, the clear progress kept him addicted. He'd often sit outside his thatched hut all day, and even when Xiao Kingsong came, he had to approach closely to wake him. His eyes searched for a target on the shore, quickly settling on a moss monster leisurely chewing on moss. You're the one. Chen Yu focused his mind, silently recited the method, and began seeking that elusive opportunity. Dao techniques had multiple casting methods, the most typical being command seals, hand seals, and true words. Among these, command seals were the most convenient and fastest, but also the easiest casting method to detect, simply shouting the technique's name aloud. If righteous, majestic Orthodox cultivators used command seals for casting, it often had an intimidating effect on petty villains. But the younger generation of Zuxuan Heaven, often called the Lost Generation, unanimously considered command seal casting not only cringy but also quite embarrassing, unsuitable for thin-skinned cultivators. Chen Yu would have loved to shout little arrow technique stylishly and take a poisoned stinger wasp's head within 10 paces, since no Zuxuan Heaven cultivators could see him here anyway. Unfortunately, Slimes lacked vocal organs. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but he didn't have that factory setting. Another casting method, hand seals, required hands to form various mysterious seals. Did Slimes have hands? As if he could spend half a day barely shaping his gel body into hand forms, but expecting to perform hand seals was asking too much. Thus, for him, only the slowest casting method remained, true words. True words required the caster to silently recite the method, seeking the Dao technique opportunity to cast. Even with proficiency, it took at least 3 to 4 seconds. This was rarely used by cultivators, and little arrow technique LV, one's casting time was roughly 6-8 seconds, only expected to reduce to 4 seconds at LV, 2. Zuxuan Heaven cultivators divided Dao techniques into 5 realms: initial glimpse, entering the hall, consummate skill, subtle application, and heart-guided transformation. Remembering them was quite troublesome, but they actually corresponded exactly to skill list levels LV 1 to LV 5. When a Dao technique reached consummate skill, achieving LV 3, cultivators could attempt the higher-level casting method, heart impulse, meaning following the heart's movement, where technique emerges with thought. LV 3 Dao techniques could compress casting time to 2-3 seconds LV 4 to 1-2 seconds, and only LV 5's heart-guided transformation achieved complete freedom of movement, enabling instant casting. Of course, with the vast diversity of Dao techniques, not all strictly followed this pattern, and different levels often had differences in casting range and power. Overall, higher Dao technique levels were better. Chen Yu's first time using his slime body to perform little arrow technique wasn't very smooth. Before finishing the silent recitation, the swamp burbled with bubbles beside him, distracting him until the water ball forming before him burst along with the bubbles, making only a popping sound. An accident, just an accident. Again, Chen Yu aimed at the moss monster 3 meters away on the shore, silently reciting the method to cast. A lump of clear water the size of an infant's fist gradually condensed before him, stretching and forming into an arrow shape. As soon as he finished the silent recitation, the water arrow shot out, instantly arriving before that moss monster. Boom. Moss and soil splattered everywhere as the moss monster 3 meters away was actually blasted backward, landing with only a layer of skin remaining. Such terrifying power. Chen Yu was astonished. If little arrow technique had this kind of power, it was hard to imagine how much more fearsome the more powerful, harder to learn water arrow technique would be. Buzz. The vibration of poison stinger wasp wings caught Chen Yu's attention. He saw the commotion caused by the water arrow had disturbed the wasps and burrowing beetles around the tree. The two sides made eye contact, each thinking the other had launched the attack, resulting in another early morning fight. Suddenly, a rain of poisonous stingers fell around the oak. Dark beetles wobbled as they climbed the tree, only to be knocked down by stingers, then flipped over and continued climbing stubbornly. Chen Yu lurked in the swamp, secretly watching the spectacle, planning to fish in troubled waters by circling behind the burrowing beetles to ambush them. Just thinking about that delicious insect meat made acid bubbles gurgle within his gel. He admitted it, he was craving it, but any foodie would be unable to resist such delicacies without exception. This also happened to be a good opportunity to test little arrow technique's power. As he swam toward the edge, before even approaching the beetle group, he seemed to hear some chaotic noises coming from deeper in the forest. Frantic, disorderly footsteps, the sounds of clubs swinging, some shouting he couldn't understand. Those demi-humans, they were turning back, chasing something. Prey. Chen Yu abandoned his plan to ambush the beetles, stopped behind a rock, and sneakily poked his head out to observe the distant activity. Several vaguely outlined dark shapes quietly appeared in the thick morning fog, followed by the hoarse, urgent sounds of beasts chasing and biting, abruptly tearing through the silence. Deep within the mountain ranges, jagged peaks pierced the lead-gray sky like the spines of giant beasts, while deep ravines resembled the earth's ghastly wounds. The primeval forest wove an eternal dim canopy with its colossal ancient trees. However, what truly made living creatures hesitate to approach was the swamp area spreading wildly through the forest's heart like festering green pus. In this cursed land, magical creatures ran rampant, filled with abnormal weather and mana disturbances. The damp, cold air perpetually carried the scent of humus toxins and an unknown, cloying sweetness. In the eyes of the demi-humans struggling to survive along its edges, this dangerous, decaying marsh was truly worthy of being called the land of death. Even the lizard folk tribes, who had danced with harsh environments for generations, dared only operate at the swamp's periphery. These cold-blooded descendants worshipped an ancient ancestral spirit called the Coiler and Pudu, the bog spirit who governed the swamp. They believed the swamp was the domain where their ancestors slept, with the bog spirit acting as its guardian. Excessive disturbance would bring utter disaster. At the start of spring, when thin sunlight barely pierced the forest canopy, they would hold a grand ice-breaking festival, presided over by the tribe's scale-claw priest, to beseech the ancestral spirits for hunting permission and protection. Only then would elite hunting parties cautiously venture into the swamp forest's outer reaches, hunting the magically enhanced giant poison frogs and hard-shelled water lizards. Or they would gather rare anti-venom mosses and glowing swamp fungi. These were the vital medicines, food, and precious trade goods the tribe relied on for survival. Also coveting the marsh's resources were the knoll tribes roaming the decaying marshes and riverbanks. These predators, driven by demonic beliefs, were far greedier and more reckless than the lizard folk. For them, the start of spring was the season when the hunger's fang descended. The harsh winter had depleted their reserves, and the tribe's knoll war chief would drive his hungry warriors and trained hyenas to scour the marsh edges like a plague. They held no reverence for ancestral spirits, fearing only strength. Their targets were usually the large beasts driven from the deep marshes by toxic miasmas or lone lizard folk warriors who had dared venture too far. The two demi-human tribes coexisted on the river's southern bank, yet they harbored mutual hatred due to competition, prey, killings, all sorts of conflicts, viewing each other as potential stores of winter provisions. However, several winters ago, a belief called the corruption changed the opposition between the two tribes. The corruption faith aggressively suppressed heresies and, under the influence of unknown forces, gradually took the dominant position. The knoll tribe completely fell, leaving only some lizard folk within the lizard folk tribe who called themselves the Shed Scales, still putting up a stubborn resistance. But under the blockade and search efforts of both major tribes, today even the Shed Scales faced their final doom. Within the swamp forest permeated by toxic mist, a small, slender lizard folk tore through the deathly silence and plunged deeper inside. Sakashi stumbled forward with numb steps, her amber vertical pupils occasionally glancing backward, her slender tail lashing anxiously. Her scaled claws were covered in bloody wounds, and her right shoulder was pierced clean through by a wooden spear, revealing the mangled tissue and muscle within. With every step, she felt the wound tearing at her nerves, causing excruciating pain and hysterical gasps, as if trying to sink her consciousness into the swamp, making her vision increasingly blurry. She didn't know where she was fleeing to, nor how she could escape the danger. She was driven solely by the instinct to survive. Only by shaking off the corrupted believers hunting her could she, a believer in the ancestral spirits and the bog spirit, possibly find a sliver of hope for survival within the swamp. Shesha, Shedscale Gara, pray, chaotic, disorderly shouts erupted from behind Sakashi. A hunting party composed of two gnolls, one lizard folk, and hyenas emerged from the toxic mist. They brandished primitive clubs and spears, their voices filled with hatred for the heretic. Sakashi coughed violently, spraying blood. She only heard a faint buzzing resonate in her mind, like a warning from her brain. Then she merely noticed how tall the twisted oak before her was before she tripped over its roots and fell headlong to the ground. Letter 211, letter 1D5, 1E, Eng, letter 22F, letter 162, Yo, letter 1E63, Shesha, Shed Scale, the three demi-humans, eyes crimson with rage, shouted furiously and quickly closed in on Sakashi. Shaman useful, worship Morgal. Sakashi struggled to push herself up from the ground, sneering as she cursed, filthy corrupted believers. May the ancestral spirits in the swamp curse you, forever barring you from the bountiful marshes. I, Sakashi, would rather return to the swamp's embrace. Seeing her resolute attitude, a gray-furred gnoll stepped forward, swung its club, struck her abdomen, and sent her flying several meters away. Coughed, Sakashi crashed to the ground, her wounds gushing blood. Her blood-stained eyesight grew increasingly blurry and tinged with red. She could only see the panicked moss monsters on the ground and feel death closer to her than ever before. In that moment, she remembered her father, the man who had guided her to worship Pudu and watched her become a shaman step by step. Then a sudden sharp pain pierced her heart. Her memories were stained red with blood and ashes. That night she had witnessed her aged father, resisting the corrupted faith, have his chest pierced by the priest's sharp claws, blood spraying violently, just like her now. Alas, a heavy sigh echoed within her heart. It was a pity she ultimately failed to overthrow the corrupted priest, failed to avenge her father. She could only end up like those beasts, her bones sinking into the bottomless bog. But perhaps this was for the best. Being able to return to the embrace of Pudu, the bog spirit, was her supreme honor, better than falling into the hands of the filthy, corrupted believers. She lay powerless on the ground, her eyes parallel to the earth, seemingly able to see many green bubbles emerging from the swamp, as if Pudu's messengers, those slimes, were welcoming her return. Shesha, shed scale, the noisy, annoying sounds still echoed in Sakashi's ears. She heard the footsteps of death approaching step by step. Next, just a blow from a club would completely shatter her skull, but she no longer held any fear of death, only acceptance and regret. She gradually closed her eyes, willing to sink into the darkness. Yet gradually she suddenly felt her body grown colder from excessive blood loss, seemingly enveloped by warmth. It was as if soft slime gel was wrapping around her. Was Pudu coming for her? But the faint doubt rising in Sakashi's heart hadn't lasted long before she heard a scream pierce the darkness, echoing in her ears. The buzzing sounded intensely. At first, she thought it was her mind playing tricks due to blood loss, but gradually she sensed something was wrong. Wait, this was the sound of poison stinger wasps vibrating their wings. Realizing this, Sakashi's eyes snapped open. With great effort, she lifted her gaze and saw venomous stingers raining down from the trees like rain, driving away the demi-humans who had invaded this place. These black iron tier magical creatures usually appeared in swarms. Their launched stingers were deadly and terrifying. Even scaled lizard folk dared not provoke them lightly. How could there just happen to be a poison stinger wasp nest here, and why did it specifically attack the hunting party? Could it be that the ancestral spirits in Pudu had heard her prayers? Instantly, hope for survival ignited within her. Enduring the severe pain, she shifted her body, slowly moving to hide within the swamp. Chen Yu, hiding in the swamp, saw Sakashi also take refuge there. He silently shifted deeper into the swamp, then cautiously peeked his head out to continue observing. He had to admit, this lizard folk's vitality was truly tenacious. Even in such a state, she could still move and dared to let her wounds contact the filthy swamp water, practically embodying a complete disregard for infection. Earlier, while hiding behind the rock, he had witnessed the entire standoff between these two groups of demi-humans, but he quickly noticed a problem. He listened to these demi-humans chatter away for a long time, but he couldn't understand a single word. He was completely in the dark about the grievances between them. Therefore, he had no intention of intervening to help either the female lizard folk or that hunting squad. But coincidentally, whether it was that this female lizard folk's time had not yet come, or it was purely good luck, the previous little arrow technique had provoked the poison stinger wasps and the burrowing beetles into starting a new round of fighting. As soon as this group of demi-humans arrived, they immediately angered the poison stinger wasps, who saw them entirely as intruders. The toxic stingers shot out like a sky full of stars. At first, Chen Yu thought he couldn't handle the poison stinger wasps because slimes were too weak. But seeing this, these demi-humans were also having a tough time against the wasp stingers. It seemed there was a reason the poison stinger wasps could occupy this taller, twisted oak. Watching the hunting squad scatter in disarray, the three demi-humans frantically fled the area. The buzzing gradually subsided, and the forest returned to tranquility once more. However, not everyone had left. At least the female lizard folk was still hiding in the water. This was Chen Yu's first time encountering such an exotic race. He didn't dare to approach carelessly, so he remained hidden in the swamp, watching and observing her. Sakashi lay quietly concealed in the mire. Only when the poison stinger wasps above her head settled down did she slowly let out a sigh of relief. After recovering some strength, she wearily swam to the opposite bank, climbed ashore, and lay on the ground panting. Pudu must be protecting me. Having survived a life-and-death crisis, her body was completely drained, but she forced herself up and carefully knelt by the shore, praying devoutly. She recited obscure, difficult-to-understand prayers in her mouth. This prayer language originated from ancient demi-human tongue, taught to her personally by her father. Although the general meaning of the prayers had been lost to time through distant transmission, her father had said that prayer was merely a form. As long as one maintained a heart of reverence and admiration for Pudu, the swamp's gateway would always remain open for the lizard folk. After her prayers, Sakashi slowly opened her eyes, her expression sorrowful. Father was right, Pudu watches over and favors us. But from now on, those lizard folk obsessed with the power brought by the scale-claw spirit will forever be immersed in the lies of power woven by the corruption Morgul. After I return to Pudu's embrace, there will be no more lizard folk on the riverbanks who believe in nature. Thinking of this, Sakashi unconsciously clenched her fist. Her mind still replayed the bloody night, unable to forget the blood gushing from her father's chest and the cold, merciless expression on the priest's face. She knelt on the ground, unable to find release for a long time, but her attention was soon captured by the green bubbles rising from the pond. The sun's shadow climbed higher. The morning sunlight fell upon the gloomy forest, barely dispersing the poisonous mist lingering around. The light pierced through the gaps in the leaves, forming dappled spots on the swamp and ground, illuminating Sakashi. Arhatchek letter 1d5 1e letter 1 bara upsilon letter f through her body felt warm, and even the cold blood within her gradually grew warmer. In the swamp, slimes emerged one by one from the water, lazily basking in the sun, beginning their daily feeding. These slimes didn't seem afraid of Sakashi at all. In fact, they were quite affectionate towards her, even boldly jumping into her embrace to compete for the sunlight. This scene warmed her heart, slightly dispelling the unpleasant memories in her mind. Sakashi cupped a slime in her hands and kissed it in gratitude. Descendants of Pudu, thank you. It was you who prayed for Pudu's gaze to fall upon me. Chen Yu, hiding in the swamp, witnessed this scene. Seeing that these slimes weren't afraid of the female lizard folk, his round eyes showed a hint of surprise. As a member of the slimes, he knew exactly how timid these slimes were. Encountering a slightly larger beetle would make them tremble in fear, unable to move. Were they affectionate towards this female lizard folk because she posed no threat, or did slimes actually have a symbiotic relationship with certain lizard folk? Everything about Zayarilla was unknown to him. Relying on speculation alone made it difficult to understand this world. After some thought, since his slime instincts remained quiet, Chen Yu decided to reveal himself and try making contact with this female lizard folk. Of course, he wasn't completely unprepared either. On the swamp bank, Sakashi was still stroking the slime in her arms when she suddenly noticed the slimes floating on the water's surface seemed to have encountered a natural predator. They all swam towards the shore in panic, instantly clearing a patch of water in the middle of the pond. A predator, alertness flashed across Sakashi's face. She pulled the fang necklace from around her neck and stared intently at the pond. Ripples formed on the water's surface and a dark carapace slowly emerged. She recognized it at first glance as the shell of a burrowing beetle. Her wary expression gained an additional layer of disgust. As a follower of Pudu, she hated what the slimes hated, especially predators that hunted slimes. She tightened her grip on the fang in her hand, nerves taut, ready to strike at any moment. But unexpectedly, the next second, slime slowly emerged from beneath the dark carapace. A slime. Sakashi's face instantly became blank. What was she seeing? A slime wearing a beetle shell. Was Pudu playing a joke on her? Her mind couldn't process it for a moment, leaving her flustered and at a loss as she faced the armored slime swimming towards her. Staring at the scene that challenged her understanding, she was stunned for a long time, inexplicably connecting it to the earlier incident where the poison stinger wasps suddenly attacked and drove away the hunting squad. Could it be? A ripple of realization stirred within Sakashi's heart. Did this slime save her? As soon as this thought appeared, her amber vertical pupils trembled and brightened. She couldn't help but extend both hands, devoutly cupping the armored slime before her, and began murmuring those obscure, difficult-to-understand words again. What she didn't know was that the moment she picked up Chen Yu, he almost attacked. Only when he saw she was just chanting some mystical words he couldn't understand did he hold back. What is she babbling about? Chen Yu wondered internally. Since he couldn't understand, he decided to ask her himself. Fortunately, he had previously thought he would eventually encounter intelligent beings in Zayarilla and had practiced the sound transmission technique early on. Now it could finally be put to use. The sound transmitted by the sound transmission technique wasn't a noise perceivable by the ears. It referred to the sound of the soul, similar in effect to divine sense transmission, but it required physical contact to function. The sound of the soul acted upon the soul and the heart, a primitive language common to all living beings. No matter what language a creature spoke, they could understand it. Could even receive the other party's soul sounds in return, practically no different from an automatic translator. Back in Zuxuan heaven, the demonic creatures were so competitive that they all started practicing listening, reading, and writing even before taking human form, leaving the sound transmission technique with no practical use. But it was perfectly suited for Zayarilla, where languages were mutually unintelligible. But what should he ask first? Chen Yu thought for a few seconds and decided to start with the simplest greeting. He focused his mind, stirred his soul, and sent out a faint fluctuation. "Hello, Miss Lizardfolk." Sakashi, who had been praying, heard the voice suddenly appear in her mind. She first froze, then her eyes widened in shock. The slime is talking. Moments ago, Sakashi had experienced something utterly absurd. As a scale-claw shaman of the lizardfolk, she had always believed herself to be worldly wise, thinking there was nothing left in the swamp that could surprise her. But today she realized how wrong that notion had been. A slime speaking was something she had genuinely never witnessed before. The moment she heard the slime in her palm speak, Sakashi's mind went completely blank. Several seconds passed before she seemed to grasp something. "Messenger of Pudu, please accept my gratitude." Chen Yu heard the female lizard folk before him uttering completely unfamiliar syllables. Though he didn't understand the language she spoke, he could comprehend the meaning she intended to convey. Pudu, could this be some kind of belief system among the lizard folk? Questions surfaced in Chen Yu's mind, but he didn't inquire further, simply asking instead, "What is your name?" "Sakashi, a scale-claw shaman." Sakashi noticed that the messenger before her seemed to have difficulty understanding the demi-human language, so she specifically emphasized, "The name means swamp water." So he had picked up a lizard-folk shaman. "Where did you all come from?" Sakashi was taken aback. Did the messenger not know about the world beyond the swamp? The riverbank outside the swamp. We live there, far from this place. There's a river beyond the swamp forest. What's beyond the river? That's human territory. I've heard there's an adventurer town on the opposite shore, but Sakashi has never been there, only heard about it. Sakashi's voice grew progressively weaker as she spoke, feeling ashamed of her own ignorance. There are humans and adventurer towns too. So that means there might be human-established kingdoms across the riverbank. No wonder he hadn't encountered any humans since being born here. The demi-human tribes along the riverbank must be blocking the adventurer's progress. Letter 1E5D A ring, no VUS symbol 329. Why were those lizard folk and those dog-like creatures chasing you? Chen Yu's description caused Sakashi's mouth corners to twitch upward almost imperceptibly, revealing her amusement. But she immediately caught this subtle expression change, quickly composing herself as she realized her disrespect, hastily explaining. Honorable messenger, I was merely pleased by your description of gnolls as dogs, not intending any offense toward you. Without Chen Yu needing to ask further, she proceeded to clearly explain the entire story from beginning to end. Chen Yu learned much from her account. The lizard folk believe in 3 spirits, considering that every lizard folk possesses 3 souls within them. The scale-claw spirit representing power, the flesh-blood spirit representing life, and the swamp spirit representing nature. The Koiler Yasara, master of life in black scales, is the ancestral spirit regarded as unattainable in lizard folk eyes, having ascended to divinity since ancient times. This was once the most widespread faith among lizard folk, but as divine miracles ceased to manifest and the flesh-blood spirit's rituals lost effectiveness, it has gradually been forgotten by the lizard folk. Meanwhile, the bog spirit Pudu symbolizes nature, serving as the ancient swamp guardian. Its form is said to be a shapeless mass of swamp mud, very similar to a slime, which is why slimes are often considered descendants of Pudu by the lizard folk. Sakashi is the last remaining natural faith follower in her lizard folk tribe, which explains why she holds such reverence for slimes. Our tribe has dwelled along the Reed River for generations, united together against the cold, deadly winter years. If not for the corruption of Morgul's faith, Chen Yu learned that winters in Zayarilla seem far from simple, sometimes lasting an entire year. For the lizard folk tribes along the riverbank, nothing matters more than having enough to eat and wear during winter years, and keeping companions alive. The previous winter year had just ended, and both the lizard folk and gnoll tribes had starved throughout the year, leaving them with no food reserves, forcing them to risk venturing deep into the swamp to search for sustenance. During the prolonged winter, the corrupted faith of Morgul had somehow gained popularity within both major tribes. These demihumans became obsessively devoted to pursuing the manifestation of the scale-claw spirit, deeply ensnared by the deceptive power of corrupted Morgul, gradually sinking into dark abysses. They reveled in power's intoxication, forgetting the strength of both the flesh-blood spirit and swamp spirit, willingly becoming accomplices with the gnolls. Even the faith of the bog spirit Pudu had been branded as heresy by most corrupted lizard folk within the tribe, making natural faith followers become the exiled ones. Priest Zulok, he's the one manipulating everything from behind the scenes, the very murderer who killed my father with his own hands. I must. Halfway through her sentence, Sakashi despondently lowered her head. She realized she could do nothing, completely incapable of opposing the corrupted believers who had taken over her tribe. Don't you want to go back? I do, but I have no home to return to now. That's fine, you can follow me for now. Having finally acquired a helper with actual hands and feet, Chen Yu certainly wasn't going to let this opportunity slip away. Seriously. Having hands and feet counted as rare skills in the swamp, they could accomplish so many things. Moreover, his current body was so short that if he truly tried to leave the swamp forest, he might jump for 3 days and nights without necessarily getting out. He'd probably get eaten by some predator along the way. Having Sakashi explore the outside world on his behalf sounded perfect. Is that really all right? I wouldn't want to trouble you. More than that, if that group of demi-humans comes back here, it might cause me some trouble. Sakashi breathed a sigh of relief, carefully cradling the slime wearing dark carapace armor in her arms. Don't worry, honorable one, there are many dangerous magical creatures along this path. They only managed to penetrate this deep and linger nearby because they were chasing after me these past few days. Without natural faith, the swamp becomes a death trap from which there's no return for them. Faith has that kind of effect. Chen Yu gained further understanding about this world's wonders. Speaking of which, since you escaped from such a distant place, you must be hungry. Would you like to try some local specialties? Considering himself the host here, how could he not offer hospitality to his guest? Local specialties, indeed delicious food. It can help you recover from your injuries. Before Sakashi could fully comprehend the meaning of local specialties, the slime in her arms leaped out, squelching its way into the poison stinger wasp territory. Bzzz, Sakashi initially felt some concern, but then she saw the wasp's poisonous stingers clinking harmlessly against the dark carapace, unable to injure Chen Yu in the slightest. Then she witnessed a scene that made her brain short-circuit. A slime actually shooting poisonous stingers from within its body, sweeping through the moss monster farm beneath the tree, infuriating the poison stinger wasps who circled helplessly in the air. A slime firing poisonous stingers. She felt like she was losing her understanding of what a slime actually was. Then again, normal slimes probably wouldn't appear wearing their natural predator's carapace armor either. Right, truly worthy of being Pudu's messenger. When Chen Yu returned, he spat out the moss monsters concealed within his gel, looking at Sakashi with expectant, round eyes. Eat up, no need to stand on ceremony with me. Sakashi snapped out of her daze, instinctively picking up a moss monster. This particular moss monster appeared unexpectedly plump and tender to her eyes, seemingly much more delicious than those found in the swamp forest's outer regions. Having survived in the swamp forest outskirts for so long, the lizard folk had naturally eaten everything, moss monsters being no exception. During her childhood, whenever the harvest moon arrived, her father would follow the hunting party into the swamp, returning with baskets full of moss monsters to make into salad for her most cherished food. But now her father was gone. With faint melancholy, Sakashi bit into the moss monster in her hand. Crunch squelch, the moment Sakashi's teeth pierced the cool, slippery, gelatinous substance, the plump and springy insect meat burst open in her mouth like the most succulent swamp leech. This moss monster was far more delicious than she had imagined. Plump and juicy, carrying the unique scent of the swamp, tasted like happiness. Sakashi felt as if she had forgotten all her troubles, transforming into a slime happily bubbling away. It was like returning to that midsummer in her memories, when she was still shorter than the wolf fang hanging from her father's waist, clumsily biting into a moss monster with both hands. The deliciousness brought by that plump insect meat remained unforgettable. She became intoxicated, feeling warmth spreading through her body, even her wounds itching, brimming with vitality. When she came back to her senses, she realized she had unknowingly eaten all the moss monsters that Chen Yu had hunted. Sakashi immediately felt her face burning. She understood the importance of food better than anyone, especially in the perilous swamp where food was like a second life for lizard folk. Look at what she had done. She had actually eaten all the food reserves of the envoy. She felt utterly ashamed and deeply embarrassed. How was it? Tasty? If it's not enough, I can go hunt some more. Chen Yu felt she hadn't eaten her fill yet, but it was normal for a young girl to be too shy to say so. It wasn't easy to have a friend who could talk in the swamp, so he couldn't let her go hungry. Sakashi quickly waved her hands. No need, I just feel bad about eating so much food. Is it a lot? Chen Yu muttered to himself, estimating that this wasn't even half his daily food intake. It's fine. Moss monsters are everywhere here. Eat them all today and a new batch will grow tomorrow. Under this oak tree was the poison stinger wasp farm. Once the moss monster population decreased, his diligent neighbors would capture moss monsters from other places to raise here. Acute letter 1D51F open A letter 1E63 couldn't finish eating them, simply couldn't finish. If there weren't enough, he could just ask the poison stinger wasps for more, after all. It did not cost anything. But recently, a group of beetles had come under the tree, seemingly intending to compete for food. He planned to find some time to have a friendly exchange with these new neighbors. Sakashi breathed a sigh of relief, but when she remembered that her lizard folk tribe was still starving while she didn't have to worry about food in the swamp forest, a strange feeling welled up inside her. Perhaps living in the swamp forest with the slime wasn't a bad choice. Her gaze swept through the mist-shrouded forest. They were already far from the Reed River bank. When night fell, some beasts with dark vision would emerge to hunt. She needed to build a camp and shelter before darkness arrived. Sakashi shared her thoughts with Chen Yu. Chen Yu's soft body bounced, as if nodding. Better not go too far from here. Otherwise, if beasts come, I won't be able to reach you. Although Sakashi didn't understand what won't be able to reach meant, she obediently nodded anyway. After resting for a while, she went to gather materials for building the camp. Chen Yu also had things to do, quietly slipping into the water to observe the movements of the poison stinger wasp nest and the beetle group. He was gathering intelligence. The little arrow technique had astonishing power and sufficient range, but his skill level wasn't high enough. The activation time was long, and dealing with groups of magical creatures was somewhat troublesome. He planned to devise a perfect attack plan and find an opportunity to eliminate them all at once. Originally, Chen Yu had intended to slowly wear down the poison stinger wasps, but Sakashi's arrival gave him new ideas. Perhaps becoming the Oak Lord wouldn't take so long. Chen Yu stayed half-submerged in the swamp, occasionally bubbling. After watching for a long time, drowsiness washed over him and he fell asleep in a daze. When he woke again, it was already afternoon. The door of the thatched cottage in Zukshu and Heaven was knocked. Chen Yu woke from his nap, opened the door, and saw that Xiao Kingsong had come. "Senior brother, please come in and sit. I'll go get the medicinal liquid." Xiao Kingsong waved his hand. "Junior brother, no need for formalities. Actually, my main purpose this time is to bid you farewell." "Farewell? Are you leaving the sect?" "Ahem." Xiao Kingsong looked embarrassed. Junior brother's imagination is quite fanciful, making it hard for senior brother to guess. "Actually, I just plan to go out for some experience. Coincidentally, I heard about rare demonic creatures appearing in the outer forests of the 10,000 Poison Cave, so I plan to go check it out with some fellow disciples. If junior brother is interested, why not come with me?" Chen Yu lacked interest and wasn't particularly interested in the 10,000 Poison Cave. Shao Kingsong, however, was observant. Seeing his lack of interest, he changed the subject. Before parting, Shao Kingsong said he would send a junior brother to trade with him daily in the emerald bamboo forest. After some polite exchanges, his figure disappeared around the bamboo forest corner. Chen Yu put the earlier conversation out of his mind. Feeling somewhat hungry, he cooked rice with pickled vegetables to fill his stomach, then immersed his consciousness back into the swamp forest. A dark carapace emerged from the swamp as Chen Yu blinked awake. His gaze searched for Sakashi's figure, finally settling on an oak tree not far away. In just half a day, the previously messy ground of rotten leaves had been cleared, and a shelter covered with broad leaves had been built under the oak tree, with a pile of collected firewood beside it. Sakashi was squatting in the middle of the camp, seemingly trying to start a fire. Curious, Chen Yu swam ashore, hopped over to behind Sakashi, and gently bumped her tail. "What are you doing?" The sudden voice startled Sakashi. Turning around and seeing it was the familiar slime, she relaxed. "Starting a fire. The magical creatures at night are terrifying, but they fear flames. Magical creatures are afraid of fire too." Chen Yu had thought only beasts had an instinctive fear of fire, never imagining that even powerful magical creatures would fear it. Sakashi was taken aback. She seemed to have never considered this question. Do magical creatures fear fire? Of course they do, but if asked why, she couldn't explain it. Perhaps because fire's power is very conspicuous in the darkness and magical creatures might mistake it for mono radiance. She said uncertainly, though this was just her wild guess. Chen Yu watched from nearby, seeing Sakashi holding two angular stones and striking them together, sparks falling on a tree bark fiber. But the forest was quite humid, making it not easy to start a fire. It wouldn't ignite with just one or two attempts. After watching with great interest for a while, Chen Yu turned and returned to the tall oak tree to hunt moss monsters for dinner. The glow of sunset fell, casting a twilight hue over the forest as it gradually returned to unsettling darkness. Just then, sounds of Sakashi's exclamation came from the camp. Because of the distance and without the sound transmission technique, Chen Yu couldn't understand what she was saying at all. Thinking it might be a beast attack, he hurried back, but fortunately it wasn't. He floated in the swamp, looking up. He saw firelight flickering in the darkness, filling the wrinkles of the oak bark, bringing strands of warmth to the surroundings. The first spark of civilization in the swamp forest had been kindled. It was also the first time Chen Yu had seen fire in the swamp forest. The campfire dispelled the darkness, its flames passing through the vibrant green gel, making the slime's body shimmer with amber hues like a gemstone. Chen Yu had melted into a puddle of liquid sitting on a tree stump, comfortably basking in the warm fire. Sakashi was right, magical creatures truly feared fire. The moment he first saw the flames, his slime instinct stirred with faint fear, but soon his slime warrior title took effect, allowing him to easily suppress those instincts. Sakashi sat nearby, skewering moss monsters together with a wooden stick and roasting them over the fire until they sizzled with oil. The aroma of oil drifted all around, and in the darkness, magical creatures stirred restlessly but ultimately dared not approach. Firstly, because the vigorous flames instinctively frightened the magical creatures. Secondly, because of that seemingly harmless slime sitting by the campfire, any predator with a bit of intelligence could smell the dangerous aura emanating from it. At the very least, it was an existence comparable to the poison stinger wasps. They hesitated to advance, eventually retreating quietly. Sakashi, who had been watching their surroundings, breathed a sigh of relief and handed Chen Yu the oak branch skewer of roasted moss monsters. Watching the slime beside her devouring the roasted skewers with enthusiastic munching sounds, for a brief moment she felt a sacrilegious urge to reach out and touch it. "Sakashi, aren't you eating?" Chen Yu looked up at the dazed Sakashi, feeling puzzled inside. "Oh," Sakashi snapped back to reality, ashamed of her momentary thought. "Sakashi, what are you thinking? That is Pudu's envoy, you must maintain reverence." Reverence. She took a deep breath to calm herself, returning to the solemn and sacred task of roasting food for the envoy. The moss monsters were roasted perfectly, maintaining crisp tenderness while sizzling with oil and carrying the fresh scent of wood, which greatly stimulated Chen Yu's appetite. Small kapar letter 1d656 letter tf omelet letter winda fawinta. After devouring several more moss monsters with enthusiastic munching, he asked about outside matters. "Are you the only Shed Scales member left in your tribe? Could there be companions looking for you?" "Ah, what?" Sakashi snapped back to reality, only then realizing what Chen Yu had asked. Her mood turned somewhat somber. The corruption faith spread during the winter year. At that time, there weren't many lizard folk in the tribe who believed in corrupted Morgul, until Priest Zulok publicly called upon our people to join the embrace of corruption. He claimed that corrupted Morgul could grant us sufficient power to hunt larger, beastly magical creatures like the gnolls, so we wouldn't go hungry anymore. "So you believed it?" Chen Yu swallowed a moss monster, his gaze filled with curiosity. Some tribespeople believed it. The tribe experienced intense conflict amid hunger and cold, and my father lost his life for resisting Zulok. So my sister and I organized the last remaining Shed Scales forces, escaped Zulok's encirclement, and hid in the swamp forest. We wandered for several months, relying on the faith of nature to evade dangers again and again, finally surviving until spring arrived. But in the end, we were forced to separate due to pursuit by gnolls. I still don't know if my sister is alive. You have a sister too? Yes, her name is Semiea. She was the bravest warrior in our tribe. Witnessed by our tribespeople, she single-handedly killed a fearsome bugbear and completed the tribe's trial while bathed in blood. Trial, Chen Yu caught the key term. Correct, this is a ritual passed down through generations in our scale claw tribe. When a lizard folk defeats an impossibly strong enemy under the witness of their people, they receive the blessing of the life spirit, becoming stronger and more powerful. Isn't this just a reputation title? Chen Yu could now confirm that native creatures of Zayarilla capable of obtaining reputation titles were more like stepping into a higher level of existence, just like him, evolving from a lowly minion into an elite monster. Even though an elite slime could still be crushed underfoot by certain magical creatures, it was at least a decent start. Chen Yu originally wanted to ask more, but seeing Sakashi lost in reminiscence, he ultimately remained silent, allowing her to quietly reflect alone. The night gradually deepened, and the glow of fluorescent moss grew increasingly dim. The campfire still burned, but its flames were no longer sufficient to dispel the gloomy darkness, gradually becoming surrounded and confined to the front of the shelter made from branches and leaves. Let's sleep. Remember to add firewood in the middle of the night. Chen Yu hopped onto a rock farther from the campfire, feeling the faint chill of moisture, which replenished the water content in his body. Basking by the fire felt extremely comfortable to him, but it tended to dry out his gel, so he couldn't do it continuously. If you don't mind, would you like to squeeze in with me? Sakashi crawled into the leaf-covered bed, asking cautiously. Chen Yu didn't respond. He had melted onto the rock, circulating the three origin sex technique, the open Yuan treasure scroll, and had already entered deep meditation. The spiritual energy in Zayarilla was quite sparse, but even mosquito legs count as meat. The periods of night and early morning were when it was most concentrated, perfect for cultivation. Practicing with both bodies simultaneously yielded even better results. After entering his cultivation state, the slime body slowly emitted a faint fluorescent glow. Some barely perceptible tiny points of light quietly seeped from the surrounding air, soil, and even leaves swirling around it. The light was soft and pure, sacred yet natural, as if condensed from the essence of moonlight, bringing a sense of peace. Sakashi lay on the leaf bed, watching this scene. Her heart, which should have been anxious in this unfamiliar environment, unexpectedly calmed down without her realizing, like a drifting boat finding a tranquil harbor. She softly recited prayers to Pudu, her eyelids growing heavy until she finally fell asleep, her breathing steady and long. She slept very soundly. Over the next few days, Chen Yu practiced the little arrow technique while waiting for Sakashi's injuries to recover. Unconsciously, 4 days passed in a flash, with no lizard folk or gnolls showing up during this time. If one ignored Sakashi as the new resident, the swamp forest was practically unchanged from before. On this day, Chen Yu felt like he had expanded and grown again, sensing that his original beetle helmet was becoming somewhat tight. Race acidic slime level, black iron LV. 3x 0/30 cultivation, Kai training LV. 3 spiritual energy, 12/30 life status, healthy HP, 105/105 racial talent, devoured digestion LV. 2 other talents, acid secretion LV. 2 skill list, open Yuan treasure scroll LV. 4 object manipulation LV. 3 little arrow technique LV. 1 sound transmission technique LV. 1 reputation title, slime warrior novice slime. To be honest, upon reaching black iron LV. 3 he only felt like he had more health points and could withstand more punishment, with seemingly no other changes. Oh wait, that's not right. His magic organ could also accumulate more acid at once now. Chen Yu lurked in the swamp, observing the busy oak tree territory. The poison stinger wasps hovered around the oak tree, raising and harvesting moss monsters, while those beetles still stubbornly remained under the tree. The two sides seemed to have reached a stalemate. However, after these days of recovery, Sakashi's injuries had completely healed. He felt the timing was right. It was time to drive these magical creatures out of his territory. We're going to fight poison stinger wasps. In the camp, Sakashi hugged her freshly maintained oak club tightly, her tail tip trembling slightly, visibly nervous. Just the thought of poison stinger wasps, these magical creatures, was enough to frighten the lizard folk. Even a lone poison stinger wasp could make a strong lizard folk writhe in pain on the ground. With worse luck, amputation might be necessary to save one's life. If they encountered the wasps swarming out in full force, even the larger beasts in the swamp would suffer, and the tribe's most elite hunting team would turn and flee upon seeing them. Was she going to fight poison stinger wasps, or was she just delivering herself as food for them? Are you scared? Sakashi nodded, then shook her head, looking somewhat guilty. I should be able to help somewhat. I know natural magic. She waved the oak club in her hands, making a spellcasting gesture as if this could give her some confidence. So this oak club that could be used as a spiked mace wasn't actually a melee weapon for physically sending poison stinger wasps to the afterlife. Chen Yu felt he might have misunderstood something. This was the oak branch he had personally helped select 3 days ago. The reason for choosing it was simple. It was thick, straight, had substantial weight, and when swung would create a whooshing sound, guaranteeing it could clear out a swarm of poison stinger wasps with one sweep. If only he had hands, he would have wanted one for himself too. He never expected that Sakashi was using it as a staff. No wonder she had been treating this oak branch like a treasure these past few days, carefully peeling its bark, polishing it, and maintaining it with great care. But clubs and staffs looked quite similar. They were both sticks, so using it as a staff should be fine, right? Chen Yu suddenly felt somewhat guilty, though he maintained the composure expected of an envoy on the surface. Sakashi remained completely unaware of his thoughts, still immersed in joy as she displayed the staff in her arms, clearly treating it as her precious treasure. Letter 16B1 Letter 1D00 Noah Grove Letter 1D6 Thrufa. My original black willow staff was lost during the escape. Without a staff, spellcasting always felt somewhat awkward. But this one is much better. It's made of iron oak, hard and heavy, symbolizing strength and resilience. Using it for spellcasting makes spells less likely to be interrupted. You can't find oak of such quality out here. As long as it works, as long as you like it. Actually, iron oak like this could be found everywhere deep in the swamp, nothing special at all. But seeing how much she adored it, Chen Yu decisively swallowed the truth that rose to the tip of his tongue. Forget it, it's a new staff after all, let her enjoy it. What spells do you know? Chen Yu planned to conduct a thorough pre-battle assessment to better deal with the poison stinger wasps later. Spells, I only know 2 types. According to Sakashi's introduction, she knew a spell called Swamp Stealth that, when cast, could increase the caster's movement speed in swamps while leaving no footprints. When cast on others, the effect was halved. No wonder he had never seen lizard folk footprints in the swamp. There was actually such a magical spell. If Sakashi hadn't lost her staff, those gnolls could have turned the swamp forest upside down and still had difficulty finding her. What about the other one? Vine entanglement. After casting, it can control vines growing in the swamp forest to entangle prey. When I went with the hunting team to capture hard-shelled water lizards, I used vines to catch them. As for using it against poison stinger wasps, I haven't tried that yet. When speaking about hunting, Sakashi had initially held her head slightly higher, but when poison stinger wasps were mentioned, she lowered her head again with diminished confidence. It's fine, you stay behind and hide, watch me handle this. Learning about the vine spell increased Chen Yu's confidence. After all, his main concern wasn't the poison stinger wasps themselves, but that tall oak tree. Such a tall tree must be over 10 meters high. It would take him forever to crawl to the top, and he'd be harassed by poison stinger wasps along the way, making it difficult to reach the poison stinger wasp headquarters. If he could use the vines to knock down the poison stinger wasp nest first, dealing with the wasps would become much easier. Let's go. Chen Yu was carried by Sakashi out of the camp, facing the tall oak tree directly. Let's move out. Our target is to exterminate the poison stinger wasps. Yes, let's go. Sakashi was infected by this fervent emotion, her tension dissipating somewhat. For a moment, she felt as if she had returned to those solemn moments after the ice-breaking festival concluded, when hunting teams would depart. Tribe members would see them off, praying for them, offering blessings, entering the swamp forest carrying the tribe's hopes, pioneering and hunting. Now, the tribe was a homeland she could never return to, but here she seemed to have recovered some of what she had lost. Chen Yu and Sakashi slipped into the swamp, quietly emerging from the water. It was early morning, and the poison stinger wasps were still resting in their nest, while the usually noisy beetles hid sleeping under tree roots, motionless. If one didn't pay attention, they looked like black stones. Envoy, what should we do now? Proceed according to plan. First, knock down the poison stinger wasp nest. They had a plan. She didn't know about that. Never mind, just follow the envoy's directions. She raised the oak staff with both hands in the swamp, chanting strange yet rhythmic words. Chen Yu watched the oak staff with great interest. This was his first time encountering so-called magic, and he observed very carefully. As Sakashi chanted, the oak staff gradually flowed with green light, like moving swamp water, then dispersed into light spots that floated toward the surroundings of the oak tree. When the light spots encountered the swamp vines hanging on the oak tree, those vines, to Chen Yu's slight surprise, seemed to come alive, climbing along the oak branches, winding toward the poison stinger wasp nest. Buzz. The poison stinger wasps in the tree clearly noticed this eerie phenomenon too. The noisy buzzing of their wings broke the morning tranquility as they swarmed out of their nest, attacking any approaching vines. But it was already too late. One vine had already climbed to the position of the rotten meat nest, entangling and stirring the area where the rotten meat nest adhered to the oak tree. After just a few seconds, a large black shadow fell from the treetop to the ground with a thud. The poison stinger wasp nest had fallen. Success. Sakashi gripped her staff tightly, cheering internally. Good, let's hide first. Hearing the buzzing from inside the nest, Sakashi prudently submerged into the swamp, asking curiously in her mind, What now? Lizard folk inhabit riverbanks and swamps year-round, so holding their breath underwater was commonplace. Diving was nothing to Sakashi as long as she didn't engage in strenuous activity. She could stay underwater for half an hour. Silly, aren't there plenty of beetles on shore? Let them fight for a while first, then we'll make our move. Oh, understood. Sakashi quickly checked the staff in her hands, afraid it might fail at this critical moment. On the swamp shore, a dark mass of poison stinger wasps emerged from the collapsed nest, their wings flapping with frantic agitation, clearly enraged to the extreme. They searched everywhere for the culprit who had destroyed their nest. After circling the tree once, their gaze finally settled on the group of beetles that had just woken up in confusion beneath the tree roots. What other magical creatures besides these beetles could possibly attack their nest? Buzz buzz. The furious poison stinger wasp swarm seemed to have lost all reason, swarming densely around the oak tree and shooting venomous stingers toward the base. Burrowing beetles. Before they could figure out why their neighbors were so angry, the venomous stingers came pouring down upon them like a torrential rain. This immediately infuriated the beetle group with their morning irritability. They stretched out their 6 limbs and shakily crawled out from underground to face the stingers head-on. The scene resembled a dark night legion fearlessly charging against invading dragons, their dense tapping vibrations scaring the swamp worms and moss monsters into scattering in all directions. A great battle was about to erupt. Boom, a tremendous roar like a raging storm and tidal wave as knights and dragons collided, then retreated like receding tides, only to reform their ranks and charge again. The two forces repeatedly clashed and tangled, turning the battlefield into a boiling furnace. Of course, the battle under the tree wasn't actually that exaggerated. These scenes were all imagined by Chen Yu. To be blunt, the fight between poison stinger wasps and beetles was more like a village brawl, exchanging blows back and forth. It looked terrifying, but in reality, neither side suffered even minor injuries. Meanwhile, Sakashi was watching her first large-scale magical creatures war with much more investment than him, her eyes wide open, unwilling to even blink. Only when poison stinger wasps flew overhead would she duck her head back into the swamp. Just as Chen Yu thought the battle would stalemate like before, with both sides pretending nothing happened. The battlefield situation changed in an instant, and the poison stinger wasps suddenly gained the upper hand. It was a new tactic. The poison stinger wasps employed a new strategy. They stopped obsessing over using their stingers and instead used their numerical advantage to pin down beetles one by one, then violently flapped their wings, attempting to suffocate their opponents with body heat. R letter 1D400, letter 2115, O circumflex beta e umlaut, letter 1D8. At this moment, the temperature within each wasp ball rapidly increased. The beetles wanted to escape, but because they moved too slowly, they couldn't shake off the poison stinger wasps swarming around them. And whenever a beetle tried to flap its shell wings to flee the spot, poison stinger wasps would viciously jab their venomous stingers into their respiratory pores. This caused the beetles to struggle violently from poisoning before eventually falling still. Casualties finally appeared in the war between the two sides. The beetles suffered a major defeat, ultimately unable to match the established dominance of this tree territory's veteran rulers. Sakashi, get ready to act. Chen Yu wouldn't just watch the poison stinger wasps win easily. He silently recited the little arrow technique method. Oh, okay. Sakashi gripped her oak staff tightly, her stance looking less like spellcasting and more like she was ready to smash any approaching enemies. That's some good intensity. Chen Yu slowly surfaced from the water, aiming at one of the wasp balls with the little arrow technique ready to fire. Sakashi was still watching the poison stinger wasps flying around chaotically with caution when she was drawn to the movement in front of Chen Yu. She saw a water arrow gradually condense and stretch like a bow drawn to full power, then shoot out with a whoosh sound. Bang! A thunderous explosion rang out from the ground. The wasp ball exploded, with shredded limbs and juices of poison stinger wasps splattering everywhere. The beetle inside was blasted several meters away, staggering to its feet and standing dazedly in place, seemingly stunned by the explosion. Ancestral spirits above, what is this now? Not only was Sakashi stunned, but even the poison stinger wasps and beetles on the battlefield were bewildered by the commotion. Then they saw a slime covered in dark armor swimming ashore. The warrior's aura threatened the surrounding magical creatures, with some beetles even silently backing away in fear, wanting to hide back under the tree. Buzz buzz, the giant wasp hidden in the collapsed nest let out a screech, and all poison stinger wasps instantly abandoned their siege on the beetles, turning to surround Chen Yu instead. Swamp Stealth, worried he would be attacked, Sakashi couldn't help but raise her staff to cast the spell. The oak staff flowed with natural light, which then transformed into specks of light that merged into Chen Yu's body. He only felt as if swamp water was welling up beneath his feet, lifting him up. With just a thought, he quickly moved away from his original position, evading the poison stinger wasp's encirclement. Whoosh! Several venomous stingers shot out from his gel, instantly hitting the poison stinger wasps closest to him. Taste my myriad swords returned to origin technique. He kept collecting the scattered stingers around him, firing them wildly as if they cost nothing. Dark corpses fell like rain from the sky, and the poison stinger wasps suffered heavy losses. However, his target wasn't these scattered wasps, but the queen in the nest. He resolutely crawled toward the nest. With swamp stealth enhancement, his speed was astonishingly fast, clearly frightening the one in the nest, who frantically organized the swarm to launch suicide attacks. "I'm coming." Sakashi mustered her courage and revealed herself. For some reason, she felt an urge to swing her cherished oak staff, and in fact, that's exactly what she did. Yes, just like swinging a club. She knocked down a large swarm of poison stinger wasps. This oak staff ultimately failed to maintain its elegance and became a melee weapon. The moment she saw swaths of poison stinger wasps falling, Sakashi felt as if some switch had been triggered inside her. She actually felt incredibly exhilarated, as if the staff was meant to be used this way. Even seeing her new staff stained with magical creatures' juices didn't distress her as much anymore. Could it be that she shared warrior bloodlines with her sister? Just as this thought occurred to her, she saw groups of poison stinger wasps charging toward her, so she quickly conceded defeat and ducked back into the swamp. On the other side, the wasp swarm was cleared by the staff swings, giving Chen Yu an opportunity. He had already reached the front of the rotting meat nest, with the little arrow technique aimed threateningly at the nest, his intent unmistakable. "Come out, stop hiding." The nest remained quiet for a few seconds, then a queen wasp with an enormous tail was carried out by the poison stinger wasps. Before Chen Yu could use the sound transmission technique, the queen wasp tremblingly raised a piece of rotting meat above her head as if signaling surrender. These magical creatures were smarter than he thought, actually taking the initiative to surrender. But it would indeed be a pity to eliminate them completely. Magical creatures like poison stinger wasps that work diligently aren't common if he got rid of them, who would prepare his breakfast in the future. Moreover, with poison stinger wasps guarding the oak tree, even if wild beasts or demi-humans accidentally wandered in, they wouldn't dare approach, making them excellent home guardians. He lifted his soft gel, accepted the rotting meat coronation, then pressed it onto the queen wasp's head. "From now on, I'm the boss, understand?" The queen wasp nodded, prostrating on the ground, using her limbs to clean the debris stuck to his gel. "You repair the nest." The queen wasp froze for a moment, seemingly understanding, then directed the swarm to abandon their defensive posture and start collecting the scattered fragments of the nest. Sakashi came ashore. Is it over? Having just experienced a magical creature's war, the excitement hadn't completely faded from her face. Looking at the messy tree territory, she never imagined that wars between magical creatures could be so brutal, but at least they had defeated the dominant force here. If someone had told her before that a slime could defeat a poison stinger wasp swarm, even as a follower of Pudu, she would have thought they were joking. But after witnessing it with her own eyes, she accepted it as a matter of course, probably because she had seen too many strange things since coming here and had already gotten used to it. There's still one more neighbor here. Chen Yu hopped around and turned to look under the tree. The beetles hiding inside sensed his gaze and actually began trembling as if they had seen some great demon king. Chen Yu went hopping over with a squishy bounce. He appeared to be nothing more than a harmless slime, but in the beetles' eyes, the aura of their dead companions clinging to that menacing carapace was stimulating their nerves. With each step closer, they could feel their bodies sinking deeper into an abyss of fear. Eventually, after leaving behind several corpses, all the beetles withdrew from beneath the tree, abandoning the territory they had contested for so long. The war concluded in a hasty ending. Yet it was a victory that felt entirely deserved. The slime had defeated its natural predators, completely occupied the oak tree territory, and become the true overlord of the oak. However, from Chen Yu's perspective, another matter was clearly more worthy of his delight. "Sakashi, help me collect the beetle corpses." Just thinking about being able to eat delicious beetle meat later made Chen Yu's gelatinous body bubble up with pleasure. "Are you going to use these beetles to craft new armor?" Sakashi gathered the beetles larger than fists into her arms, but her gaze fell upon the beetle helmet worn by the slime. "You don't understand this. These beetles are actually delicious food." Food, a slime treating its natural predators as food. Fortunately, Sakashi had long grown accustomed to the envoy's peculiarities. What she was more curious about was whether these beetles were truly that delicious to make the envoy so expectant. Burrowing beetles, these magical creatures, were hard as rocks and often dwelled underground. She had almost no contact with them, let alone eaten them. "Oh, right, help me collect the poison stinger wasp corpses too." Chen Yu hopped to the entrance at the tree base. All the beetles inside had already left, leaving behind only some rocky lumps he couldn't understand, sparkling and shiny, probably treasures the beetles had collected. Letter 211D Alpha Nu Omicron Letter 1D51F Open A Letter 1E65. Since the beetles had all departed, everything now belonged to him. Chen Yu swallowed all the stones in one go and brought them outside. "Sakashi, help me see what kind of treasures these are." Chen Yu spat the sparkling stones onto the ground, still coated with mucus. "Let me see." Sakashi picked up the stones from the ground, examining them carefully with her amber vertical pupils. Huh, there's gray gravel crystal here too. What's gray gravel crystal? Gray crystals occasionally found along the riverbank. Nobody knows what they're used for, but the humans across the river seem to like them very much, often trading food for these stones. Perhaps they're some kind of magical material. Sakashi's tone carried some uncertainty. Let me see. Chen Yu became interested and swallowed the fragmented crystals back into his stomach to examine them carefully. Acid corrosion, no change, harder than ordinary stones, couldn't be digested. Bring it close to his magic organ. The mana replenishment phenomenon he imagined didn't occur. So what exactly is this thing used for? Is it really a magical material? Chen Yu idly churned the gray gravel crystal in his stomach when suddenly, for a brief moment, he thought he saw the crystal glow. Probably not an illusion. Wait, could it be? Chen Yu's entire gelatinous body wobbled and bounced several times, appearing utterly shocked. What had reacted with the gray gravel crystal seemed to be the spiritual energy he had gathered. Continuing to pour spiritual energy into it, the gray gravel crystal indeed began emitting a hazy light, like a light bulb, illuminating the slime's body. In that moment, he seemed to have transformed into light itself. Are you returning to Pudu's divine kingdom? Sakashi stared blankly at the glowing slime, unable to resist beginning to pray. What nonsense are you talking about? It's this stone that's glowing. Chen Yu spat out the glowing gray gravel crystal. The stone fell to the ground, slowly radiating bright and gentle light in all directions. He thought that compared to gray gravel crystal, the name light bulb stone might be more suitable for it, or perhaps it should be called the Zayarilla version of spirit stones. Although it was just glowing a bit, it had genuinely stored the spiritual energy he had poured into it. If this isn't a spirit stone, then what is? Chen Yu felt as if a door to a new world was opening before him. With spirit stones, some of the ideas that only existed in his mind now had hope of realization. What could spirit stones do in Zuxuan heaven? Besides serving as currency, they could be used for cultivation, restoring spiritual energy, setting up formations, drawing talismans. They were essentially the cultivation version of batteries, with far too many uses. He couldn't help but recall the lost trail formation diagram in his possession. With spirit stones, perhaps he could. Chen Yu indulged in his reverie for a while before snapping back to reality. You're saying there are many gray gravel crystals along the riverbank? Not that many, just occasionally found. If you want them, I can quietly go back to gather some. Forget it. The corrupted believers linger around the riverbank. It's too dangerous for you to go out. He didn't want Sakashi to be captured by those fanatical believers just for a few spirit stones. Chen Yu swallowed the gray gravel crystal again, submerged into the swamp, and returned to the slime nest. The fact that gray gravel crystal could store spiritual energy was excellent, but it was too conspicuous. He could only bury it in the nest for now and deal with it later. As for right now, he was hungry. In the camp, the bonfire crackled as it burned the firewood. The beetles had been pried open by Sakashi using wolf teeth and were roasting in the fire. The insect meat inside glowed golden, resembling plump crab roe or like oyster meat covered with golden and silver minced garlic. The rich, lingering aroma enveloped the camp and refused to dissipate. So fragrant. Sakashi sniffed, nearly drooling. Chen Yu was focused on eating and didn't notice her expression. With a slurp, he swallowed the beetle paste mixed with poison stinger wasp meat into his gel. The beetle paste was rich and savory with a unique mushroom-like fragrance. Meanwhile, the poison stinger wasp meat had its own distinct flavor. When roasted, it resembled stretchy cheese, salty and full-bodied. Delicious, Chen Yu chomped away, unable to count how much he had eaten. Finally, his body had expanded a full circle, becoming round and plump before he lay on a stone, happily bubbling. Satisfied, but it seemed he had eaten too much and could barely move. Whatever, who cares? Chen Yu squinted contentedly, his body gradually enveloped in warmth, becoming drowsy. Nearby, Sakashi watched him, then curiously picked up the warm beetle shell, carefully brought it close to the shell's edge, and tentatively took a small slurp. The scalding, thick golden paste and meat had just slid into her mouth when the flavor exploded on her tongue. First, an extreme freshness and sweetness washed over her taste buds. The paste texture was incredibly smooth with a slight stickiness and chewiness, gently melting on her tongue and releasing even richer, more complex aromas. She could even clearly hear the enticing gurgle sound the thick juice made when stirred in her mouth. Delicious. Her amber vertical pupils brightened noticeably and her tail swayed back and forth, unable to conceal her inner joy. So burrowing beetles were such delicious food. She took another bite of the poison stinger wasp, crispy outside and tender inside, so happy she could barely speak. The bonfire burned, the camp was peaceful and tranquil, while at the swamp's edge a storm of bloodshed was brewing. At the edge of the swamp forest. In this place where the boundaries between death and survival blur, highly toxic spore mushrooms glowed eerily on rotten wood, fungal mats covered seemingly solid ground, and startled hard-shelled water lizards or bizarrely colored poison frogs occasionally flashed among the twisted deadwood wetlands. This was the ancestral hunting ground of the demi-human tribes. Compared to the dangerous and deadly depths of the swamp, the outskirts could still sustain their lives and provide the food resources needed for survival. Every spring, the lizard folk would move cautiously through the periphery like ghosts, using blow darts to precisely hunt small prey or gathering glowing anti-venom moss to trade with passing human merchant caravans. Since the corrupted faith began wandering along the riverbank, this hunting tradition had gradually been broken. The corrupted lizard folk gained sharper claws and harder scales. Driven by greed, they attempted to hunt large beasts in the outer areas like the knolls, and even prey on other weaker demi-human tribes. For a time, panic spread along the riverbank, and even human merchant caravans dared not pass by the Reed River, fearing being plundered by the greedy corrupted lizard folk. Yet even the strong corrupted lizard folk had beings they feared. At the edge of the swamp forest, a tall, robust lizard folk figure was fleeing desperately like a startled gecko. His scales were as dull as if wrapped in gray mist, his slender tail flicking in panic, each step stirring hidden poisonous insects buzzing beneath the decaying leaves. Deadly fear gripped him tightly, leaving him no time to consider direction, wanting only to escape the invisible hunter behind him. Whoosh. A crude but powerfully thrown wooden spear tore through the heavy air, carrying a deathly shriek, and slammed into the rotten wood half an inch in front of the fugitive's foot. The spear shaft vibrated violently, humming incessantly. The fugitive froze in terror, icy despair instantly flooding his entire body. Trembling, he slowly looked up, following the direction from which the spear had come. In the shadows, a figure stood silently. This was a female lizard folk warrior, taller than ordinary lizard folk, covered in deep olive green scales as hard as cold iron. Multiple sharpened bone blades and short spears hung at her waist without a single unnecessary decoration. Her amber vertical pupils contracted coldly like a venomous snake locking onto prey, emotionlessly gazing down at the trembling fugitive below. There was no pity in those eyes, only a soul-freezing, pure killing intent. She tilted her head slightly, her voice like a cold wind scraping over stone. "Where is she?" The corrupted lizard folk ultimately broke down under extreme fear, kneeling and begging for mercy. "I don't know, I truly don't know. Lady Semiea, please spare my life." The female lizard folk's voice remained icy. "I ask again, Sakashi, my sister, where is she? It was all Priest Zulok's doing, it has nothing to do with me. He conspired with the gnolls, forcing the shaman deep into the swamp. That hunting party sent to pursue them never returned. Possibly they have already. Letterwinda favwina, letterwinda fatet bara omlet, letterwinda sixthra thwip." Before the lizard folk could finish speaking, a thrown bone blade precisely pierced his throat. Blood gushed out. His mouth gaped, deep in his throat gurgled unclear gurgle. Gurgle sounds like desperate bubbles choked by blood. Finally, his body went limp and fell heavily into the cold swamp with a thud. Semiea walked over cold-faced, picked up the blood-stained bone blade, and carefully wiped it clean. After standing in place for a long time, she took the wolf tooth hanging around her neck. The coldness on her face instantly melted, turning into confusion and helplessness. "Sakashi. Did I return too late?" "No," she clenched the wolf tooth. "The ancestral spirits in Pudu will bless you and keep you safe. I'm coming to find you now." Ahem. A sudden cough interrupted Semiea's thoughts, without her noticing when an elderly lizard folk had appeared behind her. "Semiea, it's time to return. You know we cannot linger too long under Zulok's watchful eyes." Semiea turned around, her face expressionless. "Shazak, I thank the Rotten Moss tribe for saving my life. But Sakashi is everything to me. Father is already dead, I cannot lose her too. I want to enter the swamp depths alone." The old lizard folk Shazak held an animal bone, praying in a low whisper. "Nature will not disappoint its believers. That child Sakashi is the most devout natural believer I have ever seen. She will be fine." But Semiea still wanted to say something. "No buts, learn to trust the wisdom of elders. Moreover, the swamp forest depths are filled with dangerous magical creatures everywhere. Without nature's guidance, you will only get lost inside. If you want to find Sakashi, first help the tribe resolve the immediate crisis. When the time comes, I will personally enter the swamp with you to search for her." Semiea clenched her bone blade, her expression full of killing intent. "Has Zulok come for the Rotten Moss tribe?" Not that serious, but not optimistic either. The old lizard folk Shazak slowly walked outward. A hunting squad was waiting for them under an oak tree. "Those brainless, corrupted lizard folk have been attacking our human neighbors like madmen, including a merchant caravan carrying large amounts of food supplies. That merchant comes from Ironboot Town, that impoverished noble from the adventurer town. A noble abandoning past glory to engage in trade, must be a human with quite a story. Regardless, this human noble doesn't seem as shrewd as other merchants. He fell into the corrupted lizard folk's trap and is currently fleeing everywhere. You want me to save humans?" Semiea focused intently on Shazak. She didn't dislike humans, but only because she was indifferent to them. If it came to favorable feelings, she had absolutely none. Semia still clearly remembered when she was only half-grown, her father had even sold his handy tusk blade just to trade for meager food with human merchants. Afterward, while hunting, he suffered a leg injury because of this, and his walking posture was never as natural as before. In her view, humans were greedy, cunning creatures, particularly skilled at lying and would stop at nothing for profit. She didn't like dealing with them, not entirely. Shazak's figure was lifted by a robust lizard folk. Our main target is the food supplies carried by the merchant caravan. As for that merchant, if we can save him, so much the better. As long as word spreads that the Rotten Moss tribe saved humans, at least our trade with humans won't be completely severed. Semia, remember, humans are indeed very greedy, but they have also tangibly helped us survive countless winter years. We still need their help, even if it means maintaining false friendship. Everything is for the tribe. When we have sufficient food supplies and our warriors are well fed, then we'll have the strength to confront the savage magical creatures and enter the swamp depths to search for Sakashi. I understand. Semia took a deep breath, said no more, and could only silently follow behind the hunting squad. This morning's sunlight was exceptionally brilliant, filtering through the treetops and dappling the fire pit that now contained only embers. After that grand bonfire feast, Chen Yu slept comfortably until the next day before waking. The slime's senses gradually returned from pleasant dreams, and the first thing he noticed was feeling somewhat squeezed. If he had to describe it, it was like having his forehead clamped between two door panels. As the slime liquid rebounded into three-dimensional form, Chen Yu opened his eyes and saw some undigested residue still remaining in his gel stomach. He was lying on the leaf bed in Sakashi's shelter, and only after hopping to the ground did he realize his body had expanded yet another size. He was now about the same size as Slime Mother, and his previous beetle helmet no longer fit as snugly. That squeezed feeling was coming from the helmet. Additionally, he discovered that his gel epidermis seemed to be covered with a layer of flexible membrane. Devour Digestion LV. 2 triggered Poison Stinger Wasp characteristics fully recorded. Acquired Talent Toxin Resistance LV. 1 Devoured Digestion LV. 2 triggered Burrowing Beetle characteristics fully recorded. Acquired Talent Resilient Carapace LV. 1 Race Toxin Resistant Slime Level Black Iron LV. 3 Exp 3/30 Cultivation Kai Training LV. 3 Spiritual Energy 14/30 Life Status Healthy HP 105/105 Racial Talent Devour Digestion LV. 2 other talents Acid Secretion LV. 2 Toxin Resistance LV. 1 Resilient Carapace LV. 1 Skill List Open Yuan Treasure Scroll LV. 4 Object Manipulation LV. 3 Little Arrow Technique LV. 1 Sound Transmission Technique LV. 1 Reputation Title Slime Warrior Novice Slime. So this flexible membrane was the new talent he gained from digesting the beetle, but it didn't look very reliable. Chen Yu removed the beetle helmet and the squeezed feeling disappeared. He shook his body and the slime membrane swayed along with it, not hindering his movements at all. It seemed that even the same talent manifested differently in different magical creatures. On the beetle, it condensed into a thick chitinous carapace, while on the slime it formed a thickened version of slime gel. The defensive properties were probably inferior, but it didn't affect flexibility. Letter 1E59, letter 1D4B6, letter FF4E, letter 1D2 beta, Eoganek, letter 1E67, there were pros and cons. Chen Yu felt the carapace talent actually had quite good potential. As for the other talent called toxin resistance, he actually gained that from digesting the poison stinger wasp. Chen Yu had thought he would get some kind of poison stinger shooting ability. With his flying sword and little arrow technique, shooting poison stingers would be garbage skills for him. Instead, toxin resistance surprised Chen Yu more pleasantly. This swamp forest was perpetually shrouded in poisonous mist, and most of the magical creatures dwelling here were toxic. The deeper one went into the swamp, the thicker the poisonous mist became without toxin resistance. One simply couldn't endure it. Without needing further thought, Chen Yu ranked this talent second on his potential list. As for who held first place, of course it was Devour Digestion, the mother of toxin resistance. Chen Yu looked around but didn't see Sakashi, guessing she had probably gone hunting. He returned to the tree ground where yesterday's battle occurred, and without using acid treatment, directly absorbed a poison stinger into his gel. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The moment the poison stinger entered his body, it immediately reacted with the gel, bubbling like boiling water emitting steam, then quickly settled into calm. Nothing happened, but nothing happening was the biggest surprise. Chen Yu happily bubbled with excitement. This toxin resistance could actually withstand the poison stinger's erosion. He seemed to have stumbled upon a treasure. After testing with several more poison stingers, he discovered that what could neutralize the toxins seemed to be some special slime liquid emerging from his magic organ. After these slime liquids were consumed, although the gel still maintained resistance to toxins, it couldn't process the toxins and could only expel them. One had to admit Mana was truly miraculous. The magic organ could not only secrete acid but also antitoxin liquid, and compared to before, it seemed only the magic patterns had become more profound, with no other changes. Gurgle, a hungry gurgling sound pulled his thoughts back, reminding him that while the slime was full, his body in Zug Shuen heaven had been hungry for half a day. His consciousness returned to the thatched cottage, where he hurriedly got up to build a fire and cook, spending considerable time before finally filling his rumbling stomach. The door was open, and at that moment he saw someone walking back from beyond the bamboo grove. It wasn't the junior brother Shao Kingsong sent to collect slime acid, but Shao Kingsong himself. He had returned from 10,000 Poison Cave. However, compared to when he left, he now looked rather disheveled, with half his face so swollen he couldn't open that eye, as if he'd been punched several times, appearing utterly ridiculous. His left arm also seemed slightly injured, with faintly visible red, swollen skin wrapped in bandages. Hiss Dai Zhou sang Hao. Chen Yu struggled to maintain a normal expression. Senior brother, weren't you going to 10,000 Poison Cave for training? How did you end up in this state? Shao Kingsong wiped the drool leaking from his swollen corner of his mouth, barely managing to speak clearly. That's right, the poisons in 10,000 Poison Cave are just that toxic. Senior Sister Gong said, in my condition, without taking detox pills, it would still take 3 or 4 days to recover. Then why don't you take detox pills? Chen Yu suspected he was suffering unnecessarily. Shao Kingsong remained silent for a long time before squeezing out a sentence. Kai Yi, poor. Chen Yu's heart stirred, suddenly getting an idea. Wait here for me, I happen to have prepared some new detoxifying spiritual liquid. He turned and entered the thatched cottage, retrieved the celadon-glazed porcelain bottle, and condensed drop after drop of antitoxin liquid from his magic patterns until the bottle was full. Is one bottle the limit? Chen Yu muttered to himself, then went outside and handed the porcelain bottle to Shao Kingsong. See, CD, is it free? I won't charge you spirit stones. Try applying it to your face. How, hiss. The man endured the pain, carefully pouring out some liquid and applying it to his face. A bit itchy. He didn't feel much at first, but then a wave of coolness washed over him. The burning sensation on his face disappeared, and the swelling was visibly subsiding before his eyes. Shao Kingsong's face lit up with delight as he repeatedly touched his cheeks, his speech becoming much clearer. Junior brother, your detoxifying spiritual liquid is truly miraculous. The effect is almost comparable to the 100 herb pills refined by the alchemists in the pill hall. How much do you think it could sell for? Upon hearing this, Shao Kingsong quickly calculated in his mind. For life-saving items like this, if sold within the sect, probably over 100 broken spirit stones per bottle. But if sold at the edge of 10,000 Poison Cave forest, it could fetch up to 2 spirit stones. Junior brother, what are you suggesting? From now on, we won't sell corrosive liquid anymore. We'll switch to selling detoxifying spiritual liquid. After the two settled the transaction details, Shao Kingsong's face was practically overflowing with smiles. The transaction price of 2 spirit stones was somewhat high, but it wasn't impossible to profit as long as they ventured deeper into 10,000 Poison Cave. There would always be people in need. Senior brother, do you have Dao certificates? Chen Yu's sudden question brought him back to reality. What do you mean by that? I've been wanting to learn some talisman-making skills recently. Since discovering the gray gravel crystals, Chen Yu's mind had become quite active. Among the 4 arts of formations, talismans, alchemy, and artifact crafting, talisman making emphasized the talisman master's technique more than relying excessively on materials. Perhaps he could find substitute talisman paper and ink in Zayarilla. He would practice now, as talismans could save his life at critical moments. Shao Kingsong chuckled cheerfully. No need for something as troublesome as Dao certificates. If junior brother wants to learn, I'll bring you a manual in a few days, though the talisman diagrams inside might not be very extensive. That's enough, thank you, senior brother. Junior brother, I still need to visit senior sister Gong to have her check if there are any hidden injuries remaining. I won't stay here long, farewell. After watching Shao Kingsong leave, Chen Yu returned to the cottage and began studying the Lost Trail formation diagram he had purchased earlier. It wasn't until noon that he finally saw Sakashi's figure emerging anxiously from the poisonous mist. Envoy, something terrible has happened. I discovered in the forest I found. Sakashi came running back while panting. After she returned to camp and explained, Chen Yu finally understood why she was so panicked. You mean there's a lot of abnormal mana appearing in the forest? Yes, that mana is gathering together like mist, attracting many magical creatures. I'm worried. A mana surge might happen in just a few days. Like that previous heavy rain, Chen Yu tried hard to squeeze a serious expression onto his gel surface. He knew it wasn't ordinary rain if it happened again. Probably all the magical creatures in the entire forest would come swarming out. Mentioning the heavy rain clearly made Sakashi look much more nervous. If it weren't for that heavy rain, my staff wouldn't have been lost. Envoy, what should we do? Leave this place, leave the swamp forest. He was a swamp creature. Even if a mana surge really occurred, he could just hide in the slime nest. but Sakashi couldn't. Staying in the forest would only put her in greater danger. Once the storm arrived, the camp would be completely overrun by frenzied magical creatures, let alone her. He had to send her away from the swamp forest. The territory development matters would have to be postponed slightly, but he originally had thoughts about going outside the swamp anyway, so this was a good opportunity to open up a forest path connecting the territory to outside the swamp, making future travel more convenient. Leave here? Sakashi knew she would have to leave the swamp eventually, but she didn't expect it to come so soon. She wasn't as happy about it as she imagined she would be, but the envoy was right. She should leave the swamp. Her sister might still be anxiously searching for her outside. I understand, let's go now. Wrong, I'm coming with you. Envoy, you're coming out too? Sakashi's tone was astonished. Chen Yu wobbled his gel, indicating a nod. I plan to open up a forest path leading outside for easier travel in the future. If you want to return, just follow the forest's poison stinger wasps. They'll guide you back here. To open a forest path, he naturally had to fight his way out, making the swamp neighbors move aside. For those unwilling to move, he just beat them a few more times. Then he'd send poison stinger wasps to patrol the path back and forth, dispersing magical creatures and approaching demi-humans to maintain the path. He'd already thought of a name for the path's smooth wasp route. Sakashi, check your equipment. The opening will take several days. Yes, I'll go now. Sakashi ran back to the shelter and retrieved all the wooden blades and blow darts hidden under her bed. When she returned, she saw Chen Yu standing before a column of poison stinger wasps arranged like soldiers awaiting inspection, standing tall and obeying commands perfectly. Letter 1D64D tilde, letter 2115 bar, letter 10331 US circumflex. They seemed more professional than the tribe's hunting team. She could already imagine the hunting team being chased around by the poison stinger wasps. The thought made this lizard folk afraid. Sakashi, you lead the way. Oh, okay. She carefully picked up the slime and headed back along the path she came from. To better command the wasp swarm, Chen Yu had brought out the queen wasp too, stuck in the slime gel with only her head exposed. The queen wasp was smarter than ordinary poison stinger wasps, but her intelligence was only equivalent to a 3-year-old child. Chen Yu had some brain-burning communication with her before she finally understood and nodded, dividing the swarm into 3 columns distributed in front and on both sides, tightly protecting Sakashi. Wherever they passed, magical creatures either submerged into the swamp or scattered in all directions. And the pheromones left by the poison stinger wasps seemed to terrify these creatures even after they had moved far away. None dared step onto the forest path. This was the first time Sakashi had seen such an impressive formation. When she first arrived, she was being chased by magical creatures. This scene was something she never dared imagine before. Being able to follow the envoy was wonderful. It felt less like pioneering and more like leisurely strolling. They passed by a hollow, twisted oak tree. Envoy, I remember there's a terrifying swamp poison frog hiding inside. Before she could finish speaking, a little arrow technique shot out and instantly blasted away the swamp poison frog hiding under the tree. Good, now there isn't. Continue forward. Sakashi swallowed the words she was about to say. Actually, she had been bullied by the swamp poison frog several times when she passed here before. Good thing she didn't say it out loud. That would have been too embarrassing. The pioneering team advanced along the path, and Chen Yu didn't know how far they had traveled, but he certainly ate his fill of magical creatures, with his toxin resistance proficiency constantly increasing. The swamp forest darkened early, so they returned to camp to rest in the afternoon and only continued their journey the next morning. With the poison stinger wasps following, most magical creatures they encountered didn't require Chen Yu to personally act. They were stung to death as soon as they approached and ended up in his stomach. After all this work, even before leaving the swamp, his panel talents and skills received major upgrades. Devour Digestion LV, 2 right arrow Devour Digestion LV. 3 acid secretion LV, 2 right arrow acid secretion LV, 3 resilient carapace LV, 1 right arrow resilient carapace LV, 2 little arrow technique LV, 1 right arrow little arrow technique LV, 2. Third day of pioneering. Chen Yu's group encountered some minor trouble. The abnormal mana was expanding faster than they imagined, already covering the opened forest paths. Even though the storm hadn't arrived yet, the forest's magical creatures were as restless as ants on a hot pan. Too many creatures were affected by the mana, constantly charging against the poison stinger wasp formation. Couldn't eat them all, simply couldn't eat them all. Chen Yu was so full he started being picky about his food. Rumble. Today the sky was overcast with dark clouds, faint lightning flashes visible, and light rain began falling. Probably in another day or two the storm would arrive, and Chen Yu determined they couldn't turn back. They could only continue forward, leaving the swamp forest before the storm fell. The good news was they were very close to the forest edge. The number of magical creatures was gradually decreasing, while signs of demi-human activity increased. In the dim swamp forest with drizzling rain, Sakashi crouched low and moved stealthily, carefully climbing over a fallen oak tree. When she saw the familiar marks carved on the tree, she immediately realized they had reached the swamp's edge. Envoy, we've arrived. Chen Yu had been distractedly reading the talisman book Xiao Kingsong gave him, but when he heard Sakashi's words, he blinked his eyes from within her embrace and refocused. How many poison stinger wasps remain? The mana surge affected all magical creatures possessing magic organs, and the poison stinger wasps were no exception. The queen wasp had intelligence and understood the danger of mana surges, though she occasionally showed some irritability. But the poison stinger wasp soldiers couldn't handle it. They might break free from the queen's control, get lost in the abnormal mana, and never emerge. Along the way, Chen Yu had lost many wasp soldiers. 13 remain, not bad, more than he expected. Envoy, this is our tribe's hunting ground. There might be corrupted lizard folk lurking nearby. For the surrounding demi-humans, mana surges represented both danger and opportunity. With sufficient caution, they could capture enough food to last a month. So the closer to a mana surge, the more corrupted lizard folk would actually be lurking around. Let's find a place to hide first, wait until the storm passes. Yes, when the hunting team stays overnight in the wild, they hide in shelters built by the tribe. They're quite dry and should be enough for us to weather the storm. I know of an abandoned one nearby. Sakashi felt her way forward, moving very cautiously, but soon her expression became surprised. Chen Yu noticed her unusual reaction. What happened? There's the smell of blood here, human blood. Bending down and carefully advancing another dozen meters, the smell of blood became thick and pungent. Sakashi pushed aside the damp fan-leaf bushes, revealing a shocking scene before her eyes. Dozens of human corpses lay scattered haphazardly on the ground. Judging from the broken emblems, they appeared to be adventurers hired by some merchant caravan. Notched great swords, broken spear shafts, and round wooden shields covered with cheap cowhide. The equipment scattered across the ground confirmed their identities as adventurers. Their worn and tattered chainmail was now completely torn apart by inhuman claws, twisted metal rings hanging from the corpses like shredded fishing nets, revealing the equally torn leather armor lining and flesh beneath. Further away, faint sounds of fighting and cursing seemed to be coming through. These kinds of wounds were made by those corrupted lizard folk. Having grown up with the swamp forest and accustomed to bloody scenes, Sakashi didn't panic, though she felt somewhat concerned. They're chasing something. Let's sneak over and take a look. Chen Yu watched the excitement without worrying about the trouble. It would be even better if he could teach these corrupted lizard folk who were obstructing his smooth wasp route a lesson. As Sakashi carried him past, he curiously examined the human corpses on the ground. Chestnut brown curly hair, high-bridged noses, freckled faces, full of exotic charm. These were indeed humans, even more human-like than he had imagined. They had heads and faces, 2 eyes, noses, and mouths, all in the right places. That was just so human. This reassured him, at least Zayarilla wasn't some bizarre world. Sakashi tightened her grip on the slime in her arms, cautiously sneaking forward until she found a high ground with good visibility that offered a clear view of what was happening ahead. In the ancient banyan forest deep in the swamp, thick mist spread everywhere, the smell of rotting wood mixed with the scent of blood. Massive buttress roots twisted like walls, dividing the battlefield. In the battle against the corrupted lizard folk over food supplies, the Rotten Moss tribe's hunting team was steadily losing ground. Their plan to rescue the human merchant caravan had failed. They had been ambushed. Hold the line for the ancestral spirits. For the tribe, an experienced warrior roared, swinging his bone blade at a charging scale claw warrior. Clang, sparks flew everywhere. The bone blade left only a shallow white mark on the opponent's thick gray-scaled shoulder. The corrupted lizard folk grinned viciously, backhanding with a claw that tore through the air with a whistling sound, easily knocking away the Rotten Moss warrior's weapon, then immediately driving another sharp claw hard into his abdomen. Letter 10342 Aringen Armenian. Higo Enus. Letter 1D401 Cyrillicule. Letter 1D4E2 Thud. The sharp claw pierced flesh. Blood gushing wildly. The Rotten Moss warrior's eyes widened, pain and despair overwhelming him as his body was thrown back by the tremendous force, slamming against the slippery banyan root before falling silent. The Scale Claw tribe's hunting team surged forward like a gray tide of death. This was a force they simply couldn't withstand. The corrupted lizard folk were generally a full size larger than the Rotten Moss warriors, with bulging muscles and dull scales that reflected metallic cold light in the dim lighting. Their claws were exceptionally sharp, easily tearing through the Rotten Moss warrior's leather armor and relatively soft green scales. Every pounce carried frenzied power, every bite accompanied by companions' agonized screams. Retreat. Fall back to the stone pillar area. The Rotten Moss tribe's captain, an old warrior with vicious claw marks on his face, commanded in a hoarse voice. But the retreat path was already blocked by 2 corrupted lizard folk, their eyes burning with turbid, ominous dark red light, the mad power granted by the corruption Morgul. Despair enveloped the surviving rotten moss warriors, but the fighting spirit in their eyes hadn't faded, as if waiting for something to appear. On the high ground, envoy, should we intervene? Sakashi gripped her staff tightly, staring intently at the battlefield. This battle had been going on for quite some time before they arrived. She recognized the identity of the corrupted lizard folk's opponents. They were lizard folk from the rotten moss tribe further north. These rotten moss lizard folk still have a trump card up their sleeve. A trump card. The confusion on Sakashi's face didn't last long before she saw a figure slowly emerging from the thick mist. Her eyes widened, filled with surprise and joy, just as the corrupted lizard folk grinned viciously, preparing to launch the final strike to completely crush the remaining rotten moss fighters. Whoosh! An ear-piercing shriek tore through the thick fog. The sound was as shrill as the whistle of death itself. A crude yet terrifyingly powerful spear transformed into a blurred black shadow, shooting with perfect accuracy from the battlefield's flank. Thud! The corrupted lizard folk at the forefront, about to tear apart a wounded rotten moss warrior, suddenly froze mid-action. That wooden spear pierced through his proud, thick gray scales like a hot knife through butter, deeply embedding itself in his chest. The tremendous impact force even made his burly body stagger backward 2 steps before he collapsed heavily, leaving only a horrifying hole in his chest that continuously gushed foul blood. The battlefield fell deathly silent instantly. Both the despairing rotten moss warriors and the frenzied scale claw hunters stared in shock toward the direction the spear had come from. From the edge of shadows and thick fog, a towering, heart-stopping figure slowly emerged. Semiea. Her deep olive-scale armor seemed forged from cold iron, tightly fitting her explosive physique. Several bone blades hung at her waist, gleaming with pale cold light, while a blow dart tube was slung across her shoulder. She still held a bloody head in her hand. She didn't utter any battle cry, simply stepping silently onto the battlefield. Each step seemed to fall in rhythm with heartbeats heavy and deadly. Her amber vertical pupils coldly swept across the battlefield. When her gaze passed over the shocked and uncertain corrupted lizard folk, the soul-freezing, pure-killing intent almost became tangible, making even the fiercest scale-claw warriors feel chills down their spines. Lady Semiea, our Valkyrie has arrived. She ignored the fearful yet hopeful gazes of the rotten moss warriors. She had only one goal: to crush the corrupted beings before her. It's that monster, kill her! A corrupted lizard folk recovered from the shock first, roaring as he swung his claws to charge, attempting to suppress this sudden threat with brute force. Semiea didn't even draw her blade. She slightly sidestepped, avoiding the sharp edge of the claw strike, her strong, powerful tail sweeping out like a steel whip. Thump! A dull impact sound rang out. The corrupted warrior was solidly struck in the ribs, his thick gray scales shattering and denting as his entire body flew sideways like a broken kite, crashing through a low branch before collapsing to the ground, blood trickling from his nose and mouth, unable to rise again. Semiea moved. Her movements were swift as lightning, precise as a venomous snake. The bone blade left its sheath, tracing a cold arc that instantly slit the throat of another corrupted lizard folk attempting to sneak attack. Her movements were clean and efficient, without the slightest hesitation. Then she drew a short spear with a backhand motion, accurately throwing it to pin a distant corrupted archer who was drawing his bow against a tree trunk. She operated like an efficiently running killing machine, advancing against the gray tide. The powerful corrupted warriors appeared clumsy before her, their proud gray scales like paper under her strength and the bone blade's precise strikes. With her entry into the battle, the tide began to turn. The rotten moss warriors' eyes reignited with flames of hope as they launched a counterattack. Sakashi, you said this is your sister? Chen Yu's voice carried suspicion. This female lizard folk's combat power was simply off the charts. No wonder she was an elite lizard folk with a reputation title. But he found it hard to connect such a powerful female lizard folk warrior with the clumsy shaman carrying him. Forget being sisters, they didn't even seem like the same species. Sakashi blushed, understanding what Chen Yu meant. I'm still quite powerful. She tried waving her staff to demonstrate her strength, but her slender arms didn't look very convincing. Chen Yu's gaze followed Semiea's rapidly moving figure as she penetrated deep into the banyan forest. Wherever the female lizard folk passed, blood splattered everywhere with severed limbs and dismembered bodies littering the ground. Her muscle lines were smooth and elegant, each burst of power carrying tremendous visual impact, yet her hunting techniques maintained a precise and concise style, like a hunting warrior dancing on the edge of blades. And her prey were precisely those corrupted lizard folk. Sakashi, you should go back now. With your sister here, even a fool like you can be reassuring. Chen Yu withdrew his gaze, jumped out of Sakashi's embrace, and landed on the damp, mossy ground. Although she had been mentally prepared, Sakashi's current joy was still considerably diluted by the parting. She knelt on the ground, crossed her hands over her chest, performing her final prayer before departure. But Chen Yu still couldn't understand it as usual. Compared to the strange-sounding demi-human language, this prayer sounded more like sleep talking from dreams. Probably even the lizard folk couldn't understand it. Was this thing really not something her father made up to fool her back in the day? Envoy, when I have time, I'll come back again. I'll bring lots and lots of gray gravel crystals to see you, and the beetles and moss monsters you like to eat. Chen Yu stood on the high ground, imagining himself like a peerless master with hands behind his back, leaving only an aloof, round silhouette. Even hearing about his favorite beetles, he could pretend to maintain a detached demeanor. Go ahead, he said no more. This was always the way of masters. Even in sorrowful partings, they could speak the briefest words. After bidding farewell, Sakashi finally left the high ground. Within the green jungle, several figures leaped over decaying trees and giant rocks, traversing the terrain as if walking on flat ground. Lady Semiea, spare us. The corrupted lizard folk clutched their shoulder wounds, stumbling as they fled ahead, their restless vertical pupils filled with unease and terror. From behind, a green shadow like death rapidly pursued. Semiea's gaze indifferently tracked the few fleeing corrupted lizard folk, her eyes devoid of any emotion, as if looking at several corpses. Letter 1d64d, a circumflex omicron, but she drew a short spear from her back, aiming at the fleeing figures, her cold gaze like ice that could pierce straight into one's heart. Eventually, one lizard folk couldn't bear the fear of imminent death accompanying them, broke down, stopped running, and screamed madly, "Come on, come kill." Cold light pierced the gloom, blood blurred the rain lines, pattering down on the mossy ground, staining it with a touch of crimson. The terrified lizard folk clutched at the bone blade, piercing through their neck, then collapsed with a crash. The fleeing corrupted lizard folk were terrified to the extreme, as if swallowed by despairing darkness that drained all their strength and senses. They could no longer run, even breathing became extremely difficult, almost squeezing every bit of strength from their bodies. Watching Semiea approach step by step, holding her short spear, carrying the aura of death. The corrupted lizard folk cursed, shouting with false bravado. Stop right there. Don't you want to know where Sakashi is?" At these words, Semiea's icy gaze finally showed some change, stopping for the first time. "Where is she? One wrong word and you die." The three corrupted lizard folk exchanged glances. "She's right, die." They suddenly burst into action, blades piercing through the air, whistling as they brought up sharp, bloody winds. The gray scales enlarged in Semiea's amber vertical pupils, her expression showing no change at all. She only retreated half a step, drew her bone blade, and was about to strike. Fine entanglement. At that moment, a clear yet powerful female voice rang out from the high ground behind Semiea. Semiea's pupils sharply contracted, that voice. Rustle, countless tough vines surged madly from the ancient banyan's branches like living creatures, instantly entangling the corrupted lizard folks' bodies, particularly binding their claws that had just gathered strength. Their forward momentum abruptly stalled. Semiea mercilessly swept her bone blade across the corrupted lizard folks' throats. Blood lines appeared, and 3 heads fell simultaneously. But she had no mind to deal with these filthy heretics. Instantly turning around, her gaze passing over the arriving rotten moss hunting team, accurately capturing the familiar figure hiding under the collapsed rotten wood. Dark green scales, shaman's bone ornaments, and those eyes filled with concern and anxiety. Sakashi, the frozen killing intent on Semiea's cold face, instantly melted away like spring ice thawing, replaced by an incredible, immense surprise. Little sister, she was alive, right before her eyes. Sister, Sakashi waved joyfully, running over while holding her staff. Even when she reached her, Semiea still seemed somewhat unbelievable. "I heard those traitors say you accidentally entered the swamp forest. How did you appear here?" "He, I'm Pudu's most devout believer. Lord Pudu couldn't bear to watch me get eaten by magical creatures." Sakashi ultimately didn't reveal the existence of Pudu's envoy, not just because of the surrounding rotten moss warriors, but simply because she felt the envoy seemed to dislike being disturbed. Coming back is what matters. Come, leave this place with me. In the dark swamp, Chen Yu watched as Sakashi followed the group of lizard folk away, gradually withdrawing his gaze. He currently had no plans to contact the lizard folk tribe. Only this foolish shaman would believe he was Pudu's envoy. Other lizard folk wouldn't trust others so easily, especially when the object was a magical creature. With corrupted lizard folk running everywhere at the swamp's edge, it's really too unsafe. For a magical creature, the swamp was more suitable for him. At least there weren't so many intelligent beings there, nor scheming and intrigue. Only pure strength mattered. Fighting for pleasure was the way to go. He planned to first go to the abandoned shelter Sakashi mentioned, let the wasp soldiers take shelter from the rain, and return to the oak territory after the heavy storm. But without Sakashi carrying him, his travel speed could only be described as snail-like. Took him half a day just to find the shelter. Chen Yu hid in the dry, concealed stone cave, while the remaining 8 poison stinger wasp soldiers perched on nearby rocks, cleaning the heavy water droplets from their wings. His expression was thoughtful as he scanned the forest swamp through the gloom. Actually, when the lizard folk were fighting, the queen wasp had told him something was hiding nearby, seemingly a surviving human. The heavy storm is coming. If that poor guy doesn't leave the swamp soon, he probably won't survive tonight. Forget it, not my concern. That night, thunder pierced the swamp forest's tranquility. The rain fell heavier and heavier, with occasional beast roars heard from the forest. It was truly terrifying that human was probably indeed done for. Until the next day, the heavy rain continued falling. They suddenly burst into action, blades piercing through the air, whistling as they brought up sharp, pungent winds. But with this travel speed, he couldn't expect to move quickly. He could only study talisman drawing while traveling to pass the time. After the heavy rain, magical creatures were everywhere in the swamp. Slimes had become so numerous they were countless, shimmering like sparkling emeralds under the sunlight, casting a soft green glow over the forest. Chen Yu was an inconspicuous member among them, hopping and walking through the afternoon swamp, with occasional dappled sunlight filtering through his transparent gel. It felt warm and very comfortable. Having been away from his territory for so long, he began to miss the warm, cozy slime nest, along with Slime Mother and those little ones. With the poison stinger wasps watching over them, probably no magical creatures would dare bully them. But he still felt the territory wasn't secure enough. It would be best to complete the territory construction before the next heavy rain arrived, making it capable of withstanding rampaging magical creatures. This wasn't particularly difficult, just time-consuming. After traveling day and night, Chen Yu finally returned to the oak tree territory. Compared to when he had left, the area around the oak tree territory had become a complete mess. Sakashi's camp had been overrun by magical creatures, the fire pit was buried under withered leaves, and everything had returned to its primitive state. Fortunately, with the poison stinger wasp soldiers managing the oak tree territory, the breeding farm remained exactly as before, though it now housed some plump moss monsters. After enjoying a satisfying breakfast, Chen Yu dove to the bottom of the swamp and returned to the slime nest. During his absence, many new slime nests seemed to have been established in the surrounding area, but only the area around his slime nest remained untouched, with no slimes daring to approach. With a soft plopping sound, he squeezed into the nest and saw Slime Mother feeding the little ones who had already grown to thumb size. The little creatures stared blankly at him at first, then recognized him and began happily rolling and bouncing in Slime Mother's embrace. When Slime Mother saw him, she slowly released gentle pheromones, conveying something like faint joy. As Chen Yu wriggled inside, he realized that with his growth, the originally spacious nest now felt somewhat crowded. He touched Slime Mother with his forehead and used the sound transmission technique to convey the idea of moving. Oak tree, my territory. Move, slime brains were even simpler than poison stinger wasps, clearly unable to understand such complex language. Fortunately, slime pheromones contained primitive expressions for moving and territory, as if some slime had actually acquired territory before and moved its nest out of the dark swamp bottom. Slime Mother blinked her eyes, remaining dazed for quite a while before seemingly understanding his words, then quietly pressed each little one into her gel to carry them away. R acute letter 1D00 new O acute letter 162 E hatchek letter 1D42C Chen Yu collected the gray gravel crystals he had previously buried in the nest, then left the nest and swam upward, with Slime Mother silently following behind as they surfaced together. This was the first time the little ones in the gel had ventured outside the nest. Gazing at the vast, verdant world and feeling the warm sunlight penetrating their bodies, they radiated excited emotions. Chen Yu reached the shore and hopped step by step toward the beetle's original nest at the base of the tree. The tree-based nest was spacious enough and convenient for coming and going, making it perfect for use as their new nest. As he passed by, moss monsters scattered in panic everywhere. Even so, this was Slime Mother's first close contact with such predators, and her body trembled with fear, taking a long time to catch up. The little ones, however, having witnessed him hunting beetles before, weren't as frightened. Instead, they blinked with curious eyes, observing the entire world. Slime Mother followed Chen Yu back into the dim underground, then squeezed out the little ones. The beetle's tree-based nest was twice the size of their slime nest, spacious enough for the little ones to play and frolic inside. Not a bad start, Chen Yu thought with satisfaction. Slimes were originally the weakest magical creatures in this land. He didn't expect these little ones to become particularly powerful when they grew up. Just living ordinary, peaceful lives would be enough. At least within his oak tree territory, no magical creatures could bully them. Just after completing the nest relocation, Chen Yu immediately began bustling with territory construction. First, he expanded the territory's range to include 3 surrounding oak trees, encompassing Sakashi's previous camp. The central tree area became the slime habitat, while the moss monster breeding farm was relocated to the moss-covered tree area filled with fluorescent moss. The camp tree area was reserved for Sakashi to stay overnight. Perhaps she would return someday. He hadn't yet decided what to do with the last oak tree growing in the swamp, but he claimed it first anyway. After driving away the fluorescent mycin and sleeping within the territory, the poison stinger wasps began vigorous construction according to his plans. Actually, choosing swamp oak trees as territory was quite a poor choice. Typically, noble lords would choose to build castles and fortresses on high ground in villages or towns, taking advantage of terrain for easy defense. The oak tree territory was completely flat and visible at glance, allowing magical creatures to swarm in from all directions. Another mana surge could easily wash away the entire territory, but the territory he wanted to build couldn't be planned according to otherworldly thinking. It was less like a territory and more like a cultivation grotto. Recalling the contents of the Lost Trail formation diagram in his mind, he directed the poison stinger wasps to bury stones as formation veins in the earth, with the range exactly encompassing the 4 oak trees. However, asking poison stinger wasps to dig soil and move stones was practically torturing them. Whether they could move them was one thing, digging trenches was extremely difficult for their delicate limbs. Chen Yu began to miss his beetle brothers. Those beetles were true experts at digging. Since the poison stinger wasps couldn't manage, he personally took charge of digging pits. Meanwhile, behind him, Slime Mother and the little ones also emerged from the nest to help transport stones. Slime Mother didn't understand what he was doing, but quietly helped with the work. The little ones treated stone transportation as a fun game, each exerting all their strength to move stones larger than their bodies, pushing them into the trench grooves. With the whole family's help, the Lost Trail formation construction speed accelerated, completing the basic formation foundation in just one day. Then, using slime mucus filled with spiritual energy to draw spiritual patterns, the entire Lost Trail formation only needed the final step. At this exciting moment, Chen Yu took out the gray gravel crystals he had discovered earlier and buried them in the tree base nest. These could substitute for spirit stones as formation eyes, but they glowed like light bulbs, too conspicuous, so they could only be buried in the tree base nest. This also conveniently provided lighting for the dim nest. After proper installation, Chen Yu counted down, injected spiritual energy, and as the gray gravel crystals glowed, the formation activated. Outside, a thin mist gradually spread, enveloping the entire oak tree territory. This mist was quite peculiar. It appeared like floating clouds yet couldn't block sunlight, which still shone through the fog onto the territory. From the outside, the Lost Trail formation had completely merged with the poisonous mist, making the territory's appearance barely visible from beyond. He caught a moss monster and threw it outside to test. He discovered the moss monster seemed to be under an illusion, continuously wandering outside the Lost Trail formation, but never managing to enter. It worked. Chen Yu slowly climbed up the oak tree, overlooking the vibrant scene of his entire territory, and couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. This was a new beginning. Everything was developing in a positive direction. The sky was gray and gloomy. Cold raindrops beat against the thin windows of Ironboot Town's cheap inn, the muffled sound grating on the nerves. In the soundproof lacking room, the air was thick with the smell of cheap tobacco and damp wood. And ceaseless arguing, "You absolutely have to go, that swamp full of monsters." Lola's voice rose with anger and fear as she tightly hugged 2 frightened children, a boy hiding behind his mother's skirts and a girl quietly sobbing. "Arno Belmont, look at you, look at us. You're descended from knights, not some lowly traveling merchant. And certainly not lizard bait." Arno stood with his back to her, stuffing the last few pieces of rough cold weather clothing into a badly worn leather pack, his movements showing barely perceptible stiffness. "Lola, knightly descent won't fill their stomachs, much less pay Saul Arcane Academy's tuition." His voice was low, carrying suppressed exhaustion, and he didn't turn to look at her. "Ironboot Town adventurers say the lizard folk along Reed River are desperate for grain and salt after spring. Prices, triple what they are in the kingdom. One trip, just this one trip, will keep you secure for years." "Secure? How will we be secure if you're dead?" Lola rushed in front of him, her golden hair somewhat disheveled, blue eyes brimming with tears, no longer the admiration of old, but deep disappointment and confusion. "You could have found decent work. Even guarding the city gates, why here of all places? Why now of all times? Those demi-humans. Savage, filthy, untrustworthy. Everyone in the kingdom knows it." Arno spun around sharply, his light brown eyes flashing with pain and stubbornness beneath deep chestnut hair. "Decent? The coppers from gate duty aren't even enough for rent. Lola, be realistic. I need money, lots of it. So you and the children won't have to endure others' condescension later." The lingering, unconscious commanding tone in his voice stung Lola. "Endure condescension? Right now we're enduring the sight of your madness." Lola picked up their young daughter, grabbed their son's hand, her voice icy and resolute. "Fine, go then. Go to your swamp, go deal with those monsters. Trade your Belmont noble life for filthy gold coins." Children were leaving. "Back to grandmother's in Havenstone. Let your father play his great merchant. Reo symbol 340 Vs Sedilla." She practically spat out the final words through gritted teeth. "Lola, wait." Arno reached out to stop her. Slam! The door crashed shut with tremendous force, the impact shaking dust from the walls. Arno's outstretched hand froze midair as he listened to his wife's suppressed sobs and children's confused questions rapidly fading away outside. Like all strength had been drained from him, he leaned back against the cold wall and slowly slid down to sit on the filthy floor. He lowered his head, trembling as he raised his right hand. In the dim lamplight, he saw the skin around his little finger and ring finger joints had taken on an unnatural, grayish-white marble-like quality, feeling stiff and numb. This wasn't dirt, it was the erosion of petrification disease. Like a demon lurking in his bloodline, it was slowly gnawing away at his life, and at his dignity as a husband, father, and even as a person. He clenched his fist tightly, the stiff joints sending needle-like stabs of pain. For you, I must go. He rasped the words hoarsely to the empty cold room, to the demonic spreading stone patches. Darkness and a suffocating dampness surged forward. The scene shattered violently. Ugh. Arno Belmont's eyes snapped open as he gasped sharply, his throat producing a wheezing sound like a broken bellows. Blinding white light instantly made his eyes water, and he instinctively raised a hand to shield them. Damn this sunlight, he cursed inwardly, feeling the radiance like countless fine needles stabbing into his sore eyeballs. Every time he woke from that shattered farewell nightmare, it came with this nauseating physical reaction and deeper mental exhaustion. This nightmare, along with the damned curse in his body, clung to him like maggots in bone, harassing him with increasing frequency. Feeling the familiar stiffness in his finger joints, he laboriously rotated his wrist, the gray-white stone patches clearly visible at the base of his fingers like ugly brands. The Belmont family's glory, petrification disease. A slow, cruel death sentence that first stripped away freedom of movement, then froze breathing, ultimately turning a person into a silent gravestone. Those white-shrouded, grotesquely posed statues in family history were the deepest fears of his childhood, and now that fear was playing out vividly in his own body. Arno Belmont, former knight squire, devout follower of Cardo's, warrior who once wielded a longsword defending the frontier, now huddled like a base thief in rotting leaves and cold mud of the swamp forest, reeking of sludge and fear. All this to cast aside that long worthless noble honor, and like the most pathetic peddler, stake his entire fortune and dwindling life to try crossing dangerous reed riverbanks, trading with those green-skinned, scaled demi-humans, just so he could, before completely turning to stone, leave enough money for Lola and the children to survive, letting them escape poverty, giving the children perhaps a chance at proper education instead of bearing the double disgrace of bankrupt nobility and stone man descendants. What supreme irony! He self-mockingly twitched the corner of his mouth, disturbing dried mud patches on his face, then struggled to sit up, leaning against a massive dead tree emitting decay. Looking around, dense canopies blocked most of the sky, casting dappled, eerie light patterns. The air was so humid you could wring water from it, mixed with rotting plants, fermenting sludge, and the faint, sweet-rotten scent of some animal carcass, utterly nauseating. Silence, a silence full of watchfulness, enveloped everything, with only occasional unknown insects emitting short, sharp chirps. Even if he'd luckily escaped the lizard folk tribe's conflict, losing his way forced him to flee in disarray here. His once decent merchant coat was torn to shreds, covered in mud and dark brown stains. Expensive leather boots were stuck in muck, one already missing. He felt at his waist. The pouch holding his hoped-for money was still there, but only a few cold silver coins and coppers remained inside. As for the pack animal cart loaded with grain and salt, long gone, those damned demon-worshipping grayscale bastards. And now that fear was playing out vividly in his own body. Those veteran Iron Boot Town adventurers he hired, who usually boasted extravagantly, were torn apart like paper under those corrupted monsters' sharp claws. Piercing screams, dull sounds of shattering bones, the feeling of warm blood splashing on his face, and those pairs of turbid, insane, utterly unreasonable dark red eyes. Fear coiled around his heart like an icy serpent. How did he escape? He couldn't remember clearly, only recalled the guard captain shoving him before dying, roaring, "Run." Then, relying on a warrior's residual instincts, he scrambled and stumbled into this even deadlier dense forest. The rainstorm. Right, that damned, world-drowning rainstorm lasting 2 days. The rain was biting cold, washing away bloodstains, but bringing bone-chilling cold and agonizing pain that nearly paralyzed him. Every time the petrification disease accelerated its erosion during magically active rainy days. He moved like a walking corpse, trudging through mud and despair, finally collapsing here exhausted, surprisingly undetected and uneaten by the magical creatures in the forest. Probably even those monsters found a thing reeking of death and stone utterly unappealing. 2 days. He'd been lost like a headless fly for 2 days in this damned, green-skinned brute and unknown danger-filled swamp forest. Cardo's be merciful. Even if he'd luckily escaped the lizard folk tribe's conflict, losing his way forced him to flee in disarray here. Groping around, he pulled a barely intact dagger from his torn coat's inner lining. The cold metal touch offered a minuscule sense of security. He had to find a way out, find direction back to Iron Boot Town, or find any possible chance of survival. For Lola, for the children, he couldn't die here, becoming an unclaimed pile of bones in the swamp, or stone. He disgustedly spat out the muddy taste in his mouth, struggling to stand, when he heard Prey's dying cries from hunting in the dark woods. Those damned scaled beasts again. Arno cursed aloud, but inside he was utterly terrified. Panic-stricken, he picked a direction at random, entrusting his fate to the god of luck, and plunged headlong into the dark woods. First do this, then do that, and then do this. Chen Yu put down the talisman brush and picked up the messy, barely legible talisman on the desk, its cinnabar ink still wet. Great, this way he obtained a failed talisman. As expected, drawing talismans isn't that easy. He crumpled this failed talisman that cost 10 broken spirit stones into a ball and threw it to the ground, where it rolled a few circles and joined its yellow paper ball predecessors in the same corner. Just this pile of failed products on the ground was worth 5 or 6 spirit stones, all now turned into worthless scraps. No wonder that among the 4 cultivation arts, talisman drawing, though the easiest to begin, still had very few practicing cultivators. If one kept failing like this, who knew what year or month they'd finally succeed? Whatever, anyway, this master has money. Chen Yu calmed his breathing and focused his spirit, pulled out a yellow talisman paper and pressed it under the paperweight, ground the cinnabar spiritual ink, dipped the brush in ink, and began drawing. After failing several more times in succession, just as the yellow talisman paper was about to run out, the talisman under his brush suddenly emitted spiritual light. The spiritual ink characters completely fused with the yellow talisman paper, and just like that, a rock-steady talisman was completed. Talisman Drawing Technique LV 1.0. I didn't expect I'd be quite talented at drawing talismans. Chen Yu picked up the rock-steady talisman and examined it repeatedly, extremely satisfied. Although the quality of the completed talisman was quite ordinary, this was undoubtedly a very good start. Chen Yu flipped through the talisman book. The talisman book didn't record many talisman diagrams, only rock-steady and stone pile. One could be used to defend against swords, clubs, and magical attacks, while the other was simply throwing stones, plain and simple. The talisman drawing technique only related to the skill of drawing talismans. When drawing different talismans, he still needed to practice the talisman diagrams. He currently only knew how to draw the rock-steady talisman. As for the stone pile talisman, he still needed practice to master it. Now that the talisman drawing technique had been achieved, Chen Yu couldn't wait to immerse his consciousness back into the swamp forest. Central tree area, the slime that had been standing motionless for a long time blinked, and his body bounced back to 3-dimensional form. He bypassed the little ones playing and roughhousing around him and came to a clearing. 2 poison stinger wasps clutching a large leaf flew down from the tree and landed steadily in front of Chen Yu. Previously, he had considered what could replace the necessary materials for drawing talismans if he tried to do it in Zayarilla. Talisman brush. The poison stinger wasp stingers could barely substitute, but the talismans drawn would be unattractive with a higher failure rate. Talisman paper, theoretically using leaves wasn't impossible, but only if he processed them with spiritual energy first, then the leaves could barely serve as talisman paper. As for talisman ink, he really couldn't think of anything here that could replace talisman ink. Talisman ink wasn't something you could just pick any ink and use. It needed to be ground from rare spiritual treasures. Did Zayarilla have such rare spiritual treasures? He didn't know. Anyway, he hadn't seen any. With such thin spiritual energy, even cultivation was quite difficult, let alone the ground-growing spiritual herbs. If he had hands, Chen Yu really wanted to pat his troubled gel head. Indeed, drawing talismans in Zayarilla wasn't as simple as he thought. Just gathering the materials was impossible. Since talisman drawing wasn't working, he could only temporarily set it aside. Chen Yu bounced around and turned, his round eyes looking toward the depths of the swamp. The magical creatures here had basically been all hunted by him, but most magical creatures with magic organs had chosen toxin resistance as their talent. A retroflex layer 1d5 1e a hatchik a symbol threatenen he had eaten until full in the smooth wasp route, forcibly raising his toxin resistance to nearly LV. 3. If he wanted to hunt magical creatures with different talents, he'd probably need to explore deeper into the swamp and challenge the terrifying, horrifying beings in the darkness. The swamp depths were territory never before tread by anyone, and he didn't know what was inside either. He could only take it one step at a time. But powerful also meant they'd be chewy. There should be many delicious magical creatures inside. Chen Yu assembled an army of 30 poison stinger wasps, originally planning to explore deeper into the swamp before nightfall. But at that moment, a poison stinger wasp flew back from outside the territory, landed on the ground, respectfully lowered its head and pressed its limbs against the gel. Forest route, human, death, human. Have humans invaded the swamp? Humans coming to the swamp was definitely a serious matter. Wait. Could it be that human who survived the tribal conflict before? Why did he come here? Chen Yu decided to follow the poison stinger wasp to see what was really going on. Swamp forest route. Arnaud Belmont was practically using his body to crash through the hanging vines ahead, desperately gripping an oak tree to stabilize his teetering body. The petrification disease was acting up again. The piercing cold had long penetrated his bones, like countless tiny cold stone needles drilling through his blood vessels, mercilessly carving his flesh. Every breath tugged at the sharp pain deep in his chest. The right side of his body had completely lost sensation, leaving only the bone-deep cold and stiffness. Damn it. Goddamn it, Arno squeezed out a hoarse curse through gritted teeth, the target of this curse being both the petrification curse flowing in his bloodline and those gray-scaled lizard folk who had driven him into this desperate situation. Those gray-scaled lizard folk had discovered him, and he became prey. The instinct for survival overwhelmed the sluggishness brought by the petrification disease. He turned and ran, fleeing blindly. Like a driven rabbit, he plunged headfirst into this deeper, more dangerous primal forest depths. Thorns tore at his clothes and skin, mud repeatedly trying to swallow him. Just as he was almost exhausted and ready to give up resistance, he stumbled into a strange forest route. This forest route was unusually clean. No lurking poisonous insects, no watching animal eyes, even the rotting leaf layer underfoot seemed much thinner. Some invisible taboo power kept the forest's dangerous inhabitants away from here. This bizarre forest route had actually become his only path to survival in his desperate escape, at least temporarily preserving his life, not letting him immediately become food for swamp monsters or lizard folk. However, this temporary respite ultimately couldn't withstand the curse raging within him. Ugh, an unprecedented wave of intense pain surged. Arno could no longer hold on, his knees weakened, and he heavily knelt on the cold, slippery moss ground. He hunched over like a cooked shrimp, his violent panting turning into painful whimpers. Darkness began to erode from all directions, the intense pain tearing at his nerves, despair devouring his will. As his consciousness was about to collapse, in his daze he saw a warm light in the darkness. It was the orange-yellow flame of a warm fireplace. Flickering, it illuminated a dining table covered with a clean linen tablecloth, the air filled with the aroma of baked bread and stewed meat. He seemed to have returned to that warm home. Lola's golden hair was tied up, revealing her gentle profile as she carefully cut a piece of well-stewed meat into small pieces to feed their little daughter sitting in a high chair. Their son excitedly waved a wooden sword, imitating the night stories his father told, running around the table, bumping into chairs, making Lola scold him with a laugh. Back then, he wore simple but neat home clothes, sitting in the main seat, holding a cup of warm mead, watching everything before him, his tired heart filled with a heavy, warm current called home. Lola occasionally looked up at him, her blue eyes filled with dependence and love. How long ago was that? Oh, that warmth, that peace, that feeling of being needed. Lola, children, he murmured unconsciously, his cold body seeming to feel a trace of illusory warmth. But this warmth vanished in an instant, as if snatched away by an invisible giant hand. The cold reality and piercing pain dragged him back to the hellish swamp. The fireplace flames extinguished, the food aroma turned into the stench of rotting leaves. His wife's laughter and children's noise were replaced by deathly silence. He seemed to be completely abandoned by that warm illusion, falling alone into the bottomless dark abyss, just as he was about to be completely swallowed by darkness in the final moment. In his blurred vision, the thick, impenetrable fog ahead in the forest route seemed to writhe. A shadow silently condensed and rose, its outline appearing exceptionally sinister in the distorted fog and mottled light. It looked like a twisted human form, yet definitely not human. Its surface seemed to constantly squirm and flow, as if covered by a bottomless dark sludge or like countless tiny maggots madly swarming. A few sharp protrusions were faintly visible, like demon horns or claws flickering in and out of the fog. Most heart-palpitating was its head position, two eerie green, completely temperatureless cold lights, like eyes peering at prey from the abyss, firmly locked onto him. It was a demon. Arno's remaining reason was instantly swallowed by fear. No, he couldn't die. Lola was still waiting for him. The children were still waiting for him. He had promised to bring money back, even if he had to sell his soul to a demon. Even if he had to fall into the deepest hell. As long as he could see them one more time, the will to survive burst forth with a final surge of power like a last radiance. Using all his strength, he reached toward that sinister, terrifying figure in the fog, touched the black sludge, and hoarsely squeezed out broken pleas. Save me, whoever you are, demon, fine too, soul, my soul, take it. Save me, the eerie green light points flickered slightly, as if examining this humble, desperate stone sacrifice before them. The viscous dark silhouette silently flowed forward one step. Yano ultimately couldn't hold on and collapsed to the ground, completely motionless. In the darkness, a sinister black shadow twisted and transformed, and the demon he had spoken of gradually revealed itself, a round, gelatinous body with innocent blinking eyes, exactly a slime. Chen Yu wondered why this person was already shouting about selling his soul when they had just met. Soul, what would he do with that thing? Could he eat it? Chen Yu circled around the unconscious man, again with chestnut brown hair, merchant's coat, and he was even wearing expensive leather shoes. Could this be the merchant who was attacked by the corrupted lizard folk? The heavy rain had poured for 2 full days and nights, yet he remained unharmed and managed to get here. Should he be called lucky, or did he have some method to evade magical creatures? Chen Yu examined him more carefully and discovered his skin was ashen, cold, and stiff, without a trace of blood color, not like a normal person, but more like a piece of stone. What a strange man. He seemed to still be alive by appearance, but not likely to continue living for long. Chen Yu shook his gel, indicating a head shake, then turned and left. He was just a slime without hands or feet. How could he save anyone? This guy had definitely asked the wrong person. If he actually knew any life-healing magic, he wouldn't mind casting one on the man. Unfortunately, he didn't have any. After returning, Chen Yu took advantage of the remaining daylight to continue exploring deeper into the swamp. Moss monsters, beetles, poison frogs. He refused none, all ending up in his stomach. Toxin resistance LV, 2 right arrow toxin resistance LV, 3 LV, 3 toxin resistance was quite powerful. Even the deep poison mist couldn't affect him at all. Meanwhile, the poison stinger wasps with only LV, 1 toxin resistance could only linger outside. Staying too long would poison them unconscious. They were really pathetic. It seemed the swamp exploration would have to rely on himself. But darkness had already fallen, so he could only return to his tree-based nest in the territory, peacefully having sweet dreams under the soft glow of the gray gravel crystals. Early the next morning, Chen Yu woke up and prepared to continue advancing along yesterday's exploration route. But before setting out, he hesitated slightly. Who knew if that human had died, probably already carried off by wild beasts. Should I go check on him? Chen Yu muttered to himself, ultimately unable to resist his curiosity, and returned to the swamp where he encountered that strange human yesterday. The man was still there, even lying in practically the same position as yesterday, and surprisingly no magical creatures showed interest in him. This was strange indeed. Could they really be mistaking him for stone? Chen Yu moved closer to check his breathing. Still breathing. Just somewhat weak. This guy was really durable, just like actual stone. This strange illness had afflicted him terribly, but without it, he probably would have died on the first day of the heavy rain. It's not impossible to save him. He recalled there were disciples in the sect who knew medicine. Perhaps someone could treat him. Wasn't he just lacking talisman ink anyway? The lizard folk tribe definitely didn't have any, but this human came from the adventurer town across Reed River and should have ways to help him obtain talisman ink substitutes. Letter 1E59, letter 1D586, letter 2115, letter 1ED9, small cap B, Cyrillic letter 219, human. You should thank Lord Slime's great mercy. At noon, Chen Yu waited in the thatched hut for Shao Kingsong. After handing him the detoxifying spiritual liquid, he inquired, "That senior sister Gong you mentioned last time, is she very skilled in medicine?" Senior sister Gong, Shao Kingsong chuckled. Skilled she is, but senior sister doesn't like people owing medical fees. Last time with the scorpion poison, she didn't treat me. Why do you ask? Feeling unwell? Somewhat, I suppose. Then come with me. At South Bridge Market in the corner clinic. The medicinal fragrance was clear and refreshing, with several moon-white stones embedded in the ceiling emitting soft white light. The spiritual wood medicine cabinets on all 4 walls had labels like Lingjai posted on them. Gong Zaya Ashwang withdrew her pulse-taking hand and looked at Chen Yu opposite her. Junior brother, your pulse is calm and balanced. Your body should be healthy and illness-free. Actually, I came here to ask about an illness for a friend. Chen Yu briefly described the petrification symptoms, causing the female cultivator opposite him to frequently frown. This illness, if Gong hasn't guessed wrong, it should be meridian freezing caused by depletion of innate primordial chi. By using acupuncture to guide spiritual energy into the atrophied meridians, it can be alleviated. Requires stimulating acupoints throughout the body with Gyuan needles, not difficult for me. Innate primordial chi, depletion. Did Zayarilla have such concepts? Forget it, treating a dead horse as if it were live, just treat it first. After obtaining the Gyuan needle technique from Gong Zayashwang, Chen Yu returned to the thatched hut and immersed his consciousness into his slime body. He swallowed dozens of poison stingers, then hopped back to where the man had collapsed. Save me, can't die here. Yano was still unconsciously muttering, unaware of what he was about to experience. Goodwill to survive. Meeting me, physician slime, counts as your bad. No, your good luck. According to Gong Zayashwang, 1 course of Gyuan needles required 36 insertions, quite a challenge for him, and equally so for this human. Let me see, this first insertion needs to go at the Dajui acupoint. Chen Yu used object manipulation to control a poison stinger to insert, successfully pierced into the flesh. It went in, but it went in crookedly. Lack of experience, the first time was normal, he comforted himself. Again, after the poison stinger wasp pulled out the original stinger, Chen Yu inserted another one. The bad news was it went crooked again. After making 5 or 6 needle holes in the man, he finally got the right spot. Then came the second insertion, the third. After busily working for most of the day, finally at the cost of 56 extra needle holes on the back, all 36 insertions were in their proper positions. Phew, not easy. Hope I didn't end up needling this guy to death. Chen Yu carefully checked his breathing, fortunately still breathing, all that work wasn't wasted. Then he concentrated the spiritual energy circulating within his body. The 36 poison stingers shimmered with barely detectable faint light, vibrating at high frequency as they guided the blocked life energy to flow again. Under the tattered coat, Chen Yu saw the rigid dead flesh gradually soften under the spiritual energy stimulation, like thawing ice. The cold gray-white faded away, and a faint trace of blood color struggled to spread. Had to admit this cultivation method could really treat such difficult and complicated illnesses. But this was only the first course. If he didn't receive follow-up treatment, the strange illness would recur. He still maintained caution toward the humans here and hadn't planned to reveal his true form yet. Seeing the man's complexion gradually recovering and about to wake up, Chen Yu only left a deposit and a few transmitted messages before departing. After who knows how long, a cold, damp sensation awakened Yano. His eyes snapped open, gasping for breath, heart pounding wildly. In his muddled mind, the demon's echo remained clear as a brand. Haha, I'll take your soul. Take my gift in return. When you come back next time, remember to bring demi-human language books, common tongue books, ink for magical writing, cream cake, chocolate candy. Could it be? Arno struggled to sit up, but the moment he tried to think, he felt intense, bone-deep soreness spreading across his back, as if he'd been viciously stung by a swarm of poisonous wasps. But that wasn't the important part. He instinctively reached back to feel, his fingertips touching skin that was warm and elastic, no longer the despair-inducing stiffness and coldness. Had the petrification disease been cured? His face lit up with wild joy. This stinging pain had now become the most wonderful sensation. He took a sharp breath. Damp, decaying leaf-scented air flooded his lungs, flowing so smoothly it nearly brought tears to his eyes. Trying to move his right arm, though still weak and limp with muscles sore as if beaten, that suffocating petrification shackle had disappeared, at least temporarily vanished. A sense of lightness belonging to the living flowed through his entire body for the first time in ages. Though his body remained as weak as after a serious illness, that stone coffin-like heaviness had been completely swept away. The cheer of life washed through his limbs like warm currents. However, this joy lasted only a brief moment before being covered by cold memories. He had sold his soul to a demon. A chill crawled up his spine, and he subconsciously touched his chest as if an invisible brand had already been carved there. What would be the price for begging a demon? Eternal servitude, or having his soul cast into endless torment after death? His thoughts were utterly chaotic, but soon intense self-mockery surged up. He tugged at the corner of his mouth, revealing a smile uglier than crying. Arno Belmont, what else do you have left to lose? He questioned himself inwardly. The noble surname already worthless, a healthy body that was merely temporarily lent by the demon. Knightly dignity. The moment he knelt begging the demon, it had been crushed into dust. The only thing remaining was that heavy, unshakable responsibility toward Lola and the children. As long as they could survive lives slightly better. His soul, take it. This cursed, filthy soul was exactly the reward the demon deserved. Take my gift in return. When you come back next time, remember to bring demi-human language books, common tongue books, magic writing ink, cream cake, chocolate candy. Ranu letter 1D2 letter 10331 Eoganek S retroflex. The demon's hoarse, inhuman whisper echoed again in his mind. His gaze swept around, spotting a small object wrapped in some tough leaf on the slippery moss ground. Carefully opening it, an extremely pungent, bizarre odor mixing sweetness with decay assaulted his senses. Inside was a dark amber, nearly black viscous paste. Arno's pupils slightly contracted. Poison stinger wasp meat paste. As a down-and-out noble who had spent time in Ironboot Town, he recognized this thing. A product from deep swamp poison stinger wasp nests, extremely toxic, with collectors facing near certain death, yet it was a catalyst some alchemists dreamed of obtaining. This small packet could fetch at least a dozen gold coins at the Adventurer Guild's purchasing station. Wild joy instantly diluted his self-mockery. A dozen gold coins. Though far from covering his entire caravan and goods losses, it could pay his owed-in rent, buy decent clothes, and even leave a little as seed money to start over. This was literally manna from heaven in desperate times. He tightly clutched the precious meat paste as if grasping his final lifeline. However, after the ecstasy, immense contradiction immediately seized him. Did he still have to return to this damned swamp? The fear brought by those gray-scaled bastards still lurked in his heart like cold shadows. Deeper in the swamp, there was that demon occupying the eerie forest path, demanding souls. Merely thinking about those emotionless, eerie green eyes was enough to freeze his blood with chill. But he had no other choice anymore, did he? He recalled the demon's strange demands. Demi-human language books, common tongue books, language books for communication or to prepare incantations for some evil ritual. Magic writing ink. Sounded expensive just hearing it. As for cream cake, chocolate, and candy, these demands seemed particularly odd, even somewhat absurd. Were they intended as sacrificial offerings? He shook his head, his chaotic thoughts like entangled vines, impossible to unravel. No more thinking. He abruptly stood up, his body's soreness reminding him of his current weakness, but survival instinct overwhelmed everything. The urgent priority was to leave this forest alive. With indescribably complex emotions, Arno took one last look into the mist-shrouded forest depths, then turned without hesitation and limped away with unwavering determination toward the increasingly bright outside world. Each step trod on the path home, yet each step also felt like walking on thin ice toward an unknown fate. The journey home felt heavier than the incoming one. in the gloomy swamp as Arno departed around. Bouncy slime emerged from the thick fog. After glancing at the silhouette gradually being swallowed by the mist, Chen Yu turned and left, returning to his territory. Whether that human would return or not, he wasn't particularly concerned. What interested him more now was expanding deeper into the swamp. While there was still time, after checking his poison stinger sword reserves, he left the territory alone and disappeared into the dense poisonous fog. Even during daytime, the mist in the swamp depths was so thick that light couldn't penetrate, dark as night. Only fluorescent moss faintly glowed with eerie light, barely revealing mycene figures moving within. Further in, the swamp teemed with leeches as large as snakes, flying mosquitoes the size of fists. Toxin resistance was a necessary talent for magical creatures inhabiting this area, and they also seemed to possess other distinctive abilities. These magical creatures might be far from simple black iron tier creatures. During campfire night talks, Sakashi had mentioned magical creature ranks. Black iron tier creatures were practically the lowest existence in this forest. Above them existed fearsome bronze tier and silver tier magical creatures. Even just a bronze tier creature could contend against a 3-member ordinary lizard folk hunting team. As for silver tier, that was something Sakashi had never even seen, possibly existing deeper in the swamp. Thick darkness enveloped everything, with only his gelatinous body emitting faint fluorescence, seemingly reminding predators that a delicious slime dessert had trespassed here. Indeed, one fluorescent mycene had spotted him. It approached with exaggerated steps, bouncing along while scattering glowing hallucinogenic spores, trying to completely daze Chen Yu. But the next moment, the prey in its eyes suddenly emitted dangerous energy. A water arrow condensed and elongated, shooting out swiftly. Whoosh! The water arrow pierced through the fluorescent mycene stem, knocking off its eerie blue mushroom cap. It collapsed straight to the ground, dead beyond doubt. Chen Yu waited until the drifting spores gradually settled before swallowing the entire fluorescent mycene in one gulp. The moment he swallowed it, his body shuddered, as if he'd eaten a cool mint candy, but with hallucinogenic effects. His vision wavered, with several dancing little figures appearing. This thing really packs a punch. Reed River Bank. The towering, majestic snow mountains flowed with clear, icy cold water that converged into the river, rushing southward and nurturing countless surrounding creatures. Today the sunlight was bright and beautiful, with perch fish splashing in the water, occasionally flinging crystal droplets into the air that refracted into dazzling, colorful light spots. Near the Reed River marshes, some lizard folk from the Rotten Moss tribe were hiding from hungry giant bears while holding fish spears and diving into the water, searching for any fish or water lizards. On the riverbank path, Sakashi hummed a song, carrying a clay pot on her head as she followed behind her sister, her tail swishing back and forth. She seemed to be in quite a good mood. Her gaze swept across the clean riverbank when suddenly something sparkling lying on the shore caught her attention. Her eyes slightly brightened as she jogged over and picked up the crystal, wiping it on her clothes. Another gray gravel crystal, and this one was even bigger than the one she found last time. The envoy would definitely be very happy if he saw this. Sakashi, Semie, who had been patrolling, noticed the change in footsteps behind her and turned to see her sister running off to pick up those strange stones again. "Do you really like these gray stones so much?" Facing her tall sister, Sakashi nodded guiltily. Semie's gaze only briefly passed over the gray gravel crystal, not commenting on it. "Let's go. The Rotten Moss tribe is willing to hold the shaman ritual for you. You should prepare yourself as soon as possible." Sakashi hummed in agreement, her expression hesitant. "Sister, does Rotten Moss truly accept us?" Semie stopped and looked toward the bustling tribal settlement ahead, lost in thought. The swamp world follows the law of survival of the fittest. Lizard folk ultimately respect strength. As long as I'm still here, they will always welcome us. Don't think too much about it. Okay. Sakashi watched her sister's back, feeling the same sense of security as always. Just like before, as long as her sister was around, everything would be fine. Of course, now she had one more person she could rely on. She wondered what the envoy was doing right now, whether he had eaten breakfast on time. When she returned next time and he saw such a big gray gravel crystal, he would definitely be shocked, then praise her saying, "Sakashi is amazing," or something like that. Letter 213 Alpha, letter FF4E, letter 22F small cap Bs. Holding onto this wonderful fantasy, Sakashi left along the riverbank path, her figure disappearing behind the lush, drooping tree canopy. Crunch, crunch, in the dark swamp. Chen Yu was enjoying today's breakfast, a fluorescent mycene that had set its sights on him. To be honest, fluorescent mycene magical creatures had pretty mediocre texture, tasting like rubber with a faint mushroom flavor. Even gel couldn't crush them properly, requiring acid digestion. But if he could use a small knife to slice them into pieces and pan-fry them on a stone slab with butter until crispy outside and tender inside, it would probably have a unique flavor. Unfortunately, since he had no hands, he could only imagine it. He began to miss Sakashi, missing her barbecue skills. Devour digestion LV. 3 triggered fluorescent mycelium characteristics recorded. Talent incubating 7/10. Chen Yu lay motionless in the black swamp muck, waiting for the mushroom in his stomach to fully digest. During this time, his round eyes continued observing this even darker swamp world. He saw a fist-sized mosquito passing by with an annoying buzzing sound, its slender limbs dangling and belly swollen round, as if filled with blood. The mosquito didn't detect the slime hiding in the muck. Suddenly, it just felt a strong gust of wind coming, unable to even perform its instinctive evasion before being blasted by the little arrow technique, blood splattering everywhere and limbs falling all around. Chen Yu hopped over and swallowed the mosquito's mangled body. The moment the acid penetrated the mosquito flesh, he felt a sour, foul smell rising in his stomach. It tasted like soaking a girl's long-worn, smelly sweat socks in water. Tooey, what disgusting stuff. If not for acquiring talents, he really wouldn't want to eat this stuff both smelly and sour. As the acid churned in his stomach, waiting for the food inside to mostly digest, Chen Yu continued exploring deeper. If you asked whether this exploration had a destination, that shadowy mass covered in thick fog in his vision was precisely this trip's destination. This shadowy mass was unlike the oak tree shadows he saw along the way. It was square and rectangular, more like some structure standing in the swamp. What kind of creature could leave buildings in this dangerous swamp? He had no idea, but since there were ruins, there should probably be treasures or something inside. Even if there were no precious swords in the treasure chest, there should at least be gemstones. Holding this inexplicable anticipation, Chen Yu felt like he had become an experienced adventurer, delving deep alone into the dangerous swamp, exploring the treasures and mysteries left on this land. Let's go. Chen Yu hopped forward, but his intense excitement couldn't maintain for long before being blocked by a leech as thick as a snake. This giant vein leech looked like it had been proportionally enlarged from a small leech, except it had 2 glowing eye spots in front. It climbed on the slippery oak tree, raising its head to examine Chen Yu, as if judging whether he was edible. This must be a bronze-tier magical creature. Honestly, the giant vein leech's size was much larger than ordinary black iron-tier magical creatures. Chen Yu had no doubt that if such a huge leech climbed on a wild ox, it could probably suck the ox completely dry of blood, and this thing seemed to have strong regeneration ability. He wondered if it could withstand one shot of his little arrow technique. He and the giant vein leech quietly stared at each other. The leech with poor eyesight seemed to finally recognize his identity, an apparently ordinary slime. A slime, this thing was all water without any blood. The calories gained from eating it wouldn't even cover the energy consumed during hunting. It didn't like eating this stuff. The giant vein leech immediately lost interest in hunting, lying back down on the oak tree, lazily waiting for the next prey to arrive. As for this slime, it was just a weak magical creature that wasn't worth its attention. Chen Yu found this quite novel, so there were magical creatures in this swamp that didn't eat slimes. But this place was pitch black anyway, probably no slimes would want to come to such a place. Seeing the giant vein leech on the tree completely unguarded, Chen Yu decided to try a little arrow technique first to test the waters. He silently recited the method in his mind as a water arrow quickly condensed and elongated, pointing toward the giant vein leech lying on the tree. Little arrow technique, whoosh, smack. The powerful water arrow almost instantly penetrated the giant vein leech's soft, thick body, hitting the tree bark beneath. The giant vein leech fell from the tree in pain, wildly twisting and thrashing its body in the swamp. But that bowl-sized wound didn't seem to cause serious injury within just a few seconds. The flesh at the wound site fused back together, not even leaving a scar. What astonishing recovery ability. Chen Yu's eyes slightly brightened in the darkness. What did this mean? This giant vein leech definitely had a special magical creature talent, truly worthy of being a bronze-tier magical creature. The giant vein leech was completely enraged. Its cold eyes flashed with furious red as its fleshy body heaved, kicking up waves of rancid, rotting swamp spray, then blurred into afterimages as it slammed down at high speed. Thud! Chen Yu was struck hard, his body instantly flattened, but the real damage was absorbed by his resilient slime carapace. The impact turned into rebound force. The slime gel compressed to its limit and bounced back, slamming into the giant vein leech's head. A slime ricochet, another solid crash rang out. The giant vein leech was knocked several meters away. The suction cups it used to latch onto prey drove several venomous spines into the ground underneath it, causing it to writhe and roll in pain, stirring mud and water everywhere. This is what happens when you skimp on defense. Chen Yu popped forward with a plop, firing off another little arrow technique. This time he blew its head clean off, yet the giant vein leech's movements were unaffected. The wound healed quickly. This thing probably had no brain, just a single huge nerve cord running through its body. Unless you destroyed it all at once, it still retained decision-making ability. Chen Yu thought about that and felt a little vexed. He wasn't upset because the giant vein leech was especially powerful. He was annoyed because it seemed the creature couldn't be hunted if it was dead. It could only be swallowed alive and digested. Imagine that slimy thing writhing and struggling in a stomach. Ugh, so disgusting. He refused to be superstitious. He charged again, fighting the giant vein leech for another 300 rounds. Acid secretion corrosion, venomous spines piercing, little arrow technique explosions. He threw out every trick he had, successfully shrinking the giant vein leech from a 2-meter-thick behemoth down to the size of a grown man's forearm. It still wouldn't die. But it wasn't without gains. At least he found the giant vein leech's magic organ, a chunk of flesh growing in the middle of its body, laced with magic patterns, pulsing like a little heart. Since a monster's innate talents came from its magic organ, why not just eat the magic organ directly instead of swallowing that disgusting whole thing? Oh, right, Chen Yu's round eyes brightened. He chased the fleeing giant vein leech and fired another little arrow technique that precisely blew the magic flesh chunk free. The shattered meat chunk traced a graceful arc through the air, landed on the ground, squirmed as it sprouted a bit of flesh, then dimmed and went still. Letter 1D640, letter 1D00, letter 1D66 letter 1D as its regeneration seemed to lack sufficient magic. It stopped regrowing. Chen Yu hopped over and swallowed the leech's magic organ whole to digest it. Devour Digestion LV. 3 triggered giant vein leech features fully recorded talent gestation in progress 1/10. This is the proper way to open it. Chomp, chomp, chomp. Not gonna lie, the flesh chunk had some chew to it. It wouldn't crush under pressure and held a strong fishy odor, like stuffing a huge handful of crushed heteroherb into his stomach. The taste was weirdly tangy and satisfying. Eating it made Chen Yu's whole gel tremble. Taking down the giant vein leech had worn him out. His spiritual energy was drained, so he gulped down 4 fluorescent mycinin to recover and hopped back to the nest to rest. At the tree root nest, Chen Yu squinted and lounged comfortably, feeling bits of warmth spreading from his stomach. His gaze landed on the little ones playing in the nest. Unnoticed, they had grown rounder again. What hadn't changed was their love of sticking to him, all gooey. Sometimes they curled up into little balls, their translucent bodies rising and falling slightly as they lazily enjoyed the warm glow from his digestion. Sometimes their lively natures couldn't be held back. They bounced along his soft sides, their bouncy bodies trembling like mischievous happy jelly. Chen Yu ignored them and, squinting, soon fell asleep. He didn't know how long passed. When he woke again, night had already fallen. Darkness lay outside, only the nest remained bathed in the soft light of gray gravel crystals. Slime Mother quietly guarded the nest entrance. The little ones were so sleepy they could barely open their eyes. Their tiny green bean eyes drooped, lacking the daytime vigor. Chen Yu shook his gel, awareness returning, and focused on the panel. Devour Digestion LV. 3 triggered fluorescent mycinin features fully recorded, gained hallucinogenic factor LV. 1 species, hallucinogenic slime tier, black iron LV. 3x, 16/30 cultivation, Kai training LV. 3 spiritual energy, 27/30 life status, healthy HP, 105/105 racial talent, devour digestion LV. 3 other talents, acid secretion LV. 3 toxin resistance LV. 3 resilient carapace LV. 2 hallucinogenic factor LV. 1 skill list, open Yuan treasure scroll LV. 4 object manipulation LV. 3 little arrow technique LV. 2 sound transmission technique LV. 2 talisman drawing technique LV. 1 reputation title, Slime Warrior, Greenhorn Slime. Only then did he notice his cultivation. He was unknowingly edging close to a breakthrough. From what he knew, the difference between early, mid, and late stages of Kai training in Zuk Xuan Heaven was considerable. Once you broke through the 4th layer, not only would spiritual energy purity jump several tiers, but the meridians and Danshan would also be baptized by spiritual energy, bringing a cultivator closer to the natural order. The same spell or technique wielded by an early-stage cultivator and a mid-stage cultivator would produce completely different levels of power. Thinking about the impending breakthrough, the gel in his body bubbled with joyful fizz. Unlike before, the bubbles emitted a faint bioluminescent glow as they drifted through the nest. A few still energetic, mischievous little ones suddenly felt dizzy, toppled over, and fell into a deep sleep. So this is the fluorescent mycinin's hallucinogenic talent. Pretty fun. It was just low-level, probably ineffective against stronger monsters. After a nap, his vitality returned, so he sent his consciousness back to Zuk Xuan Heaven and got up in the middle of the night to practice talisman drawing. Watching the proficiency indicator rise, he got more and more hooked. And only the next day, wearing dark circles under his eyes, did he return to exploring deeper into the swamp. Passing the place where he'd fought the giant vein leech yesterday, there were no obstacles ahead. That mysterious ruin lay close at hand. As Chen Yu approached, the soft rotten mud underfoot gradually gave way to solid broken flagstones. A thick darkness, as viscous as ink, rolled over him, suffocating and swallowing his senses. Silence, an oppressive silence, blanketed everything. There was something strange about this ruin. He groped in the dark and found a fallen stone pillar, hiding behind it from instinct. Main strategy, cautious and sneaky. The soft plop of a slime moving faded, and in the dense blackness a few cold, predatory eyes suddenly flared. After Chen Yu adapted to the dark, he finally saw several swamp crocodiles lying in the ruined ruin. These beasts were common along the Reed River bank. With a deadly rolling attack, even brown bears dared not provoke them, and they often ambushed demi-humans wading in for fish. But strangely, these differed from ordinary swamp crocodiles. Their scales were gray, just like those of the corrupted lizard folk. Chen Yu had the feeling he'd stumbled onto a significant secret: Iron Boot Town. Noah leaned on the polished wooden bridge railing and looked down at the town at the foot of the mountain. The air carried the smell of freshly baked bread, the warm smoke of firewood, and the clean freshness of post-rain earth. Low wooden houses lined the path. In the distance, the Old Oak Tavern's lights glowed at dusk, warm and inviting. Yes, he had returned. He had come back to Iron Boot Town alive. Though his body still ached, the familiar sense relaxed him. This was the peace of homecoming. He tightened his tattered coat and stepped along the path, avoiding the gaze of passers-by, hurrying toward the inn. A mix of eagerness and a bashful, hometown-shy awkwardness churned in his chest. He had been gone so many days, he didn't know how Lola and the children were, whether they'd come back. He hoped everything was all right. When Noah passed the warm-lit window of the Old Oak Tavern, the boisterous chatter and clinking of cups and mugs spilled out without restraint. The noise startled him for a heartbeat. He had not intended to stop, but a group of adventurers seated around a table, loudly debating over large mugs of ale, drew his attention. A burly man with a face full of coarse flesh and missing a front tooth gulped down a mouthful of beer, wiped his mouth, and shouted, "I'm telling you, those gray-skinned bastards have claws sharper than steel daggers. One swipe and old Barton's iron oak shield goes to shreds like it was made of paper. Ain't that the truth? And those gray scales, hard as dwarf plate armor. Hit them with an axe and you'll see sparks fly. Hey, did you hear? That noble who had to go try his luck by the Reed River a while back. What's his name? Belmont. Ha, that numbskull who can't tell his own weight. He probably fed the swamp's water lizards or became a chew toy for those gray-scaled beasts." The front-toothed man bellowed with laughter. He tossed away that steady coin from guarding the gate to chase after the big money with the demi-humans. Who in their right mind would let a soft-skinned pretty boy like him poke around a place like that? A noble lord? PFFT. Dead and not even anyone to collect his body. At another time, hearing such profanity desecrating his family name and the honor of knighthood would have ignited a blazing fury in Yano, enough to make him draw his sword on the spot. But now a strange calm wrapped around him. He stopped walking, stood outside the tavern window and listened quietly, his face blank, not even clenching his fists. Only a profound exhaustion and complete release from the meaningless vanity remained in his heart. He shook his head and was about to head back to the inn when the adventurer's next words pierced his calm like an ice spike. "Poor thing, heard his little widow is at the small chapel having his funeral today. Tusk, with 2 kids in tow, life's gonna be rough for her. Funeral, Lola, the children." Yano's heart felt as if a cold giant hand had squeezed it hard enough to stop beating for a moment. Then it thundered wildly, nearly bursting out of his chest. All the fatigue, aches, the fog of uncertainty about the future, and the terror of the demon vanished in an instant. He had to see them immediately. No longer caring about attracting attention, he spun around and with every ounce of strength sprinted toward the small white stone chapel on the town's west side. Twilight was nearly upon them. The sunset's afterglow gilded the neatly arranged white tombstones in the churchyard with a dull gold red that brought no warmth, only a deeper desolation. Letterwinda The air carried the damp scent of freshly turned earth, the faint fragrance of wilting white flowers, and a heaviness of sorrow that would not dissolve. The low bell tolled one last time. The elderly priest in a simple black robe stood before a hastily erected wooden cross. Sunlight stretched his shadow thin and long. He folded his hands and held up a bronze holy emblem symbolizing the sun and strength, his voice aged and low but carrying a comforting power. "In the name of the sun, Ignis, we gather here. We commemorate Arno Belmont, who once walked beneath the sunlight, wielded sword and shield, and fulfilled his duties. May the holy flame of Ignis illuminate his road to a peaceful long night, soothing all unfinished regrets and pain." After a long while, the memorial concluded. The old priest inclined his head slightly and turned to Lola, his voice gentle and compassionate. "Mrs. Lola, my condolences. Ignis will burn away his greed and sins and will grant the living the strength to move forward. May you find solace in your memories, not sink into perpetual night. My condolences." Those words struck Lola's already ruined heart like a cold iron hammer. She wore a coarse black linen dress, her blonde hair hastily pinned at the back, strands of hair stuck to her pale, bloodless cheeks from tears. Where once generous tenderness filled her blue eyes, now only hollow despair and endless tears remained. She stared at the fresh pit before her, at the symbolic cross marking the grave, feeling as if her own heart had been buried alongside it. Her Arno, the proud squire he had been, the clumsy but determined husband who tried to provide for his family, reduced to a mound of cold earth. She could not even imagine what he had endured in his last moments. "Mom," a small hand gently tugged at the hem of her skirt. 4-year-old Emily looked up with a confused, innocent face. Her clear blue eyes reflected bewilderment. Is Dad sleeping in the ground? When will he wake up? Emily wants to show him the new picture I drew. Beside them, their 7-year-old son, little Arno, kept his lips tightly pressed, trying to seem like a man, but his trembling shoulders and reddened eyes betrayed his grief. Lola's body shook violently. She crouched down and forced out a smile that was more painful than crying. Daddy went to a very, very far place to find yummy candies and toys for Emily and little Arno. He'll be gone for a very, very long time. The sadness in Lola's eyes deepened as she spoke. The overwhelming sorrow finally swallowed her, and she sank to her knees, overcome with sobs. Arno, my dearest Arno, wah! Just as her vision darkened and she nearly fainted from crying, an exultant cry cut through the dusk behind her. Lola froze instantly. A hallucination. It must be from too much grief, she thought desperately. But the voice sounded so real. She turned with a near-death desperation. In the sunset, a tall yet utterly bedraggled figure staggered over the low stone wall of the graveyard and raced toward her. Tattered coat, face smudged with mud, deep chestnut hair matted and disordered. Those familiar features, it was Arno. Alive and breathing, not a hallucination, not a dream. Elation, strong enough to break down any dam, instantly washed away all sorrow and despair. Lola let out a short, choked sound and, weeping, flung herself into the man's arms. Arno looked at the trembling form in his embrace, felt how tightly she was clinging to his back and waist, and heard the wail suppressed deep in her throat. A storm of conflicting emotions surged within him. It was a taste he could not classify. A fierce guilt rose to his chest. He raised his head and saw the light that immediately erupted in little Arno's eyes and the boy's effort to hold back tears. He saw Emily's bewildered, astonished little face, and he saw the grave that had been set up for him. Relief swelled inside him. Cardos above, no, perhaps he should be thanking that muck-dwelling demon. In any case, he had returned. He had not let the desperate funeral become an irrevocable end. Sorry, Lola, I'm sorry, he murmured against his wife's ear again and again, his voice choked and hoarse. Then he tightened his arms, pulling her and the children in even closer, as if trying to press them into his own body, using the real, solid feel of them to chase away the chill of the tombstone. The sunset's afterglow faded, stretching the long silhouette of the four of them huddled together. The traveler's home. In the room where warm light streamed through the windows, firewood crackled in the fireplace, dispelling the chill of the small house. The simple wooden table was covered with a slightly worn linen tablecloth, yet it held a lavish dinner, a large bowl of steaming meat soup, slices of bread toasted golden and fluffy, a small plate of precious butter, and even several fragrantly fried river fish. Yano sat at the head of the table, stirring the meat soup with a wooden spoon, his gaze lingering on his wife and children. Lola was carefully picking out fish bones, dividing the tender fish meat onto their young daughter Emily's plate. Emily happily swung her little feet, clumsily scooping the fish meat with her spoon, smearing grease all over her small face. Their son, little Arno, sat bolt upright, earnestly imitating his father's dining manners, though his eyes couldn't help but keep glancing toward the tempting bread and butter. Watching his wife's gentle movements and his children's content little faces, a long-lost warmth filled Yano's chest. Unconsciously, the corners of his mouth turned upward, revealing his first genuine smile since returning home. Dad, little Arno suddenly looked up, his eyes sparkling. Those scary gray-scaled lizard folk in the swamp, did you fight them all off like the dragon-slaying heroes in the stories, with your sword going swish, swish, swish? Those adventurers were lying, right? Mentioning the swamp, Lola's movements paused. She quickly glanced up at her husband, then gave little Arno a look meant to stop him, gently shaking her head. Her eyes silently said, "Don't ask, don't bring up those things." Receiving his mother's look, little Arno, though confused, obediently closed his mouth and lowered his head to slurp the soup from his bowl. Lola took a deep breath. She turned to Yano, her face wearing a gentle yet somewhat forced smile. "Darling, don't worry about money. I found work at the town's textile workshop these past few days. The pay isn't much, but it's already covered the overdue rent for the inn." She gently held Yano's hand resting on the table. "If we work hard together, things will slowly get better. You don't need to go back to that place anymore." Yano's uneasy memories were soothed by the warmth of her hand. He gently squeezed Lola's hand in return, feeling the slight coolness of her fingertips and the weighty concern they carried. He sighed inwardly. How could he not understand that Lola didn't want him to return to that terrifying swamp? But Lola, I have reasons I must go back. Subconsciously, he rubbed the base of his right ring finger with his thumb, feeling the familiar stiff sensation. The demonic curse had not gone away, it was merely lying dormant for now. Sooner or later, it would erupt again. Whether for Lola and the children or for himself, he had to go back, but he couldn't tell the truth. He couldn't let Lola bear this fear again. "Don't worry, darling." Yano looked up, trying hard to make his smile appear relaxed and confident, avoiding her worried gaze. "This time it's different. I met demi-humans from the rotten moss tribe in the swamp. You know, those relatively, well, less dangerous green-scaled lizard folk. I helped them with a small favor and established a connection with them." He deliberately made his tone sound as if he had completed an ordinary business negotiation. Now we have a stable trade channel, the risk is much smaller. This trip is just to solidify that connection. In the future, I won't need to take risks like the first time anymore. Letter 2 and 1D letter 1 F01 I kit letter 1 6 data a second flex letter 1 6 thra. Lola fell silent, watching her husband's eyes. The stubborn aristocratic pride that once filled those light brown eyes had indeed dissipated, replaced by a serenity she had never seen before, even a sense of release. This reassured her slightly. But why was he still so determined to return to that perilous swamp? Was it for money, or something else? She couldn't figure it out. But seeing how hard he was trying to reassure her, seeing his face tired yet more vibrant than before he left home, Lola ultimately just softly uttered lowered her head, and silently took a sip of soup. She knew she couldn't persuade this stubborn man. She could only pray over and over in her heart to the sun deity Ignis, to Cardos, the god of protection and courage, even to every deity she could think of. Gods, please watch over my Yano, keep him safe and bring him back. Morning mist enveloped the town, the air was crisp and cold. A somewhat shabby two-wheeled carriage stood on the dirt road, the draft animal pulling it, snorting impatiently. Yano gave Lola, whose eyes were reddening, one last strong hug, then crouched down to ruffle his son's soft hair and kiss his daughter's milky-scented little cheek. The children didn't fully grasp the weight of parting. They just felt sad that their father was going on another long journey. "Daddy, come back soon," Emily demanded in her baby voice. "Be careful," little Arno instructed like a little adult. "I will," Yano promised solemnly, stood up, his gaze sweeping over his wife's face, which seemed to hold unspoken words, ultimately transforming into a firm nod. He took a deep breath, sat in the driver's seat, and picked up the reins. For Lola's smile, for the children's future, for this family, "Demon, I'm back." He gritted his teeth secretly, his gaze sharp as he looked toward the road leading to Reed River. Giddy up, the carriage creaked and slowly pulled away from the town, leaving behind the worried gazes of his wife and children and the warm smoke from cooking fires. The wheels jolted over the bumpy dirt road. Behind them, the outline of Iron Boot Town gradually disappeared. Yano glanced back at the supplies piled in the carriage bed. Most of the space was occupied by sturdy sacks filled with precious salt and dried grains, meant for trading with the lizard folk of the Rotten Moss tribe. Near his driver's seat, a small box made of fine pine wood, polished very smooth, was securely fastened, standing out starkly against the rough cargo surrounding it. Inside the box were the offerings he had carefully prepared. Inside was a common tongue, basic grammar and vocabulary book, and a common lizard folk phrases handbook he had gone to considerable effort to acquire from the Iron Boot Town Adventurers Guild. A tightly sealed small lead tin bottle containing valuable stardust blue magical ink, said to be made from the ink of a certain deep-sea squid, essential for mages drawing scrolls and long-distance communication magic formations, with an Alchemist Association certification label still stuck to the bottle. An exquisite insulated food box containing small cakes from the only high-end bakery in Iron Boot Town, and several bars of dark chocolate from a distant southern merchant caravan, carefully wrapped in tin foil, along with a small bag of colorful hard candies. Looking at these strange offerings, Yano couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. That low, hoarse, demonic voice echoed in his mind once more. Do demons in hell also have a sweet tooth, or is it truly part of some incomprehensible sacrificial ritual? He shook his head, dismissing these unanswerable thoughts. No matter what, a contract is a contract. He tightened his grip on the reins, his gaze once again fixed on the rushing river ahead, murmuring under his breath, "I'm back." On the banks of Reed River stood the camp of the Rotten Moss tribe. Green-scaled figures moved through the reeds, spearing fish or spreading fishing nets, dried meat, and medicinal herbs and mosses with a bitter fragrance along the shore to dry. During this perfectly ordinary afternoon, the arrival of a merchant shattered the tribe's tranquility. Lizard folk of all sizes gathered from their green huts, drying racks, or beneath the shade of trees, their amber vertical pupils curiously examining the human merchant who had entered their tribe. Excited younglings peeked around the wagon wheels, emitting soft hissing sounds, only to be quietly scolded by the adult lizard folk. Though the scene appeared primitive and rugged, it carried a unique tribal vitality that was somewhat boisterous. However, the faint sounds coming from the center of the crowd didn't seem quite harmonious, more like an argument was taking place. Sakashi had been observing newly dried medicinal herbs with her sister Semiea at a distance when the commotion from the camp caught their attention. Curious, she stood on her toes to peer at the human figure who seemed so out of place at the crowd's center. "What's happening, sister?" Sakashi whispered. Semiea's amber vertical pupils scanned the crowd, then she simply shook her head slightly, indicating Sakashi should go see for herself. Sakashi squeezed through the circle of lizard folk, attempting to ask a young warrior nearby. The young lizard folk glanced at her, recognized her as the outsider's sister, then turned away, clearly unwilling to engage with her. Old Shazak noticed the commotion nearby and cleared his throat lightly, reprimanding the young lizard folk for his rudeness. Show proper respect to Shaman Sakashi. Then he turned to the sisters, his tail giving a light tap on the ground as a form of greeting. This human merchant. Shazak looked toward Yano. He says he wants to go to a forest path that magical creatures dare not approach. We've lived in these swamps for dozens of rainy seasons, familiar with every puddle and ancient tree, yet we've never known of such a path. I believe Mr. Yano must have misunderstood something. The speaker may have been unintentional, but the listener was definitely intentional. Nearby, Sakashi's mind began working actively. A forest path that magical creatures dare not approach, this description. Wasn't that exactly the smooth wasp route that the envoy had opened? This human knew about that path. Could he be connected to the envoy? Meanwhile, Yano felt a headache beginning to throb faintly, sweat trickling down his temples, half from the swamp's oppressive heat, half from anxiety. He gestured earnestly, trying to describe the path's characteristics: clean, free of magical creatures, leading deep into the swamp. But his pitiful vocabulary of lizard folk language, learned through last-minute cramming, was woefully inadequate, and his pronunciation was downright bizarre. Letter 1D597, letter 1D656, NO, symbol 34D, letter 16D2, Ihachek, letter 219, Old Shazak, and the surrounding lizard folk listened with blank expressions, and a few younger ones couldn't help but snicker. The communication gap felt like an insurmountable chasm. He felt like a fool trying to explain the sky to fish. These lizard folk don't know about that forest path. What kind of joke is this? He didn't know the swamp's routes himself. Without a map, he couldn't possibly find that forest path and could only explain fruitlessly over and over again. Sakashi's gaze lingered on the anxious human merchant. She keenly noticed that despite his awkward situation, his eyes lacked the contempt or calculation she was accustomed to seeing in human merchants' gazes. There was only anxiety and a certain, restrained attempt at politeness. Was it because the rotten moss tribe had saved him? Or, because of the envoy's influence, had he developed a different attitude toward lizard folk? A thought quickly formed in her mind. She inconspicuously retreated to the edge of the crowd and quickly pulled a crude map from her small leather pouch, a waterproof, oil-tanned map marking the tribe's general hunting grounds and water sources. Carefully, she wrapped a pigeon egg-sized gray gravel crystal with the map, then tucked it into a gap between sacks at the edge of the wagon bed. An hour later, Yano had left the noisy but relatively safe boundaries of the rotten moss tribe, venturing deep into the dark, humid swamp forest. The closer he got to the area from his memory, the more tense his heartbeat became. He couldn't help but recall that silhouette flowing with darkness in the mist, those emotionless, ghostly green eyes. By actively delivering himself this time, what awaited him? To dispel the faint fear in his heart, he subconsciously reached into his chest pocket. There lay something he had accidentally discovered while organizing his goods, a crude lizard folk map, and wrapped within it, a cold, hard gray gravel crystal. He spread the map on the wooden chest in his arms, carefully identifying the direction of the forest path marked on it by the faint forest light. An unexplained suspicion arose in his heart. Who had given him the map? Could there be followers of that demon within the rotten moss tribe too? He felt as though he was being watched, and any lingering hope in his mind vanished like smoke. He tried hard to calm himself. Yano, it's nothing, just making a deal with a demon. Nothing to fear. Well, this reassurance not only had no effect, but instead made his heart feel heavier. He felt like a wild boar actively charging into a roasting oven, contemplating how to roast its thick fat until it sizzled, golden and dripping with oil, just to satisfy the demon's abyss-like greedy appetite. His thoughts churned madly with fear, yet his feet had mechanically carried him to the end of the forest path. Ahead, poisonous fog so thick it seemed impenetrable had completely swallowed the road. He tentatively stepped forward, wanting to penetrate the suffocating barrier, but each time he lifted his leg, he found himself back where he started. Yano stood frozen stiff, his very marrow seeping with fear of the demon. Finally, a thought so utterly insane even he found it mad gained the upper hand. Call out. He was actually going to personally summon that infernal presence right before his eyes. Great master of the swamp, your humble servant has brought an offering for you. Yano's voice was hoarse, trembling as it echoed through the forest. Before his words had even faded, immense regret surged through him. He wanted to flee, to retract this fatal invitation, but his feet felt rooted to the spot. Too late. From deep within the thick fog, an overwhelmingly oppressive silhouette abruptly manifested. It carried with it the accumulated decay from the swamp's depths and a nauseating aura of fear, piercing through the mist as it approached. Yano's heart nearly slammed out of his chest. He stared fixedly at the approaching shadow, his mind conjuring images of the demon's ferocious appearance, muscles bulging grotesquely, head adorned with twisted horns, crimson eyes burning with evil flames that could ensnare souls. Each step should make the earth tremble. The shadow swelled rapidly in his vision, its outline growing clearer and clearer. Fear and despair climbed to their peak. He could almost smell the imagined mixture of sulfur and blood, the scent of death. The thick fog was violently torn open by some force, and the figure brewing ultimate terror finally stepped out completely. A soft, translucent, jelly-like wobbling mass. Slime, Chen Yu had been somewhat troubled recently. He had discovered some corrupted swamp crocodiles deep in the swamp. It seemed the power that fascinated the lizard folk originated from the swamp's depths, which meant his territory was surrounded by those fanatical corrupted believers. All it would take was one heavy rainstorm or one opportunity, and the corrupted magical creatures from the swamp's depths would swarm out, joining the corrupted demi-humans outside to occupy the entire swamp. They would push him, the swamp overlord who hadn't even been in position for long, down from his high position. Overlord struggles had always been like this. Who would have thought these corrupted believers could harbor so many evil intentions too? To defend his position, he had to strike back hard, repelling these presumptuous invaders. He had been racking his brains how to teach them a lesson when a figure emerged from the swamp's poisonous mist. It was Yano returning. Yano sat in the unnaturally clean oak tree camp, looking up at the bright sunlight filtering through the surrounding mist, his eyes dazed and unfocused. If he hadn't walked here step by step himself, he would have thought this wasn't deep in the swamp, but rather some forest witch's meticulously maintained tree garden. This scene was completely different from the dark nest he imagined, filled with flowing lava and pungent sulfur smells. This was where the demon lived. And the demon was actually a slime. 2 poison stinger wasps fluttered their wings, buzzing as they descended from the oak tree, carrying leaf-woven cups filled with clear dew water, interrupting his thoughts. Yano subconsciously took the leaf cup and said thank you. Was this an illusion, or was he dreaming? Even the terrifying poison stinger wasps had become as obedient as fairies from fairy tales, knowing how to greet guests. Everything in the oak tree territory was challenging his decades of understanding about the world. It was simply too absurd. But the rough texture of the leaf in his palm, the uneven stone seat beneath him, and the fresh swamp scent all constantly reminded him this was real. Well, if a slime could become a demon, what couldn't he accept? On the simple stone table, several poison stinger wasps carried moss monsters and placed them on the broad leaves covering the table. These insects seemed to be the lunch the demon had prepared for him. But these moss-like little things looked more like a test from the demon, or some ritual to extract fear power rather than actual lunch, or perhaps to satisfy some twisted amusement. His gaze fell into the distance where the demon was inspecting the offering he brought, then shook its gel-like body as if nodding in satisfaction, about to bounce back. To leave this place safely, he had to perform in a way that satisfied the demon. Yano comforted himself internally it was just swallowing a raw insect. Back when he was undergoing night training in the deep mountains, he had eaten rat meat when starving. As if making a final decision, he closed his eyes and brought the moss monster to his mouth. First came the strange rough texture spreading throughout his mouth, then the moss monster burst open, its abundant juice flowing out to stimulate his taste buds, bringing the swamp's essence. To be honest, this thing wasn't bad tasting. If roasted, it could probably serve as emergency wilderness food, but this little thing looked too bizarre, making it psychologically difficult to accept. Yano only managed to stuff one moss monster into his stomach through a mix of gagging and swallowing. Over there, Chen Yu had just returned when he saw Yano boldly swallowing a moss monster raw. He felt immediately surprised. The humans in this world were more courageous than he thought, swallowing moss monsters raw without even blinking. He remembered how he had hesitated for quite a while at the beginning, only trying to swallow a moss monster when he couldn't bear the hunger anymore, thus developing a recipe for slimes. Adventurers here dealt with magical creatures daily, probably all being survival experts. Eating a moss monster crunchy and nutritious was just part of their daily adventures. He felt his understanding of this world's adventurers had deepened a bit more. How does it taste? Chen Yu approached, his curious voice echoing in Yano's mind. Faced with this sudden voice, Yano forced a smile. It's delicious. If it's delicious, then eat more. To be honest, Yano inexplicably felt his palms itching, wanting to slap himself. But with the slime staring at him, he could only force a smile, suppress his nausea, and stuff another moss monster into his mouth, swallowing it down. Only when he saw the round slime before him show a satisfied expression did he slowly relax internally. Master, he didn't expect people from other worlds to like such strange titles too. Was it some special preference? Just call me boss. From now on, you're the rider of this smooth wasp route, understand? Yes, boss. Even if he didn't understand, he had to pretend he did. Rider sounded similar tonight, he guessed. It was like titles given to followers of certain deities. Compared to Chunibyu titles like Shadow's Touch or Light Saint, Yano actually preferred the rider title, as it reminded him of his difficult yet fulfilling days as a knight squire at the border. It was during that time that his body developed petrification symptoms. Even though he achieved excellent results in later night training, he was still advised to leave by the instructors and return to the countryside. Fortunately, he received a decent enough pension to sustain his life, but when the precious grains and salt on the beast-drawn cart fell into the hands of those gray-scaled monsters, that money was completely lost. Yano subconsciously looked at the roots of his right fingers. The petrification spots seemed to have become clearer again, making him feel worried inside. Are you worried about your illness, boss? Can't my soul be exchanged for a healthy body? It's not impossible, but it requires over a dozen treatment sessions. Treatment sessions, take off your clothes and lie down. Take off clothes, starting so intensely right away. With some evil ritual about to be performed, Yano steeled his heart, gritted his teeth, and complied, taking off his upper garment and lying on the ground as if resigning to his fate. Come on, boss. For Lola, for the children, he could endure even the most evil and painful rituals. He didn't even care about death. His life was worthless anyway. As long as he could gather enough money for Lola and the others to live before dying, that would be enough. When making deals with demons, he had long been prepared. Chen Yu gurgled with bubbles. He always felt this human had misunderstood something. Prepare yourself mentally. This process will be a bit painful. To prevent Yano from moving around, Chen Yu slowly released hallucinogenic factor, making him fall into a dazed state. Only then did he control the poison stinger to pierce his back. As expected, this first injection missed again. Fortunately, the anesthetic effect of the hallucinogenic factor was excellent. Yano didn't feel anything at all, but he could sense needles piercing his back, finally understanding why his back had been burning with pain when he woke up last time. Turns out it was all from needle pricks. Chen Yu calmly pulled out the misaligned poison stinger and injected another one. Fortunately, this one didn't miss. As this strange ritual proceeded, Yano's consciousness gradually became more confused, seeing several dancing little figures before his eyes, all naked versions of himself. In his dazed state, he could hear the demon's questions, asking his name, background. He couldn't muster any resistance and answered everything, until his consciousness completely fell into deep sleep. After who knows how long, Yano suddenly opened his eyes and sat up from the ground. Feeling the gradually returning pain in his back and his increasingly relaxed body, he realized his earlier experience wasn't a dream. Awake, before it gets dark, you should head back unless you want to stay overnight here. Stay overnight, spending the night in this dangerous swamp with a demon nearby? Yano immediately shuddered, his confused mind instantly clearing up. No, boss, I won't trouble you anymore. He was originally hurrying to pack his things when two poison stinger wasps carrying leaf-wrapped items with a fishy sweet scent landed before him. Poison stinger wasp meat paste. Is this for me, boss? Yes, your delivery fee. I don't deduct employees' salaries. Remember to pick up your rider mission before heading back. Rider mission, have you heard? Miracle Yano is back again. He brought back rare goods from the deep swamp, and the team that followed him made a fortune. Then what are we waiting for? While the gray-scaled lizard folk are hiding, let's grab some wealth quickly. Similar conversations exploded like hotcakes in every corner of the Adventurers Guild. In the noisy, chaotic hall, human adventurers gathered in small groups, enthusiastically discussing the rumors with flying spittle. A few scattered dwarves boomed with voices that drowned out the surrounding clamor. In the corners, half-elf rangers quietly polished their short bows, but their ears twitched slightly, clearly also gathering information. Right at that moment, the heavy oak door creaked open with a violent push. All the commotion instantly quieted down. Standing silhouetted against the light at the entrance was a travel-worn figure, his leather armor still stained with swamp mud, none other than the center of everyone's attention, Yano. Ignoring the dozens of gazes instantly focused on him, he walked steadily through the automatically parting crowd, heading straight to the mission counter. Thump, a leather pouch emitting faint fluorescence and a strange fishy odor was thrown onto the counter. The swamp specialties the Alchemist Association wanted, all collected. His voice wasn't loud, but it clearly carried throughout the hall. The mission clerk behind the counter froze for a moment, then opened the bag and examined it carefully, his eyes immediately lighting up. Well done, Yano. It really is moonlight moss. He deftly counted out a small, heavy bag of gold coins and pushed it toward Yano. Yano weighed the money pouch, a hearty smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He turned around to face the hall full of breathless adventurers, raising the bag of gold coins high as he announced clearly, "Everyone, you've worked hard. Tonight at the Old Oak Tavern, drinks are on me unlimited." As his words fell, the scene fell into dead silence. Then, like a suppressed volcano suddenly erupting, deafening cheers nearly blasted the roof off. The adventurers who had just been calculating how to get rich in the swamp now looked at Yano with more than just simple envy in their eyes. There was also blazing desire thoroughly ignited. Damn, we must show those grayscale bastards what adventurers are capable of. Yano stood there, his smile unchanged. All of this was within the boss's plan. He didn't know why the boss wanted to deal with those grayscale bastards, but obviously the temptation of overnight wealth wasn't something these adventurers who dreamed of getting rich all day could resist. Letter 25FA acute abara yus duracis before he brought back wealth from the deep swamp. The swamp forest across the Reed River had always been seen as dangerous and barren in adventurers' eyes. Only merchants and adventurers hired to guard merchant caravans would cross over to do business. But now the situation had changed. The swamp forest had become a treasure land in adventurers' eyes, and those grayscale bastards who once terrified him were about to face a group of fanatical human adventurers. No matter how sharp their claws or thick their scales, they couldn't possibly withstand human greed. Yano tossed the money pouch in his hand and turned to leave with style. "Boss, my mission is complete. Plant this moonlight moss under that tree." "Wrong, not this tree, the other one without the poison frogs." "Yes, right here. Don't plant too much in one place. We need to gradually lure adventurers to explore the swamp." Chen Yu bounced through the marshy forest, directing the bee swarm to decorate the swamp's outer areas. This swamp was about to welcome the second wave of adventurers from the kingdom, so naturally it needed to be decorated to appear more abundant, leaving a good impression in their eyes. As for those gray-scaled lizard folk, they had long been scared into migrating south by the fanatical adventurers going to seek help from the gnolls. A bunch who could even abandon their faith, how could they possibly maintain loyalty to the land? Seeing that the outer decoration work was proceeding methodically, the idle Chen Yu began patrolling his swamp territory, lest he not even know if wolves and hyenas from the southern forest invaded his domain. After these days of exploration, he had already figured out how large the range of his swamp territory was. Centered around the oak territory, continuing westward deeper into the swamp, was the domain of corrupted crocodiles. Each of these crocodiles was a bronze tier magical creature. These swamp puppies didn't run fast, but they occupied territory, blocking his path. Heading north in the hunting grounds of the rotten moss tribe lizard folk, the coniferous swamp forest, the trees grew sparser and straighter, inhabited by the giant bear clan, massive and brawny, probably capable of smacking one slime with a single paw. Going south would lead into a death swamp, perpetually emitting ominous aura, where gnolls and hyenas roamed the edge of life and death, surviving by gnawing on carrion and occasionally hunting unfortunate magical creatures that wandered in. That was the gnolls' territory, now also temporarily hosting the corrupted lizard folk staying there. Thus, Chen Yu found himself seemingly trapped in the center of the swamp. To defend the swamp overlord's position and protect the swamp's peace and stability, he decided to borrow power from beyond this world. While there was still time, he returned to the oak territory and began his daily talisman drawing practice. Pressing the prepared leaves under stones, then taking poison thorns as talisman brushes, combined with the improved magic ink, barely constituted the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone needed for talisman drawing. The conditions were rather crude, but one couldn't ask for more in the swamp. When Yano left, he promised to find magic paper for him. He wondered if it could replace leaves as talisman paper. But the magic ink he brought really could be used. He just needed to replenish the gray gravel crystals with spiritual energy, grind them into powder, then mix them into the magic ink to get the spiritual energy ink he wanted. In his view, this magic ink was more like a carrier of mysterious power, thick, smooth, locking in mana like a net. And after adding gray gravel crystals, it could displace the mana inside. To use a more vivid metaphor, it was like replacing the prisoner in the prison from a mage to a cultivator. It could still serve its proper function. Chen Yu used gel to hold the poison thorn, dipped it in some ink, and shakily drew the patterns of the rock-steady talisman on the leaf. Without a doubt, his attempt failed. His half-baked talisman drawing skills clearly weren't sufficient to master such difficult drawing conditions. So after failing more than 10 times in succession, not daring to waste the precious leaf talisman paper and spiritual energy ink, he immersed his consciousness back into Zhu Xuan heaven to continue practicing talismans. It wasn't until noon that the panel notification that popped out pulled Chen Yu, who was immersed in practice, back to reality. Talisman Drawing Technique LV. 1 Right Arrow Talisman Drawing Technique LV. 2 Species Hallucinogenic Slime Level Black Iron LV. 3 Exp 16/30 Cultivation Kai Training LV. 4 Spiritual Energy 0/40 Life Status Healthy HP 115/115 Racial Talent Devour Digestion LV. 3 Other Talents Acid Secretion LV. 3 Toxin Resistance LV. 3 Resilient Carapace LV. 3 Hallucinogenic Factor LV. 2 Skill List Open Yuan Treasure Scroll LV. 5 Object Manipulation LV. 3 Little Arrow Technique LV. 3 Sound Transmission Technique LV. 3 Talisman Drawing Technique LV. 2 Reputation Title Slime Warrior Novice Slime. Calculating the time, the sex library should be open now. Chen Yu tidied his desk, stepped out of the thatched hut, and walked toward the direction of the sex Changshan Hall. His Kai training cultivation had already broken through to the 4th layer. Most of his talents and skills had leveled up across the board, including the Open Yuan Treasure Scroll upgraded to LV5, having reached its limit. It was time to go receive the Sex Advanced Cultivation Method, a civil engineering Bible that he had long had his eye on. In the outer sect of Three Origins sect, nestled among the surrounding mountains, was a lake as clear as a mirror, with Changshan Hall situated right in the center of this lake. This was the main place where outer sect disciples handled daily affairs and awaited assignments. Passing through an inconspicuous small door at the side of the main hall and walking not far along a slightly dimly lit corridor, one would find the library of Changshan Hall. The library wasn't large and had simple furnishings. Several rows of tall wooden shelves nearly reached the ceiling, densely packed with books and scrolls. The air floated with the mixed scent of old paper and wood, feeling somewhat stifling. Against the wall were several long wooden tables and stools for people to read and copy texts. As soon as Chen Yu entered, he saw many disciples buried in writing something with their spiritual brushes. Most of the books here were old, with yellowed and curled pages, recording mainly basic cultivation methods, sect rules, geographical records of mountains and rivers, as well as illustrated guides to common plants and minerals. There were also precious technique books that required Dao certificates to exchange for. Chen Yu searched his entire body but couldn't produce a single Dao certificate, so naturally these weren't his target. In Three Origins sect, cultivation was highly competitive, but there were also many benefits. When disciples fully mastered the basic technique, Open Yuan Treasure Scroll, or advanced to mid-stage Kai training, they could come to the library to receive advanced cultivation techniques for free. Compared to the foundational Open Yuan Treasure Scroll, the advanced techniques were much more sophisticated, initially involving complex principles like the movement of the 5 elements. So now the question arose. He only knew that advanced techniques could be obtained at the library, but no one had told him how to actually receive them. Just as he was worrying, an elderly man leisurely approached within the library, glanced at him, and waved his whisk to shoo him away. Shoo, this is a quiet place for reading. What are you standing around foolishly for, Junior? I came to receive the sect's advanced techniques. The long-browed elder looked him over again, reached out to check his pulse, and squinted his eyes. Abundant spiritual energy, such pure quality indeed indicates mid-stage cultivation. Come with me, old man. The elder walked to the depths of the library, waved his whisk, and technique books trembled and floated down from the tall shelves. He put on his reading glasses and picked up the ledger to register. Name, Chen Yu. Where do you live? Emerald Bamboo Forest. Entered the sect 4 years ago. To achieve this cultivation progress, you must have put in considerable effort. Indeed, he had put great effort into eating. He just didn't know if eating diligently counted as serious cultivation. Before coming, did you understand how to choose advanced techniques? Yes. No need to answer hastily. Let me explain it to you slowly. The elder muttered. In previous years, many disciples who chose the wrong techniques blamed this old man. This time I'll make it clear to you, so don't come complaining to me later if you regret it. Okay. According to Chen Yu's understanding, choosing techniques was similar to choosing majors. No matter what major one chose, someone would eventually regret it. Either the technique was problematic or the teacher was problematic, but it could never be their own fault. Of course, there were also fools who chose techniques in a moment of passion, and unlucky ones who lacked access to information. The waters here were actually quite deep. Ahem, the elder cleared his throat. Listen well, young man, let me tell you about the difference between basic techniques and advanced techniques. That Open Yuan Treasure Scroll you practiced is the most fundamental skill of the sect, used to warm and nourish your meridians, expand the pool of your danshan, and build your foundation. The advantage is its balanced and moderate nature, impartial and unbiased. As for advanced techniques, the elder smacked his lips as if remembering something troublesome. They come in countless varieties. Divided according to the 5 elements, there are basic techniques like Greenwood Long Spring Art, Mysterious Water True Method, Departing Fire Heart Scripture, Earth Bearing All Things Canon. At the same time, there are more complex dual attribute techniques. Jing Metal Bing Fire Formula, Yiwood Gui Water Scripture, Wu Earth Life Fire Art. There are many fancy names. Single attribute techniques are easy to learn but difficult to master, while dual attribute techniques are difficult to learn but easy to master. Which to choose, you should weigh yourself depending on your ability and patience. I'll say this up front. If you choose correctly, that's your skill. If you choose wrong, that's also your own path. Don't come crying to this old man later. These old bones can't withstand the trouble. I want the 9 Ramparts Life Palace formula. In Zuxu in heaven, there was no concept of spiritual roots, or rather, the spiritual roots here were different from what he had imagined. Cultivation theory held that every cultivator possessed complete 5 elements, meaning everyone had 5-element spiritual roots. It's just that these 5-element spiritual roots were like 5 wooden sticks, some long, some short. For example, those with long water spiritual roots had talent in the water element path. Chen Yu's 5-element spiritual roots were all the same length, meaning they were equally short. He could choose any attribute technique entirely based on preference. So naturally he would choose the Earthwood dual attribute technique that suited him better. 9 Ramparts Life Palace formula. The elder raised his eyebrows to look at him. Young man, have you thought it through? The prospects for Earthwood cultivation haven't been good for decades. With a century of peace and prosperity, no wars, no territorial expansion, earthwood cultivators can only pick up repair work to get by, and the conditions are harsh. Many of your senior brothers were building spiritual vein mines on Whitebone Mountain. Because the conditions were too harsh and monsters frequently harassed them, 3 more grabbed their buckets and ran away last year. I've made up my mind, you. The elder's whisk swayed in his arms as he shook his head and sighed. Fine, since you seem like a decent fellow, let me point you to a better path. Since your 5 elements are balanced, why not choose fire element techniques? First, go guard monsters at Black Mountain Valley for 20 years. If you perform well, it's not impossible to transfer you back to guard the gate at Changshan Hall. It takes 20 years of seniority just to guard a gate. This 3 Origins sect was competitive beyond reason. What not satisfied? Let me think. 10,000 Poison Cave needs a surveillance officer to watch the cave entrance and monitor monster movements. That cave is indeed quite dangerous. If you happen to have some alchemy talent, temper yourself for a few more years, and become familiar with poisons, you might be transferred back to Pill Hall and accepted under Elder Lin. Elder, don't worry, I won't grab my bucket and run away. He never intended to seek employment after cultivating the 9 Ramparts Life Palace formula, so he truly couldn't run away. He had his own work. Developing Zayarilla should count as a major project, right? Though it was just developing his own swamp territory. Since you're determined, I won't try to persuade you further. However, these techniques are just the foundation. To truly manifest effects, you still need Dao arts. Young man, have you prepared Dao certificates? Dao arts aren't free. No, Chen Yu answered very directly because he had full confidence. He was quite certain he didn't have a single Dao certificate. The elder quickly glanced toward the doorway and lowered his voice. No, doesn't matter. I'll exchange 1 Dao certificate for 95 broken spirit stones from you. If you miss this opportunity, you won't find another. Elder, do you also take side jobs? What side jobs? It's perfectly reasonable for a retired old man to earn some spirit stones, right? Open Yuan Treasure Scroll LV. 5 Right Arrow 9 Ramparts Life Palace Formula LV. 1 within the oak territory. Chen Yu tried hard to squeeze out a serious expression, holding an oak branch with his gel, muttering incantations in his heart as he hopped and circled around a patch of muck, as if performing some primitive sacrificial ritual, creating a solemn and dignified atmosphere. Transform for me. The oak branch pointed downward, touching that lump of muck. Transform mud into stone. Immediately afterward, an astonishing scene occurred. The muck that had been slumped on the ground quickly drained its moisture, compressed itself, took shape, and finally became a dark brown mud brick. Whether picked up and smashed or chopped at, it was no different from hard granite. This was the accompanying mystical art of the 9 Ramparts Life Palace formula, transform mud into stone. It had cost him a full 20 spirit stones to exchange for it from the library elder. Of course, his abilities weren't limited to just this. Chen Yu began muttering mystical incantations again, then pointed the oak branch held by his gel toward the oak tree's roots. Grow, accelerate wood and shape form in just an instant. The oak tree roots emitted cracking and popping sounds, breaking through the soil, winding up around the oak tree, then connecting with the bark one by one to form root stairs. After the stairs were completely formed, Chen Yu put down the oak branch and tried hopping up step by step, passing by the busy poison stinger wasp nest, and soon climbed to the top of the oak tree. Enjoying the unobstructed sunlight above and the open view before him, Chen Yu was so moved he bubbled, immediately feeling that the 40 spirit stones spent on exchanging for the mystical arts were worth it. Transform mud into stone and accelerate wood and shape form both belonged under 9 Ramparts Life Palace Formula LV1 and wouldn't be displayed on the panel. The replaced Open Yuan Treasure Scroll LV5 hadn't disappeared, but had been inherited. Chen Yu stood at the high point looking out over the entire oak territory and even the entire swamp forest. A bold idea emerged in his heart. Using trees as framework and stones to build walls, he could completely transform the oak territory into an impregnable fortress and even undertake massive construction projects around the swamp periphery, building maze-like ruins to attract adventurers to continuously visit the swamp and drive away those corrupted fellows. Told a letter to Winwinfa of Abara as this was a massive project. Wasn't this exactly the kind of major infrastructure construction that his senior brothers in Zhu Xuan Heaven craved? Too bad this project had been contracted by him alone. Poor civil engineering senior brothers, Reed River. With meltwater from the snowy peaks flowing in, the river was much more abundant than during the winter year, rushing noisily as it washed over the newly sprouted tender green reed shoots along the banks, also bringing the fresh scent of pine wood from upstream. The old beaver Nana, soaked in the bone-chilling cold water, couldn't help but shake its thick, glossy brown fur and sneeze. The icy river water washed over its paws but couldn't extinguish its busy soul. Spring, this was the golden season for beavers, also the busiest season. Crunch, crunch, it had its eyes on a small poplar tree, gnawing at it with powerful front teeth, wood chips flying like snowflakes. Its small eyes were focused and bright, its tail rhythmically slapping the water surface, splashing cheerful water droplets. Almost there, this branch could soon be dragged back to its precious dam. Just then, an unusual vibration came from the distance, clearly transmitted through the riverbank soil, followed by dull clip-clopping sounds and the rolling sound of wheels crushing grass, breaking the riverside tranquility. Nana warily raised its head, its moist black nose sniffing hard. It was the smell of dust, and that annoying two-legged creature's scent, On the dirt road leading to the swamp forest, an open carriage pulled by two sturdy draft horses was kicking up a trail of dust as it sped toward them. More of these strangely shaped human adventurers. Nana discontentedly flicked its tail, sending several water droplets flying far away, its mood instantly turning gloomy. Ever since spring arrived and the ice and snow melted, this road leading deep into the forest had become lively. These guys wearing metal shells, carrying strange sticks and glowing stones, came in groups of 3 or 5, continuously pouring into the Reed River banks, then plunging headfirst into that dangerous swamp forest. Sometimes humans would stop, curiously staring at it and its beloved dam, making gibberish sounds it couldn't understand at all. Even worse, 1 or 2 reckless ones would curiously poke with their hands, even trying to move the branches it had carefully piled up. Every time it thought of this, Nana got so angry its front teeth itched, wishing it could rush up and take a bite at those restless fingers. Its precious dam, that was the home it had built tooth by tooth, sweat by sweat, one branch and one mud clump at a time. It was the fortress for resisting natural enemies and raising offspring. How could it be a toy for these passers-by? However, today's carriage seemed particularly hurried, wheels rolling, dust flying, showing no intention of slowing down at all. It swept past the Reed River banks like a gust of wind, heading straight for the forest entrance. Nana's tense nerves relaxed slightly. "All right, consider yourselves sensible," it muttered with a mix of relief and dissatisfaction, lowering its head again and opening those signature large front teeth. Crunch, crunch. The wheels rolled over potholes in the dirt road, the carriage jolting violently, almost throwing off the young girl sitting at the rear who was buried in studying books. "Ouch," she exclaimed in surprise, hurriedly grabbing the carriage side. The girl had fluffy, soft chestnut brown hair, with fair cheeks still carrying some baby fat, typical features of the Anier people. Just like the washed-out apprentice robe she wore and the plain oak staff leaning beside her, they represented being law-abiding and content. "Captain Kelvin, see, could we slow down a bit?" The girl picked up the dropped book with heartache. "Slow, little sweetheart Alara, time is money, money is life." The man sitting in the driver's position controlling the reins turned his head, grinning with an enthusiastic smile. His name was Kelvin, captain of this temporarily assembled adventuring party. In his early 30s, with fair skin and slightly curly golden short hair, high nose bridge, deep-set eyes, the corners of his mouth habitually turned upward, carrying a kind of eloquent shrewdness. These were typical Visagi people characteristics, an ethnic group known for shrewdness, mobility, and business talent, with footprints spread across the continent, but rarely having fixed homes. He wore the common ranger attire of Ironboot Town, a somewhat worn brown leather armor, with a slender curved sword hanging at his waist, the scabbard decorated so lavishly that it appeared somewhat tacky. "Think about it, Alara, we're going to the swamp forest to make our fortune. That place is filled with valuable swamp magical creatures and moonlight moss everywhere. If we're late, even the moss will be scraped clean by other lucky bastards. I'm doing this for the team's sake. Captain I. Brum have been forging in Ironboot Town for 10 years, mined in the mountains, dug in the earth. How come I never heard the forest was this rich? Still find it a bit hard to believe." A muffled voice sounded next to Alara. Speaking was a dwarf, with thick, messy, flame-like reddish-brown beard and a pair of bright, spirited, small brown eyes. He wore a heavy chainmail armor, covered with a severely worn leather apron, a double-bladed battle axe that looked heavily weighted resting casually by his leg. Brum Stonefist was a neighbor blacksmith Alara knew from Ironboot Town. "Old Brother Brum," this was personally said by Miracle Yano. Nana warily raised its head, its moist black nose sniffing hard. It was the smell of dust and that annoying two-legged creature's scent. Annoying two-legged creature's scent. You must know that legendary figure, right? My third uncle's neighbor's distant cousin heard his words and, relying on the treasures in the swamp forest, paid off all his gambling. All investment debts overnight, even married a beautiful wife. He waved his arms, vividly describing. That place is filled with magical plants everywhere. Rumors say some adventurers even encountered suddenly appearing ruins, where they plundered quite a few treasures. Alara's eyes slightly brightened hearing this. She had a natural curiosity for unknown magical plants, but then slightly frowned. "But Captain Kelvin, books say the swamp forest after spring is the most dangerous. Miasma begins to spread, sleeping magical creatures also awaken. Danger." Kelvin waved his hand grandly, almost hitting the carriage-pulling horses. With our experienced old brother Brum as the vanguard, what monster can't his mountain splitter chop to pieces? Plus our promising Miss Alara's magic, and me, Kelvin, the best guide and negotiation expert in Visagi. What danger can't we handle? Our combination is so perfect it's like granted by the gods. Fortune is right before our eyes. Kelvin vowed confidently, his smile so dazzlingly bright, but his eyes quickly scanned the increasingly closer swamp forest entrance ahead, secretly swallowing saliva. Actually, he was far less confident and calm than he appeared on the surface. If not for the damned debts chasing him like whips lashing him, leaving him no choice, he would never have come here. Experienced adventurers all knew his situation. Who would dare team up with him to enter the swamp forest? Only these two fools were easily deceived, readily believing his words. Although both were complete novices wet behind the ears, he had no other choice, could only carry on with this carefully woven adventure. He vigorously shook the reins. Giddy up. Friends, fortune is waving at us. The carriage kicked up one last cloud of dust, rushing without hesitation into the swamp forest. A silvery arc of light flashed through the air, accompanied by a faint tearing sound. Thwack! The blade tip precisely sliced into the fluorescent Mycenon's blue-green cap mushroom, and the creature's little legs only thrashed wildly for a moment before going still. Kelvin elegantly withdrew his curved blade, blowing a breath across its surface. See that, sweetheart Alara, old Buddy Bloom, this is the skill of a veteran adventurer. Visagi eyesight combined with ranger precision makes dealing with these glowing cuties way too easy. He proudly lifted his chin, his golden curls still prominent even in the dim light. Alara completely ignored her captain's performance, crouching nearby as she carefully used a small wooden shovel to dig up a peculiar plant growing beside a decaying tree root. It's water bell orchid. She looked up, her baby-faced features filled with delight. The books say it only grows near mana nodes and is premium material for making clarity potions. It seems the magical environment here is even more active than described. Meanwhile, Bloom proved quite supportive, grinning widely and giving a thumbs up. Ha, as expected of our captain. That slash had real power behind it. This simple praise instantly gratified Kelvin immensely, satisfying his vanity to the extreme. He waved his hand grandly. Let's go onward. Miracle Yano's treasure awaits us. The team continued trekking through the damp forest. Kelvin led the way, his mood seeming to lighten with Bloom's compliments and Alara's occasional discoveries of novel plants. The moss beneath their feet felt soft as carpet, sunlight filtering through gaps to create patches of light, everything appearing unnaturally tranquil. Our retroflex as small capen a beta yelletter FF53 tusk, this swamp forest isn't as terrifying as the rumors claim. Sleeping magical creatures, miasma everywhere. I think those cowards made it all up to scare people. He casually used his curved blade to push aside hanging vines while muttering, even finding the leisure to hum a Visagi tune. Just then a fist-sized burrowing beetle slowly crawled through the leaf litter near his feet, making rustling sounds. Where'd this rock lump come from? Get lost. Without even looking closely, Kelvin kicked the beetle away. Whoosh thump, the unfortunate beetle traced an arc through the air, slammed into a large tree trunk with a dull impact sound, then fell into the thick rotting leaves upside down, struggling dizzily. Kelvin snorted dismissively and continued forward without concern. He glanced back at his teammates behind him, Alara carefully storing the freshly gathered water bell orchid in a small cloth bag with focused concentration, while Bloom moved like a mobile fortress, vigilantly scanning their rear. Looking at these two greenhorns who trusted him completely, an inexplicable ripple stirred in Kelvin's heart, a distant sense of familiarity. It was also at a forest edge like this, also three people, an equally boastful captain, an equally somewhat timid but determined young companion, and an equally ignorant version of himself. Then came that bugbear roaring out from the shadows, the captain's terrified, twisted face, and his figure immediately turning to flee, disappearing into the dense forest, leaving only the desperate himself and that young companion smashed into a bloody pulp by the bugbear's massive club. The ease on Kelvin's face instantly froze, a barely noticeable shadow passing through his eyes. Ha, adventure, bullshit camaraderie and glory, staying alive and getting paid, that's what really matters. After that incident, he understood you have to be cold-blooded, keeping your eyes only on valuable things. What's wrong with being money-hungry? Better than dying for no good reason. He shook his head vigorously, as if trying to fling away that unpleasant memory along with any unwanted softness in his heart. Look ahead. Alara's delighted voice broke the brief silence. Passing through an exceptionally dense curtain of vines, a small clearing appeared before them. In the center of the clearing stood several sections of crumbling low walls, constructed from dark brown bricks and stones, exuding an ancient and mysterious atmosphere. Ruins, real ruins. Kelvin's eyes instantly lit up as if seeing treasure chests overflowing with gold coins. I told you Miracle Yano wouldn't lie. Quick, let's check it out. He eagerly rushed in first, his boots nearly slipping on the slick moss. Alara approached the low wall, extending her fair fingers to gently brush away the moss covering it, carefully feeling the wall's material. Huh, Captain Kelvin, these bricks, they look somewhat new. Kelvin was excitedly rummaging through a pile of collapsed stones and didn't turn back, waving his hand dismissively. Ah, don't worry about details. The important thing is there's treasure. Hurry and find the treasure chest. Completely immersed in fantasies of imminent wealth, he ignored the magic apprentice's keen observation. While the rookie team of 3 immersed themselves in the joy of exploring ruins, they remained unaware that in the dark swamp, a pair of round eyes was watching them unblinkingly. That round, gelatinous body was none other than the swamp's slime lord. Miscalculation forgot to age the newly built walls, Chen Yu thought. Next time must remember to slather them thick with mud and vines in advance, and maybe add some bird droppings, then no adventurer would dare touch them. Looks like they're about to encounter the boss I carefully prepared. Chen Yu looked toward the depths of the ruins, where suppressed low growls could faintly be heard. That was the actor he'd captured with some effort a few days ago, a particularly irritable, corrupted jackal. Inside the ruins, unlike Kelvin, who was haphazardly digging through debris, Bloom habitually observed the ground and discovered several unusually fresh droppings partially buried under leaves. Captain, there's wolf droppings here, and they're very fresh with a rotten stench. Something's not right. Wolf droppings. Kelvin, who had been trying to move a large rock, froze instantly, cold sweat immediately breaking out. Jackals and corrupted ones. These bronze deer scum usually move in packs, are swift and cunning and extremely vindictive. His rookie team members were all just initiates, not even official professionals. One-on-one against bronze deer magical creatures might be manageable, but if targeted by a pack of corrupted jackals in these complex ruins, escape would be impossible. Ilara also nervously gripped her staff, her knuckles turning pale. Kelvin forcibly suppressed the fear in his heart, signaling the 2 to stay quiet. He crouched low, carefully following Bloom's direction, using the broken walls for cover as he advanced, with Ilara and Bloom close behind. In the deepest part of the ruins, behind a relatively intact arched doorway, indeed lay a corrupted jackal. It was larger than an ordinary wolf, with filthy, matted fur, multiple festering sores oozing pus, and it was anxiously pawing at the ground. Behind it, not far away, a wooden box half buried in soil that looked thoroughly decayed was emitting an alluring treasure glow in Kelvin's eyes. The 3 held their breath, observing for quite a while. Ilara even risked peeking out half her head to carefully confirm. Only one, and it seems injured, moving somewhat sluggishly. Ilara whispered in a voice barely audible, carrying incredible surprise. Just one. Kelvin's eyes instantly ignited with the light of greed. An injured lone wolf with a treasure chest nearby. This was practically a gift from the gods. What a perfect opportunity. He lowered his voice, his eyes gleaming with calculation. Brother Bloom, you draw its attention from the left. Ilara, get your magic ready and hit it hard. I'll flank from the right and deliver the finishing blow. Remember, be quick. After the simple tactical arrangement, the 3 charged out simultaneously. Roar. The jackal was startled, whipping around sharply, its murky eyes instantly locking onto Ilara, who appeared the weakest. It kicked off with its hind legs, charging straight at her with a foul, bloody wind. Ilara was so terrified her face went pale, her mind completely blank, forgetting all magical incantations. Just as that foul, drooling maw was about to bite down, her survival instinct made her scream, swinging the oak staff in her hands like a club with her eyes tightly shut. Thwack! A dull thud echoed as the staff connected solidly with the jackal's snout. Yeo! The jackal let out a piercing, miserable howl, its charging momentum abruptly halting. Its entire head was rattled, leaving it dazed and disoriented on the spot. Schluck! Kelvin's scimitar seized the perfect opportunity, precisely piercing the jackal's relatively softer neck from the side. Bloom's battle axe descended simultaneously, heavily cleaving into its spine. The fight ended surprisingly easily. Kelvin pulled out his scimitar, looking at the twitching jackal corpse on the ground, and couldn't help but burst into loud laughter. Ha 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 ha, well done, sweet Ilara. That head-on blow had the spirit of a dwarf warrior. Maybe you should switch careers and become a warrior. Letter 1d6 4d, letter 1d4 b6, letter 2115, O letter 1d5 1f, epsilon, letter 1d4 12. The girl was still shaken, her small face deathly pale. She stared at the staff in her hands, seemingly not yet processing what she had just done. Bloom also grinned widely. Ha ha, lil Ilara, that was one solid whack. Kelvin eagerly rushed to the decayed wooden chest, pried open the rusted lock with his scimitar, and flung the lid open. Inside weren't the glittering treasures they imagined, but it was filled with a thick layer of moonlight moss emitting a soft moon-white glow, dotted with a few deep green, semi-transparent stones that looked like solidified swamp water. We're rich. We're rich. Kelvin ecstatically grabbed a handful of the moonlight moss, its gentle glow illuminating his face, twisted with excitement. Look, Ilara, Bloom, I told you the guidance of Miracle Yano was real. Think of how many gold coins these could fetch in Ironboot Town, no, even in the royal capital. He danced about, spittle flying, already fantasizing about a life of luxury after paying off his debts. Ilara, infected by the joy of their haul, crouched down to carefully examine the rare magical plants, while Bloom stroked his beard, calculating how much premium tobacco and ale this money could buy. Just as the 3 were immersed in the ecstasy of their newfound wealth, their guard at its lowest, Yeo! Awo awo. Piercing, dense howls filled with bloodthirsty frenzy surged like a tide from behind the ruins. A pack of corrupted jackals with festering fur surged out like demons escaping hell, roaring as they charged. Jackal pack. The dwarf's combat instincts made Bloom immediately adopt a defensive stance, but facing enemies swarming from all directions, his expression turned extremely grim. The ecstasy on Kelvin's face instantly froze, replaced by ashen gray fear. Overwhelming despair flooded him like icy water. It's over, all over. He felt as if he were back in that desperate afternoon shrouded by the bugbear's shadow. Run, must run, that was the only thought in his mind. Captain, I'll hold them here, you take little Alara and run. In that critical moment, time seemed to freeze. Kelvin saw Alara frozen in terror, her face deathly pale, and saw the dwarf Bloom bravely blocking the front. His mind screamed at him to run, like that bastard captain did back then. Cold-blooded, greedy for wealth. That was the law of survival, but they were just like himself and that foolish lad back then. The captain's resolute retreating back, the despairing look in his companion's eyes before death, these memories remained deeply etched in his mind. Pain and guilt intertwined. Rag! Kelvin let out a roar that sounded almost inhuman, not a scream of fear, but a desperate, cornered resolve. To hell with cold-bloodedness, I just can't learn it. He abruptly halted his fleeing steps, looking at the madly charging jackals, at the leather armor on the dwarf warrior instantly torn open by sharp claws and the blood seeping out, at the girl's terrified, helpless eyes. Bloom, take Alara and go. Go now. Kelvin's eyes were wide with fury, his voice distorted and hoarse from extreme emotion. He completely forgot his fear, forgot the gold coins, forgot his own cold-blooded survival philosophy. Like an enraged lion, he gripped his scimitar tightly with both hands and recklessly charged back towards the several jackals lunging at Bloom and Alara. In the darkness, Chen Yu blinked his eyes in confusion. A jackal pack. The script doesn't seem to include these stinking jackals, does it? These corrupted jackals had most likely strayed from the death swamp to the south. How dare they intrude into his territory, completely disregarding him, the slime lord? Seeing the critical situation, Chen Yu could no longer maintain his director role. He fired off a little arrow technique directly at them. Boom! The little arrow technique, released with mid-stage cultivation power, was astonishingly powerful. 2 jackals were blasted away by the water arrow's tremendous impact force, their corpses even getting stuck in the trees. This sudden, precise strike made the frenzied jackal pack instantly hesitate. A flicker of instinctual fear showed in their murky red eyes. It was that damned slime coming. Grrrr. A low growl came from within the jackal pack. The remaining jackals immediately abandoned their attack, tucked their tails between their legs, and fled with mournful howls, quickly disappearing into the dense forest. Meanwhile, the 3 survivors, having fled far away, collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Though they looked utterly disheveled now, there was no doubt they had survived. Kelvin leaned on his scimitar, kneeling on one knee, his entire body trembling slightly. His face was pale and his underclothes were soaked with cold sweat. That desperate charge had almost drained all his courage and strength. The feeling of fear slowly receded like a tide, leaving behind relief and an indescribable shame. He had actually abandoned his cold-blooded principles at the critical moment. Kelvin, what kind of hero were you trying to be? Captain, thank you. If it weren't for you, Alara's voice was choked with tears, yet filled with reverence. Bloom also gasped for breath, enduring the pain, and laughed heartily. Well done, Captain. I, Bloom Stonefist, truly respect you today. Bold, manly, damn decent of you. Hearing his companions' sincere gratitude and praise, seeing their faces after surviving the ordeal, a bit of color slowly returned to Kelvin's pale face. He coughed lightly in embarrassment. Ahem, just kidding. Mere jackals with no eyes are no match for me, Kelvin. After catching their breath, the rookie team trio didn't dare linger in the dangerous swamp. Knowing when to quit, they withdrew and left. Chen Yu poked his head out from behind the oak tree. Only after their figures had completely disappeared did he hop around and turn away. Cunning jackals, daring to invade his territory in broad daylight. He couldn't even imagine what they might try next. He had to strike back hard. Make them understand who truly rules this swamp. Yano seemed to be returning soon. Perfect timing to have him lead the newly formed castle guard south to investigate the situation in the death swamp. Boss Yano, are you really not coming back with us? At the entrance to the swamp forest, a 4-person adventurer team stood by their carriage, their gazes fixed on the figure disappearing deep into the swamp. Yano waved without looking back, uttering what he thought was a cool line. Kids, head back. The swamp is nothing to me. His figure gradually vanished beneath the tree shadows, leaving the adventurer team sighing with admiration. Truly worthy of being Miracle Yano, the man who became my boss. I heard Boss Yano previously attended night training camp. Those training grounds were either deep mountains and old forests or dangerous mana environments. A mere swamp is as easy for him as going home. This is the composure of a veteran adventurer. Yano, now deep in the swamp, didn't know the adventurer team was showering him with flattering praise. He only felt the stone patches on his fingers itching intensely and wanted to quickly return to the oak territory to find the boss for treatment. To be honest, after each needle-pricking ritual, although his back would burn with pain, his body felt progressively lighter each time. It was like shedding dozens of pounds of stones from his body, a sensation he couldn't get enough of. Yano had to admit that he seemed to have become addicted to the pricking. As he trekked through the forest path, his gaze lingered around the swamp, where suddenly erected ruins stood like giant dark shadows quietly resting in the dim swamp, seemingly waiting for adventurers to discover the treasures hidden within. There really are ruins. Yano couldn't help but stare a bit longer at those pitch-black ruins. When the boss first told him to return to Ironboot Town to distribute information about the swamp ruins, he had been quite skeptical. After all, he had traversed the swamp several times. There were settlements left by lizard folk, but he had genuinely never seen any swamp ruins before. In the past, the swamp outskirts were so barren that adventurers couldn't be bothered to glance at them. How could such earth-shaking changes happen after just a few days away? Is this the power of demons, to actually affect reality, projecting hell's ruins into the real world? Truly terrifying. Yano shook his head, trying to dispel the distracting thoughts. So what, thanks to the boss's gifts, he had already earned enough inheritance to leave for Lola and the children. Even if the boss now wanted him to sacrifice his life, he would do so willingly. His life was already stone-bound anyway. Without the boss, he would have long collapsed in the filthy, decaying swamp, sinking into the pitch-black, bottomless mud like a giant rock. Letter 1D667, letter 1F00, letter FF40, letter 231, letter 1D401, yo letter 1D412. Without the family's breadwinner and spendable inheritance, it was hard to imagine how much hardship Lola would endure raising Emily and Lil Arno alone, suffering from disdain and bullying. Nothing could be worse than that. Now, each passing day was better than the last. He was already quite satisfied, of course. Compared to the seemingly harmless slime demon, he hated the petrification curse inside him more, not wanting to coexist with it for even a second. Thinking this, his pace unconsciously quickened. Soon, however, he encountered a slime leisurely making its way along the forest path. At first, he wasn't sure, until the slime turned to look at him, then was lifted by tree roots raising its round body, dropping into his arms. Perfect timing, take me back to the castle, Chen Yu lazily bubbled. The forest path was so long that he had nearly fallen asleep traveling it. The swamp territory was still too vast. Perhaps he should consider practicing an escape technique or catching a swamp puppy to use as a mount. That could wait for later. Coincidentally, Yano had returned. With a human-shaped mount available, he could summon the castle guard within the day to investigate the death swamp situation. Okay, boss. Yano didn't dare delay, his pace unconsciously quickening again. If the adventurers who just left could see Miracle, Yano being so respectful to a slime, their jaws would probably drop in shock. By the way, boss, where's this castle you mentioned? Haven't you been there before? It's at the end of the forest path. End of the forest path, Yano hesitated to speak. There was indeed a demon territory at the end of the forest path, but that primitive oak land could hardly be called a castle. Never mind. If the boss says it is, then it is. He gradually broke into a run, reaching the end of the forest path shortly after, only slightly out of breath. Seems the physique trained at night camp hasn't been lost. Of course, if not for this curse-like petrification having faded significantly, forget about running freely. Even moving like a normal person would be difficult. Come in. Chen Yu jumped out of Yano's arms, hopping into the mist. Yano couldn't help but reach forward to feel around. This thick fog seemed alive, churning with his movements. Every attempt to penetrate deeper gave him a suffocating feeling of being devoured alive by an invisible giant beast, falling into a cold stomach sack, making him shudder. Before, he would likely have gotten lost here, going in circles, unable to enter no matter what. But this time, with the territory owner's permission, his arm passed through the mist without any obstruction. Yano entered the oak territory. A dark shadow suddenly enlarged in his vision. As the mist receded like a tide, a towering, completely black city wall appeared before him. Looking up, the familiar tall oak tree from his memory had also changed, tightly wrapped in dark vines and wooden staircases, becoming a tall swamp watchtower. There really is a castle. Yano felt like a country bumpkin who had never seen the world, his eyes widening in astonishment. Anyone unaware would think he had been away from the swamp for ages, but he had only left for 3 days. In just 3 short days, how had they even managed to build a castle? Is this the mighty power of demons? He didn't understand it, but he was greatly shocked. Rumble. As Chen Yu approached, the heavy oak gate was pulled down by vines. Yano followed dazedly behind, his view suddenly opening up. The former simple stone camp had disappeared. In its place was a camp with several tents arranged around a fire pit. These tents weren't made of canvas or leather, but woven and entwined from thick vines, cleverly braided around sturdy tree trunks. They were arranged in an orderly fashion around the camp. If not for this being demon territory, it would look like a camp left behind by some adventurer team. Further away, rows of burrowing beetles with shells resembling rough rocks stood in exceptionally neat formation, creating a sizable square formation. The training instructors, standing on a protruding tree root before them, were unmistakably several poison stinger wasps, their wings vibrating at high frequency, emitting low buzzing sounds. Their slender stingers glinted in the light as they conducted some kind of training over the beetle formation with an undeniable authority. Even if these magical creatures were replaced by humans and this place was considered a fortress garrisoned by knights, there would be no sense of incongruity. If he had seen this scene before, Yano would have thought himself insane. As for now, he could only say, better get used to it. Castle guard, assemble. Chen Yu hopped beneath the oak tree, conveying the assembly order through the queen wasp. Buzz, a noisy drone echoed throughout the oak territory as a dark mass of poison stinger wasps from the hive gathered and dispersed like swirling clouds, forming a 20*20 guard formation. This assembly contained all the soldier wasps from the poison stinger wasp nest, each with large, pitch-black abdomens. By war standards, they stored up to 5 venomous stingers each, enough for 2 rounds of heavy firepower volleys. Although these soldier wasps were only black iron tier magical creatures, any jackal without toxin resistance would be writhing in excruciating pain if surrounded and stung, essentially rendering them combat ineffective. The venom damage that was useless in the swamp's depths could rightfully be called noble outside the swamp. Combined with the rare flying attribute of the poison stinger wasps and their terrifying numbers, ordinary jackal packs couldn't even touch them. They could only tuck their tails and flee upon sight. Using such an extravagant lineup to explore the death swamp was honestly quite luxurious. Before Chen Yu controlled the queen wasp, the entire nest, including worker wasps raising moss monsters, wasp guards defending the hive, and idle drones, only numbered just over 100 poison stinger wasps. With Chen Yu clearing swamp threats and the moss monster farm continuously expanding, the poison stinger wasp population had exploded to its current terrifying size. Yano stood behind, watching the dense swarm of poison stinger wasps. Even though he knew they were allies, he still felt his scalp tingling with fear. He swallowed hard. "B-boss, with so many poison stinger wasps, are you planning to attack Ironboot Town?" Chen Yu turned around, using tree roots to lift himself to Yano's eye level, communicating through physical contact. "Ironboot Town, I'm not interested in those humans. They're all poorer than the last. What benefit would beating them up bring me?" Yano found himself unable to refute this. Compared to the swamp-owning demon, the adventurers of Ironboot Town were indeed dirt poor. Yano, hearing the voice suddenly echo in his mind, Yano felt as if he'd returned to his night training days when the night instructor would call his name exactly like this. He instinctively snapped to attention. Yes. Boss, command as you wish. Good, very spirited. You will lead the team next, clearing forest paths southward, guiding the poison stinger wasps into the death swamp to gather intelligence. Yes. Only after accepting the mission did Yano realize he had apparently become the captain of the magical creature guard unit. While feeling strangely about this, he also felt excited about the demon's trust in him. Still, he had some concerns. "Boss, these poison stinger wasps don't seem to understand what I'm saying." "No problem. The guard unit will follow the route designated by the queen wasp. Just follow along. If you notice anything wrong, whistle and they'll retreat with you. Our Alpha and letter 1D664 Veopena Sedilla. What about these beetles on the ground? Are they part of the guard unit too?" Yano looked at the dozens of burrowing beetles undergoing training. He recognized these beetles. Aside from their rock-hard shells, they had almost no offensive capability. They were the kind of creatures adventurers would kick around for fun on the roadside. "You mean these shields? They'll be useful later." Shields. Yano reluctantly accepted his boss's peculiar way of thinking. Under Chen Yu's gaze, he led the Wasp Soldier Guard unit away from the castle, heading south. The southern death swamp wasn't far from the oak territory, and without rain, the poison stinger wasps could march quickly. Yano would probably return in less than half a day. Taking advantage of this free time, Chen Yu climbed the oak tree steps and entered the slime treehouse he had built. The treehouse was about 8 cubic meters, quite spacious for a slime, with enough room for his talisman practice materials, tools, and some common language books Yano had brought. He originally planned to dig an underground basement to store these items, but the swamp was too humid. Digging just a little would hit water. While damp environments suited slimes just fine, his precious treasures couldn't handle it, so he had to build his library and talisman workshop in a high, sun-exposed location. The view from up high was quite nice, though, through the small window. He could overlook the vibrant oak territory and the lush swamp scenery beyond the castle. Chen Yu felt that practicing talisman drawing in such a place might actually increase his success rate. With LV2 talisman drawing technique, I should be able to successfully draw talismans in Zayarilla too. Chen Yu swallowed the tools stored in the corner into his stomach, then spat them all out onto the talisman drawing area. With his soft body, he flattened the leaf talisman paper with patting motions, secured the paper with mud bricks, opened the ink, dipped the poison stinger brush in ink. This series of actions consumed quite a bit of his energy. Just the preparation for slime talisman drawing was troublesome enough. Chen Yu gripped the poison stinger brush, took a bubbling breath, decisively moved his gel body to begin drawing, completing the talisman pattern in one continuous motion. To be fair, compared to the scribbles from his early learning days, this at least resembled something now, barely recognizable as the character command. But the spiritual energy flow wasn't smooth enough, so it still failed. Fortunately, he could see hope now. Thinking about creating Zearilla's first talisman energized Chen Yu. He replaced the talisman paper and began drawing again. After failing 4 times in a row, as soon as he lifted his brush, the pattern drawn on the leaf talisman paper actually emitted a faint spiritual glow, perfectly merging with the leaf. Holding it up to sunlight, the pattern looked completely natural, as if it had grown on the leaf originally. Finally succeeded. Chen Yu bubbled with joy, carefully storing the hard-won talisman, then continued drawing. In the end, he used up his stock of 40 leaf talisman papers and successfully created 5 rocksteady talismans. Chen Yu swallowed all 6 talismans into his stomach, went down, tore a rocksteady talisman to summon a rock spiritual barrier, and tested it. The defensive power was surprisingly impressive. It could easily withstand attacks from the wasp guard's longer stingers. Even his little arrow technique could only crack the barrier, requiring a second shot to break through. The effect was unexpectedly good. If slimes had hands, Chen Yu would be rubbing his together right now. Flies rubbing hands, JPG, hee, Zearilla's magical creatures, are you ready for talisman carpet bombing? As long as he had enough talisman paper and ink, he could equip the entire guard unit with talismans. By then, even black iron tier magical creatures could display extraordinary combat power. While he was drawing talismans, Yano's forest path clearing and swamp exploration proceeded unusually smoothly. After easily driving off a pack of cunning jackals, he gained a preliminary understanding of the death swamp situation. Then he hurried back to the castle without stopping to report to his boss. You're saying the death swamp is chaotic right now? Yano quickly nodded. There are many corrupted jackals and hyenas roaming the death swamp. They are practically the most powerful magical creatures there. Besides that, I also saw those corrupted lizard folk. His anger clearly hadn't subsided yet. He gritted his teeth when mentioning the corrupted lizard folk. It seems some strange magical creature that uses fire magic broke in there, causing all the magical creatures living inside to leave their territories and roam around. I didn't see the creature itself, only saw charred running tracks left on the grass. Fire magical creature. Chen Yu slumped his gel body, lost in thought. After chatting with Yano a bit more and reminding him again to look for magic paper and magic ink, he gave him 4 talismans. Boss, what are these things? A leaf with weird writing on it. Could it be some kind of cursed object? Talismans, tear them at critical moments to save your life. Take the other 2 to Sakashi, she's at the Rotten Moss tribe. Can save lives? Yano was startled. Although he didn't know what talismans were, he carefully folded the 4 leaves and respectfully stored them inside his chest armor lining. Ironboot Town. Warm sunlight streamed through the somewhat dusty windows of the Old Oak Tavern, falling upon wooden tables and tin mugs filled with ale. In one corner of the tavern, the atmosphere was particularly lively. Cheers to our narrow escape from death and to our fortune. Kelvin raised his glass high, his face beaming with an unprecedented, genuine smile. Cheers. Bloom slammed his massive, fan-like hand heavily on the table, his face flushed red as he laughed heartily. Ha ha. To little Alara's swing. Alara's cheeks were rosy, a mix of excitement and slight embarrassment. Uncle Bloom, stop it. I was just flailing around in panic. Kelvin downed the ale in his mug in one gulp, exhaling contentedly. Friends, aside from our good fortune and teamwork that got us back alive with such a big haul, we owe thanks to one person. He paused, his voice filled with sincere gratitude. Miracle Yano. He was the one who pointed us in the right direction. That's right, to Miracle Yano. Bloom raised his glass again. To Mr. Yano, Alara added softly. Meanwhile, at the corner of the bar counter, a traveler's hand holding a water cup paused slightly upon hearing the name Miracle Yano. This woman had light brown, long hair simply tied behind her head, revealing a face with somewhat sharp but very heroic features. Her sitting posture was straight as a spear, and even her low-key attire couldn't conceal the military bearing etched into her bones and the faint noble demeanor. Beside her, her companion, a lean and efficient-looking warrior, was vigilantly observing their surroundings. Alice put down her cup, turned around, and cast her calm gaze toward Kelvin's table. Sorry to disturb you all, I haven't been to Ironboot Town for a long time. I heard you mention Miracle Yano. Who is he? Kelvin, who was in high spirits, immediately responded enthusiastically when someone addressed them, especially a woman who appeared distinguished and heroic. Oh, you've heard of our Ironboot Town's legendary figure too. Is this Mr. Yano someone who once served as a knight squire? Kelvin's eyes lit up and he slapped his thigh. Yes, that's him. Arno Belmont, you know him? Alice shook her head slightly. No, I've only heard the name. Thank you for telling me. Good luck to you all. She stood up, nodded slightly to Kelvin and the other 2, then walked directly toward the tavern entrance with her adjutant and pushed the door open. The afternoon sun lazily bathed the area outside Ironboot Town. In the distance were mountains terraced into fields, dotted with golden wheat waves and emerald green orchards. Letterwinda fa and Letterwinda ta Letterwind 6 ta Upsilon a Sedilla nearby. A clear stream babbled past. Several mill windmills turned slowly, and white-walled, red-tiled farmhouses emitted wisps of cooking smoke, creating a peaceful and idyllic scene. Alice and her adjutant walked out of the town gate and stood by the roadside. She took a deep breath of the air scented with earth and fresh grass. Adjutant Karen followed behind her and couldn't help but ask quietly, "Commander, that Yano in the tavern just now. Is he really that young man from the border garrison reserves back then? It should be him. Miracle Yano, surviving in such a place and finding a way to make money truly deserves to be called a miracle. It's just a pity." Pity, Karen didn't understand. Petrification disease. That's why he had to withdraw from the night training camp. It's a slow and cruel noble curse. It requires expensive alchemical potions to delay and cannot be cured. No amount of wealth can probably buy back a healthy body, and too much time. It's very regrettable. He could have become an excellent knight. May Cardo's watch over this poor talent. As they were talking, Ironboot Town's sheriff, a middle-aged man wearing a leather breastplate, ran over panting heavily. "Commander Alice, you're here. Why did you go to the tavern?" Alice turned around, her expression returning to official businesslike calmness. "Sheriff Veller, good afternoon. I just stopped by to see Ironboot Town's adventurous atmosphere and understand the local situation." She changed her tone, becoming serious. "Additionally, I've received the latest report from the border garrison. The weather station has observed signs of large-scale monoturbulence in the corrupted Miasma Mountains region recently, which is likely to trigger persistent heavy rain. Summer is approaching. Ironboot Town is located in a downstream lowland and close to the swamp forest. You'd better make preparations in advance." Sheriff Veller's face stiffened, sweat instantly appearing on his temples. Yes, thank you for the reminder, Knight Alice. I'll go arrange it immediately." Not daring to delay, he hastily saluted and ran back into the town. Watching the sheriff leave, Alice said to Adjutant Karen, "Let's go. We still have a mission." Karen looked at the sheriff's retreating back, then couldn't help but glance toward the swamp forest. "Commander, aren't we going to check the swamp and those corrupted lizard folk suddenly wandering near the Reed River bank?" "No, corrupted creatures are extremely troublesome, tenaciously resilient. Killing them consumes too much time, and that swamp," she paused as if recalling something, "is far more dangerous than it appears. Without detailed maps and sufficient antidote potions, recklessly venturing deep into the swamp and getting lost is tantamount to suicide." Adjutant Karen showed clear astonishment upon hearing this. "Even you aren't confident about crossing that swamp." In his mind, this knight from the border garrison, powerful and firm in faith, was almost a symbol of invincibility. Alice glanced at Karen, her eyes calm and unruffled, showing neither annoyance at being questioned nor any boastful intent, simply stating facts. "My strength is sufficient to handle most threats in the outer regions, but to penetrate the core area, face unknown magical creatures and poisonous mist, and still find my way out alive, the success rate is very low. Even the mighty Legion commander wouldn't attempt such foolishness." She mounted her horse smoothly and agilely. "The mission is urgent. Those cunning rats of the Rusty Key won't be foolishly waiting for us at the outpost ruins. Catching their trail isn't easy. We can't miss this clue." She pulled the reins, her gaze calmly fixed on the distant corrupted Miasma Mountains shrouded in mist, appearing gloomy and mysterious. Only she knew that tracking the Rusty Key, the thief guild active in the border ruins, wasn't her sole purpose for this trip, nor even her main purpose. The outpost ruins, this name weighed heavily in her heart. It was once a border fortress during the White Horse Kingdom's glorious era, later abandoned by the kingdom after frequent outbreaks of uncontrollable monoturbulence turned it into a dead land. For over a decade, it had become a graveyard for adventurers and a breeding ground for illegal activities. She accepted this mission to hunt the thieves ostensibly for the border garrison's duty. But deep down, what drove her to this borderland was her elder brother, who had disappeared in Ironboot Town over a decade ago, a Legion knight who also worshipped Cardos. She recently received some clues that her brother's last known location was actually at the outpost ruins. For over a decade, there had been no news, no trace of him alive, no body found. This time, no matter what dangers and secrets the ruins held, she would enter. Even if all she found in the end were weathered bones, she had to give him and the family an answer. Alice gripped the silver sword pendant on her chest. Witnessed by Cardos, courage and protection were the vows she would never forsake. I am a human language student." Sunlight streamed through the window, casting warm rays across the oak treehouse, illuminating a slime and the book before it. Chen Yu was using awkward pronunciation to study the basic grammar and vocabulary book that Yano had brought back. Although his pronunciation wasn't very standard, he could understand basic common tongue well enough for communication without major problems. The issue was that slimes lacked vocal organs he could understand, but to speak he still had to rely on the sound transmission technique. Still, this was already quite satisfying for the slime. As he practiced, his panel continuously displayed proficiency +1 notifications, until finally he saw what he had been waiting for. Common tongue LV. 1 right arrow common tongue LV, too few not easy, finally leveled up. Chen Yu felt moved by his own diligence. With LV, 2 common tongue, he should be able to understand most daily conversations of the local humans. Too bad Yano had returned to Ironboot Town. Otherwise, he'd really like to test it with him. Just as he was feeling regretful, he heard shouts coming from outside the castle. "Boss, it's me, there's an emergency." Yano's tone carried some urgency, as if this emergency was why he had returned today despite just going back to Ironboot Town yesterday. Chen Yu realized he could understand what Yano was saying, but that wasn't the main point. He opened the maze formation and hopped down step by step from the stairs to greet Yano. Have the corrupted lizard folk attacked? Yano took the dew water offered by a poison stinger wasp and drank it all in one gulp, soothing his parched throat. No, not that, boss. You know, I previously attended night training camp. Actually, that training was for recruiting new knights for the kingdom's border garrison. Just today, I received news that the garrison's training instructor Alice had stopped by Ironboot Town. Chen Yu was puzzled. Huh, you're bringing this up? Does that mean you're some kind of garrison traitor and she's come to arrest you? Ahem. Actually, training instructor Alice brought observation reports from the weather station. I heard that deep in the swamp, mana is gathering and stirring violently. There's going to be a heavy rainstorm. When I was gathering information at the Old Oak Tavern last night, I heard that many adventurers have been attacked by those corrupted monsters recently. I suspect, before the heavy rain comes, they won't be staying quiet. After Yano's reminder, Chen Yu felt it made sense. Ever since he used Ironboot Town's adventurers to drive away those corrupted lizard folk, he had rarely heard any news about them. Now it seemed they must be brewing something, preparing to make a big move to reclaim their original territory. To the west of the swamp were corrupted crocodiles, to the south were corrupted jackals and hyenas, and along the southeastern riverbank lurked 2 demi-human tribes, lizard folk and gnolls, both of whom had accepted the corruption faith. Letter 1034 to letter 1F00, O circumflex letter 1D51F, E circumflex letter 1D668 as a conductor slime. He had to say this battlefront looked quite concerning. If the corrupted lizard folk really reclaimed their territory on the eastern riverbank, he'd be surrounded again. He might just wake up from sleep to find his castle crowded with corruption believers coming to usurp his overlord title. Uneasy, JPG seriously uneasy. But compared to him, the Rotten Moss tribe seemed even more unwilling to see those faith betrayers return. Yano mentioned that the Rotten Moss tribe had the idea of hiring human adventurers to besiege the Scale Claw tribe. Chen Yu gave his stored moonlight moss to Yano and dispatched a team of poison stinger wasps to accompany him to find Sakashi, hoping to help the Rotten Moss tribe recruit more adventurers. This way, while the Scale Claw tribe's lizard folk were being besieged, he could quietly sneak around behind, to ambush the lizard folk from the rear. Yano hurriedly left the Oak territory and, following Chen Yu's instructions, traveled to the Rotten Moss tribe north of the riverbank. It took some time to find the lizard folk named Sakashi and deliver the talismans and moonlight moss to her. Sakashi didn't seem surprised by Yano's arrival, only curiously asking, "Are these 2 leaves given to me by the envoy?" Envoy, that should refer to his boss. Yano wasn't very familiar with the demi-human language and didn't pay much attention. Correct, the boss said these are called. I forgot, but they should be similar to Evi. Blessed items. After explaining how to use the leaves, he hurried back to Ironboot Town. Given by the envoy, they must be good things. Sakashi carefully stored these 2 strange leaves. Just as she turned to leave, she spotted Semiea watching her from a distance. Sister, Sakashi was startled, her tone immediately becoming guilty and flustered. Semiea withdrew her gaze from the pile of moonlight moss at Sakashi's feet and sighed softly. Sakashi, ever since we left that swamp area, you've been hiding something from me. Is this something even I cannot know? Sakashi's gaze wavered, hesitating as she whispered, I just thought you wouldn't believe. Semiea approached and gently stroked her cheek. Silly child, if I can't believe you, who can I believe? Sakashi finally told her about encountering the Poodoo envoy in the swamp. The Poodoo envoy is a slime, Semiea pondered. Although she found this absurd, if these words came from her nature-worshipping sister's mouth, then undoubtedly it was true. She simply prayed devoutly a few times, said nothing more, seemingly accepting the matter by default, and turned to leave. Sister, wait, take this. Sakashi handed one of the leaves to Semiea. If anything happens, the envoy's power can protect you. Semiea looked at her and ultimately accepted the leaf. Nature protecting non-believers of nature. Hopefully. Only half a day after Yano left, light rain began falling in the swamp forest. Lil Arrow Technique LV, 2 right arrow Lil Arrow Technique LV, 3 Devour Digestion LV, 3 Triggered Giant Vein Leech Characteristics Recorded, Talent Incubating 8/10, Chomp Chomp Chomp. A giant vein leech lay helplessly by the swamp edge, its body hollowed out. Its magic organ entering the nearby slime's stomach. Perhaps until its death it never imagined it would be hunted by a slime. Burp. Chen Yu let out a belch, bubbling and gurgling as he expelled the gas. Fishy. Tasted awful, yet eating it made the slime unable to stop. Such strange food. Cool raindrops pattered on the slime's head as Chen Yu hopped deeper into the swamp. The demi-humans were starting war, and he planned to join the excitement. But before that, his magical creature level seemed about to break through to bronze tier. This was a big deal for a slime. Since he was almost done collecting the giant vein leech's talent, he might as well hunt deeper in while also checking what his neighbors were up to. Chen Yu groped his way into the darkness, and soon the wet, soft swamp ground was replaced by broken stone bricks. Crocodile roars seemed to be coming from ahead. Chen Yu stealthily crept closer. At first he thought these crocodiles were fighting, but upon closer inspection he realized 7 or 8 robust corrupted crocodiles were forming a semicircle, trapping a clearly much thinner member of their species in a corner of collapsed stone wall, using their bodies to repeatedly bump against it. The poor little thing was trembling and shrinking back. So swamp creatures also bully their own kind. Who started this bad atmosphere? Why are all the native swamp dwellers bullies? Must eat them hard. Pa criticize them, must eat them hard. Pa criticize them, need to thoroughly rectify this bad bully atmosphere, and the direction they were heading was, why was it toward his castle? Something was seriously wrong about 9/10 off. The slime grew alert. Chen Yu shook his gel, already knowing these corruption-following creatures were rotten to the core. They did nothing all day except covet his territory. If adventurers hadn't driven away the corrupted lizard folk, he had no doubt these crocodile traders would have collaborated with them from inside, launching a swamp coup. It seemed they needed to be taught a lesson. He stealthily followed the squad of swamp crocodiles, watching the bully crocodiles swat aside any slimes blocking their path, snack on giant vein leeches like they were spicy strips, and even dig up swamp worms from the mud to pick their teeth. They walked with heads held high, chests puffed out, incredibly arrogant, acting like true swamp tyrants who looked down on all other magical creatures. Of course, this excluded the little crocodile at the front. The little guy would panic and flee in all directions at even slightly large movements, even an accidentally falling slime from a tree, burying its head in the swamp while trembling. The bully crocodiles following behind couldn't stand watching this and smacked it away. The little crocodile landed on the ground, whimpering for a while before flipping over, not daring to fight back, and could only lower its head to continue toward the castle. Chen Yu followed the crocodile squad all the way to the oak forest outside the castle, where he saw the crocodiles staring intently into the depths of the mist. Even though they couldn't clearly see the castle within the mist, they seemed to know something was there. A few of the large, bully crocodiles exchanged glances, then used their toilet lid-like mouths to nudge the little crocodile hiding in the darkness out into the sunlight. The little creature immediately became frantic upon seeing the sunlight. Its limbs moved uncontrollably in different directions, claws scrabbling at the ground as it staggered back into the darkness, as if something terrifying existed for it within the mist ahead. Letter 59 Alpha O symbol 34D letter 1D4 1B's hiss. The crocodile leader slightly opened its massive jaws, revealing interlocking white teeth, emitting a low, continuous gurgling threat from deep in its throat. Another one simply used its bulky body to block the little crocodile's attempted retreat path, its cold eyes showing no emotion, only pure indifference. The little crocodile cowered, its slender tail trembling slightly, forced to accept its fate and move forward, exposing itself to the patches of light. What are they trying to do? Chen Yu watched the little crocodile curiously. Then he saw the little crocodile raise its head toward the mist depths and emit crack-crack threatening sounds, as if challenging whatever was in the castle. But its appearance seemed more like cute posturing than an actual threat. Was it trying to make the enemy die laughing for an effortless victory? Or is it trying to lure me out for an ambush? But I'm right behind you guys. The bully crocodiles hiding in the shadows grew impatient after seeing no response from within the mist. They proudly crawled out, shoved the little crocodile aside, and emitted heh-heh threatening sounds from their throats, spreading foul winds around as if challenging the territory's owner. Chen Yu, watching from behind, found this amusing. Before he could seek them out, these crocodiles had come looking for him instead. From their attitude, they seemed to have been eyeing the swamp overlord position for a while. As Chen Yu considered whether to suddenly appear and scare them, his loyal poison stinger wasp guard team fluttered their wings, emitting warning buzzes as they emerged from the mist. Whoosh, poison stingers rained down, making ding-ding-dang-dang sounds as they hit the crocodile's thick armor, not even causing the slightest damage. The poison stinger wasps were countered by the swamp crocodile's armor, failing to penetrate their defense. This only fueled the crocodile's arrogance further, with some even swinging their tails to attack the flying wasps. Only the little crocodile continued fleeing everywhere, hiding behind an oak tree, burying its head with its rear end sticking up. What they didn't know was that the castle's big boss was currently watching this battle from behind them. Not bad, able to trade blows with my guard team. The poison stinger wasp guard had another nickname, Bully Squad, bronze tier magical creature tester. With flight capability and swarm numbers, they could easily handle ground-based magical creatures without armor protection. Bronze-tier jackals from the Death Swamp were practically just filler, able to be chased around by the wasps. These crocodiles' strength was actually qualified. Then congratulations, you've officially entered the boss stage. Chen Yu swaggered out, making squish-squish sounds. This sound on the battlefield immediately made both sides stop fighting. The crocodile leader turned around, glanced at the approaching slime, emitted a contemptuous and cold snort, and raised its claw to smash it into slime paste. Whoosh! A water arrow suddenly shot before its eyes and exploded violently. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere as half the crocodile leader's head instantly vanished, its massive body crashing to the ground. The splashing water droplets became lethal weapons, piercing through the armor of nearby crocodiles, making them howl in pain. Terror appeared in their eyes, completely different from their initial arrogance. Not caring about their severely injured leader, they scrambled with their limbs, pushing and trampling each other, swinging their tails as they fled desperately, disappearing into the swamp depths in the blink of an eye. A territory war ended just that easily. Being invincible is just this lonely. Chen Yu bounced over to collect the corpse, found the muscle suspected to be a magic organ growing near the crocodile leader's kidney, and swallowed it in one gulp. Gurgle gurgle tasted like chicken upon entry, rich in fat but not greasy, the meat inside being more tender yet chewy. Clearly came from free-range crocodiles that exercised regularly. Practically born for barbecue, delicious, chew chew chew. Proficiency plus 30 toxin resistance LV. 3 right arrow toxin resistance LV. 4 Chen Yu's round eyes lit up. Wow. Just eating one piece of meat actually leveled up his toxin resistance. These swamp crocodiles really were treasures from head to tail. Ordering the poison stinger wasps to clean up the battlefield, he scanned the area and noticed one crocodile had escaped the net. That little crocodile hadn't followed the big crocodiles away, still burying its head under the tree, trembling violently, clearly terrified by the scene of the crocodile leader's head exploding earlier. It secretly peeked from behind the tree and saw the demon-like slime not only hadn't left but was approaching it. Fear showed in its small eyes as it wanted to retreat, but its limbs moved uncontrollably. Speaking of which, is this thing really a crocodile? Chen Yu doubted this creature's species and prepared to get closer for a look. The little crocodile, terrified, first emitted crack-crack hissing sounds, seemingly threatening Chen Yu not to approach. Then, completely out of options, it immediately flipped over and played dead, tightly closing its eyes and mouth, body stiff and unmoving. Admittedly, it acted quite convincingly, but Chen Yu wasn't buying it, pressing its head down with his gel. Crocodile, tasty. The little creature immediately opened its eyes in terror, shaking its head repeatedly. Crack, crack. Not tasty, tasty. Not tasty. Tears welled up in the little crocodile's eyes, half from anxiety, half from fear. If you don't want to be eaten, then work for me. Follow me and enjoy the good life. Only I get to bully you from now on. Chen Yu had been worrying about lacking a mount, and this guy seemed perfect. Work means submit to me, king. The little crocodile hurriedly lowered its head, showing none of a crocodile's usual dominance and backbone. It was even too scared to realize it was about to enter a life with food and lodging provided. What's your name? Crack, crack. Then from now on you'll be called Little Ka, lit, TLE Ka. What does the average person do when they meet a small animal? Of course, feed it. Chen Yu thought this little crocodile looked scrawny and got bullied by the other crocs every day, so he told the poison stinger wasps to prepare a moss monster dinner for it. But instead, the little thing was so frightened by the wasps that it crouched in the corner of the wall and wouldn't come out. What do you do when a kid won't eat? Looks like he had to use his little brat obedience technique. Heh heh, I love eating those skinny, stringy little crocs. They must be delicious. The crouching little Ka shuddered. Chomp chomp strong got muscles. After speaking, it wagged its crocodile tail as if showing off its strength. But that thin little tail had zero persuasive power, couldn't even convince itself. Come out and eat, or I'll have a feast tonight. Chomp chomp, obey the king. It trudged out with its head drooped, occasionally glancing nervously at the poison stinger wasps circling above the moss monster pen. If the wasps made any sudden move, it would bolt back to the corner and bury its head, pathetically cowardly. But once it sat by the campfire and bit into a moss monster, the juice spraying out made its eyes sparkle. All worries about the unfamiliar environment were instantly forgotten. Chomp chomp, tasty, Chen Yu squinted. Good right, eat more. Chomp chomp, get big, king don't eat. Chen Yu hopped and spun around. Then you better eat up. I hate skinny crocs. Chomp chomp, eat. After Chen Yu left, Lil Ka entered full-on eating mode, downing moss monsters one bite at a time until 5 were gone and it was completely full. With a round belly, it found a corner of the castle and sat to savor the warm, satisfied feeling from its stomach, feeling happier than ever. Chomp chomp, follow king got food. Lil Ka dozed against the wall, eyes half closed, drifting towards sleep. At that moment, a few mischievous little slimes discovered it, hopping over to examine it curiously. Chomp chomp, the little crocodile curled up and froze. The small slimes realized it posed no danger and grew bolder, bouncing around it. Some even leapt onto its head. Lil Ka tensed every nerve, not daring to blink, but after a long day it finally wore down. Its eyelids drooped and it fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, light rain drizzled, making it hard to see the distant swamp even from the treehouse. The heavy storm would arrive in a few days, and Chen Yu hadn't been idle. He'd hurriedly used accelerate wood and shapeform to reinforce the castle from top to bottom, including the poison stinger wasp nest, ensuring the hive wouldn't be blown away by strong winds. Araya knew letter 22F Apana Sedilla when he came down from the treehouse. He saw Lil Ka still hiding in the swamp, bubbles bobbing as it refused to poke its head out. Only then did Chen Yu realize this little guy didn't seem to have a nest. He had no idea where it had slept last night. But today he needed to continue expanding into the forest. The nest issue could wait. After all, for magical creatures, sleeping on the ground wasn't a big deal. He called the timid Lil Ka over and climbed onto its back. Set off, returned to the crocodile nest. Lil Ka pulled its head in. Chomp chomp, traitor, crocodile's angry. You're an idiot. I'm your boss now. With me here, what's there to fear? Chomp chomp. Lil Ka pondered with not much brain power, decided that made sense, and finally took a cautious step forward. Hey, wrong direction, a bit to the left. Chomp chomp, what is left? Left is Chen Yu spent some time getting the little croc used to him. Only then did it barely understand his commands and head deeper into the swamp. Not to be understated, crocodiles move pretty fast in the marsh, much faster than his sluggish bouncing. Before long, they were deep inside the swamp. Still, the little thing was skittish. The slightest noise made it tremble. If Chen Yu hadn't been there, it would have wanted to bury its head in an oak tree right away. Chen Yu focused on hunting and ignored it. After crunching down 2 giant vein leech magic organs, he finally completed the conditions for the talent to spawn. Looking back, Lil Ka had long since been scared into hiding behind a tree. Chen Yu found it and paused to digest in place for a while. Devoured Digestion LV. 3 triggered giant vein leech traits fully recorded. Acquired talent Life Drain LV. One Chen Yu's round eyes lit up. This talent sounded special. Life-sucking was nobler than poison damage in Zayarilla. Only the value of flying attributes could compare. But how did one use it? Just latch onto a monster and suck it dry? Chen Yu's gaze swept the swamp. When it landed on Lil Ka, his excited look made the croc feel inexplicably afraid, and it shrank instinctively. In the end, he picked a poisonous frog as the target for draining. He discovered that any monster his slime shell could touch could be drained, though the effect was mediocre, probably because of the low level. The life energy he absorbed flowed in liquid form through the slime gel, making him tastier. Okay, Chen Yu found a problem. Life Drain seemed less useful for a slime than he'd imagined. After all, slimes don't have the same injury penalties. Being hurt just meant shrinking, and drinking water and sunbathing would refill him. At best, Life Drain gave him another way to replenish his fluids during battle. And at the same time, these life liquids made him more delicious and fragrant with life and more appealing to other magical creatures. And this kind of appeal was the appetite kind. Fortunately, those life liquids had other uses. If he excreted and then collected them, perhaps they could be used as life potions. Life potions sold for pretty penny at the alchemy workshop. These life-saving items started at least at coin-level prices. It was the same in Zuxuan Heaven. Not every cultivator would splurge on healing pills. Looks like I need to tell Shao Kingsong about the new stock. Chen Yu rode Lil Ka back to the ruins where the crocodiles had been and found they had already fled deeper into the swamp. If he chased them off, he wouldn't worry about getting robbed while poking around in Death Swamp later. Staring at the progress bar inching closer to the next level, Chen Yu decided to explore deeper. Lil Ka charge, half a day later. Devour Digestion LV. 3 right arrow Devour Digestion LV. 4 Acid Secretion LV. 3 right arrow Acid Secretion LV. 4 Object Manipulation LV. 3 right arrow Object Manipulation LV. For the upgraded object manipulation still had no change in range. The objects it controlled could only detach half a meter. In combat, it was already falling behind him. For everyday tasks like assisting with talismans or reading, it was passable at best, better than nothing. Chen Yu also discovered the limitation of Little Arrow technique. As a single-path Dao art, its power was astonishing, but it was ineffective against groups of monsters. He was currently lacking a Dao art suitable for crowd control. That afternoon, when Shao Kingsong arrived, Chen Yu handed him the life potion extracted from the monster meat and then brought up his idea. Don't worry, junior brother, since there are plenty of spirit stones. Finding that Dao art won't be hard. Wait a few days. After sending Shao Kingsong off, Chen Yu's mind returned to Zayarilla. He rested under an oak tree while Lil Ka gnawed contentedly on another moss monster it had hunted. From its blissful expression, the moss monster agreed with its taste. When Lil Ka finished resting, Chen Yu pushed further into the swamp. He had a hunch, when he advanced to Bronze Tier, the slime race talent might change. Early morning. The sky was gray, but at least it wasn't raining. The swamp's rotting stench grew heavier, oppressive as a stone pressing on every monster's chest. The moss monsters in the breeding pens had lost their appetites. Even when poison stinger wasps brought their favorite moldy leaves, they were too lazy to take a bite. Under the oak swamp, little crocodile peeked up from the water, cautiously sizing up the busy poison stinger wasps, the beetles hauling cargo, and the slimes hopping about in its territory. Today was its third day after joining the swamp overlord's castle. As the lowest-ranking resident here, it had to stay on constant alert for any encroaching monsters, especially those little slimes that treated crocodiles like playthings. Yesterday it saw the little slimes pawing at those terrifying poison stinger wasps as if they were toys, and using beetles as stepping stones. Terrifying beyond words. Today it must try not to become a slime's plaything. It watched for a long while and found itself oddly nostalgic for the days of expanding the swamp with the overlord. It seemed that whenever the overlord was around, all the things that scared the crocs in the swamp weren't so frightening. Creak, what would the overlord be doing today? Its small eyes turned up toward the oak treehouse, surely undergoing a grueling trial of kings, it guessed. Inside the treehouse, a ball of slime was sprawled on a leaf bed, snoring deeply. Only after a long time did Chen Yu slowly wake, and when he opened his eyes it was already noon. His foggy consciousness snapped into clarity. Oh no, did I actually level up? Last night he had ridden little crocodile deeper into the swamp to expand territory and had finally accumulated enough experience to level up. He hadn't expected to return to the castle feeling woozy, only remembering crawling into the treehouse by instinct, then falling into a deep sleep. Alpha Nia letter Winadithra, but he hopped around and observed. His body was still the same size. The gel still flowed with sweet life fluid and the hallucinogenic factor. Gastric acids churned at the right moments, bubbling and gurgling. If his body didn't change, then what exactly leveled up? He instinctively checked his panel. Race splitting slime rank, bronze LV. 4x 0/40 cultivation, Kai training LV. 4 spiritual energy, 3/40 life status, healthy HP 230/230 racial talents, devoured digestion LV. 4 split proliferation LV. 1 other talents, acid secretion LV. 4 toxin resistance LV. 4 resilient carapace LV. 3 hallucinogenic factor LV. 2 life drain LV. 1 skill list, 9 ramparts life palace formula LV. 1 object manipulation LV. 4 little arrow technique LV. 3 sound transmission technique LV. 3 talisman drawing technique LV. 2 reputation title, slime warrior, a fledgling slime. Split. On the smooth wasp forest path, Yano took advantage of the rainless day to follow the wasps back toward the castle, planning to report the hunt's progress to the boss. Recently, many adventurers had headed south to hunt corrupted lizard folk, earning double bounties from the Rotten Moss tribe and the Adventurers Guild. They only went in squads, though, so overall they didn't pose a great threat to the Scale Claw tribe. Riding the renown of miraculous Yano, he had persuaded the guild adventurers and already assembled a group of dozens in Ironboot Town. If all went well, tomorrow they'd march south with the lizard folk force. Such a big matter had to be reported to the boss. It was also a convenient excuse to get a few acupuncture treatments in. He couldn't shake the itchiness in his chest, always worried the petrification would recur. He quickly returned along the familiar path to the mist-shrouded area, reached in and found no obstruction and slipped into the fog. Boss, I'm back. Yano called up to the treehouse. While waiting for the boss to come down, he curiously surveyed the castle's busy monsters. He suddenly noticed a small crocodile in the swamp. Could it be the boss's pet? But the croc didn't seem thrilled by his arrival. Judging by its look, it was probably fierce. Maybe it would bite if he reached out. After all, a demon's pet being ferocious was normal. Good thing it wasn't a hellhound. Wait, that didn't seem right either. Maybe the croc appearance was a disguise. Before Yano could finish his wild speculation, a small slime bounced down from the treehouse. At first, he assumed it was one of the slimes nesting in the tree area. To his surprise, as soon as the little slime landed, it was lifted by a tree root and dropped right into his arms. Good morning. Chen Yu's voice suddenly sounded in his head. Yano startled, then slowly came to his senses. Boss, how did you shrink? Yano was astonished, feeling that the tiny boss seemed to have lost some of his demonic dignity. A slime splitting isn't that unusual, is it? Looks like not. But he didn't remember encountering splitting slimes in the swamp forest before. Most were ordinary slimes of the slime race, he thought. What are you doing here? Yano hurriedly explained the details of the upcoming hunt, ending with his concerns. I have a bad feeling those who worship corruption won't be easily tamed. Tomorrow's hunt may not go smoothly. I'll keep watch. Take my split unit with you for a bit. I want to see how the signal holds. Signal, oh, the boss was murmuring strange demonic phrases again. After receiving an acupuncture treatment in the castle, a much more relaxed Yano left, clutching the palm-sized boss in his arms. He didn't know what significance the little slime in his embrace represented. Perhaps it could save his life at a crucial moment. As Yano departed, Chen Yu shared the vision from the little slime in Yano's arms. The LV, 1 split proliferation, was still weak. Splitting consumed 10% of his gel to produce 1 individual with 5% of his attributes and 1 individual with different talents, constantly occupying his bodily load. But the wonder of this talent wasn't in how powerful the split individual could be. It was in the myriad clever uses it enabled. For example, it could act as an automatic translator, allowing fluent conversation without physical contact in the future. Or the split individual could be imbued with his life-drain talent and used as a blood pack in emergencies to save someone's life. Losing a split individual meant little to him. Life drain could quickly replenish the lost gel. More importantly, a split individual was effectively a camera linked to him, letting him crouch in the castle and watch the outside world. Unfortunately, that connection had a distance limit. As Yano left the swamp forest and crossed the riverbank, the little slime's view progressively blurred and stuttered until it saw nothing at all. The range was farther than he expected, but still far from reaching the adventurer town across the river. Need to keep leveling. Night fell in the Scale Claw tribe's tent. The flickering campfire cast dancing shadows over the thick canvas. 3 or 4 lizard folk lurked in the gloom, their faces obscured. Priest, tomorrow those traitors and greedy humans will come at us. Are we really not withdrawing? At the center of their clustered group, a figure crouched on a thick grass mat, the tribe's old priest, Zulok, the very murderer of Sakashi's father. The old priest's drooping lids sagged, his dull scales bore the marks of time. Faced with the lizard folk's anxious questions, he slowly lifted his milky eyes. Damn, you are not devout enough to Morgul's power. Aye, Zulok's aged face shifted in the firelight, dark and uncertain. We Scale Claw are not alone. The Rotten Moss tribe, Sakashi Semia, the humans, he, all are food. A few lizard folk fell silent, then understood the priest's meaning. Allies. A new day begins. The rising sun painted the Reed River surface with soft golden light, dispelling the last chill of night. The closer they got to the storm's arrival, the more peaceful and serene the riverbank became. For the old beaver Nana, this was the busiest period before the storm arrived. It had to hurry and reinforce its precious dam to prevent it from being washed away by floodwaters when the storm came. Crunch, crunch. Crunch, clear, rhythmic gnawing sounds echoed along the quiet riverbank, while busy hoofbeats gradually grew louder. Clip, clop, rumble, rumble. A dull, continuous vibration traveled through the moist riverbank soil, followed by clear wheel rolling sounds and horses snoring. The arrivals were equally busy humans and demi-humans. Since spring began and the ice melted, this road had become increasingly lively. Before, only a small team of adventurers might hurriedly pass by every few days. Now from morning till night, the sounds of wheels, footsteps, and chattering conversation almost never stopped, trip after trip, endless like salmon in mating season. Nana stared in the direction the carriage had disappeared, its small chest heaving as it emitted dissatisfied grumbles. HMPH, these noisy sounds were definitely tests from its precious dam. It wouldn't pay them any mind. Nana lowered its head, making the crunch sounds echo along the riverbank once more. South, in the death swamp, withered, decaying trees sporadically grew along the roadside. Without leaves for cover, the drifting mist was only a thin layer, allowing adventurers who reached this place to barely see the putrid swamp bubbling with toxic foam about 50 meters away. Letter 1E59, letter 1F01, letter 1033D, letter 1ED3, letter 1D41B, Egrov, letter 1D668 on the riverbank side, overgrown with weeds and reeds. Yano's adventurer group had temporarily camped by the swamp road. Several white tents could be seen set up there, with adventurers coming and going from inside. Good morning, group leader. Good morning, William. Yano smiled and waved to passing adventurers, appearing humble and composed with a touch of aristocratic demeanor. This adventurer group was formed driven by profit. Strictly speaking, it couldn't be called a proper group. It was actually a loose organization composed of several adventurer teams. The so-called group leader title was just a name. The only people he could actually command were his own adventurer team members. Most of these adventurers were kingdom idlers or rough men living dangerously, accustomed to laziness. Compared to the strictly disciplined knights of the border garrison, they definitely couldn't measure up. That they accepted him as a group leader was already a tremendous thing. Even the mission officers at the Adventurers Guild had to marvel at Miracle Yano's charm. Of course, Yano knew clearly that the so-called miracle wasn't miraculous, the real miracle was the one behind him. Yano parted the tent flap and in the privacy where no one could see, shed all aristocratic demeanor, carefully taking a slime from his chest. He asked quietly, "Boss, is the signal good now?" Almost there, I'm. Hurrying over, Yano breathed a sigh of relief, wiping non-existent sweat from his forehead. That's good. According to intelligence, the Knolls are still holed up in their tribe, seemingly not planning to help the Scale Claw tribe's lizard folk. The Rotten Moss tribe's lizard folk have gone to scout the positions of those corrupted lizard folk. They should return soon. Before he could finish speaking, he heard noisy sounds coming from outside the tent. Putting away the slime and pushing open the tent flap, he saw that the Rotten Moss tribe's lizard folk had returned. But worryingly, most of these lizard folk looked anxious and upset, as if something unexpected had happened. Adventurers crowded together, shouting noisily, making it hard to see what exactly was happening. Make way. And miraculously, once Yano passed through, the adventurers automatically parted, clearing a path. Only then could he see what was ahead. A lizard folk lay barely alive, its thigh seemingly hit by a trap, with a bloody hole gushing blood. Angry lizard folk stood all around, with Sakashi and her sister among them, their expressions grim. After learning what happened, Yano discovered that these corrupted lizard folk, knowing they were coming, had set traps in advance and hidden deeper in the swamp, in a location close to the swamp forest. He immediately grew alert, reporting to the little slime through mental communication. "Boss, it's bad. Those corrupted lizard folk are lurking at the edge of the swamp forest. We're going to surround and eliminate them now." Yano snapped back to reality, seeing the adventurers and tribal lizard folk still arguing. Their argument was simple enough. These adventurers didn't want to take such great risks chasing into the swamp depths and suggested coming back in a few days. But the Rot and Moss tribe's lizard folk couldn't wait that long, angrily accusing the adventurers of breaking their promise. Thus the two sides were quarreling. Yano shook his head slightly. Facing these lazy fellows, even the border garrison commander would probably have the same headache as him. But as the boss's rider, a qualified demon's favored, learning stirring speeches was necessary. His eloquence wasn't particularly great, but fortunately he had anticipated the scenario and had memorized a speech in private. He raised his hand to stop the noisy adventurers. Seeing this, everyone gradually quieted down. Yano immediately got into character, revealing a calm and confident smile. "Brothers, have you forgotten who else is here?" His voice suddenly rose, echoing through the camp. An adventurer hesitantly murmured, "Miracle Yano." "Exactly." Yano took a fierce step forward, his gaze sweeping like torches over every doubtful face. "It's Miracle Yano, me standing here, standing before you." He spread his arms wide as if to embrace the entire perilous swamp. A mere mud puddle, a few man-eating mud pits, a few nests of insignificant poisonous bugs. Do they deserve to be called dangerous? Do they deserve to make us men who live by the blade stop in our tracks? Since I brought you to take this mission, I came with the purpose of making everyone in our adventurer group, yes, everyone, make heaps of money. I came with the purpose of making your wallets so full they burst through your pockets. His finger pointed sharply toward the misty swamp depths. "Look, open your eyes wide and see clearly what's in there. Danger, death, completely wrong. That's living gold coins waving to us. This damn miser of a swamp doesn't welcome weaklings. It doesn't welcome cowards with soaked trousers. And it especially doesn't welcome those who'd rather drink cheap ale in taverns, so poor they can't even afford to buy their sweetheart a wildflower." Yano drew the sword from his waist, planting it in the ground. "Cowards stay, those who want to make money follow me." As he finished speaking, the adventurers' eyes in the camp grew increasingly fiery as they drew their swords. "Damn, I'm not even afraid of poverty. Why would I fear these tailed things?" "Well said, Pa. I finally understand cowardice is the biggest reason I'm poor." Group leader Yano, "I'll follow you." "Me too." The adventurers, fired up with passion, followed Yano as he stepped into the swamp. The Rot and Moss tribe's lizard folk caught up, and Sakashi breathed a sigh of relief. Behind her, Semia, carrying her spear, also nodded coldly. Inside the swamp forest, "Little Ka, charge, grower, grower." Hundreds of poison stinger wasps cleared the path, while the little crocodile carrying a slime on its back crawled vigorously behind, surprisingly not slow at all. It was as if with the king present, all the forest's dangers became nothing to fear. "Wait, Yano sent me a message." Chen Yu received Yano's earlier message and stirring speech. "Not bad work. Since those lizard folk are at the forest edge, no need to run so far." Chen Yu's round little eyes glittered. Hey, he seemed to have an idea. Entering the deep swamp was no small matter for the adventurers from Ironboot Town, compared to the lizard folk who had coexisted with swamps for generations. Humans typically weren't adept at dealing with swamp environments. Deadly toxic mists in the depths, the nearly indistinguishable paths, and the pervasive damp cold constantly cursed every adventurer who arrived. Once lost inside, hypothermia, poisoning, fatal hallucinations would follow one after another until eventually being trapped alive inside the thick fog with no way out. Not to mention the terrifying magical creatures lurking within, the occasional magical energy turbulence outbreaks. Countless hidden dangers awaited. Fortunately, this encirclement mission had experienced nature believers from the Rot and Moss tribe leading the way. They knew the swamp like the back of their hands, and having prior knowledge of the corrupted lizard folk's intentions, they could keenly detect and disarm the traps set by the corrupted lizard folk, whether concealed animal traps, poison spike pits, or triggered alarm mechanisms. Only then could this temporary team of adventurers and lizard folk hunters successfully cross the death swamp and approach the deep forest. At the forest edge, the adventurers stumbled forward 1 foot deep, 1 foot shallow, stepping on the soft, wet ground. Occasionally, someone would misstep, their calf sinking into thick mud bubbling with decay, each extraction accompanied by a heavy squelching sound and physical exertion. Damn it, what kind of terrible path is this? Do the lizard folk deal with this stuff every day? The harsh reality caused scattered complaints among the loosely organized adventurer group, but having come this far, even the most cowardly among them wouldn't agree to return empty-handed. Yano stabbed to death a giant carnivorous catfish disguised as dead wood and covered in sharp teeth. then turned to remind everyone. Stay alert, those walking gold coins are waiting for us up ahead. I don't want to see anyone still drinking that cheap ale after we return. Just think, how will the bards sing of us, the brave warriors who challenged the swamp, or the miraculous adventurer group? The adventurers perked up immediately. Nothing attracted them more than money and fame. Even farm-born adventurers once dreamed of having their names spread throughout the great kingdoms. Thinking of the imminent wealth and reputation, everyone mustered their strength, even their steps becoming more powerful. At the front of the team, the lizard folk hunting party stood guard beside Sakashi, following her guidance to track the corrupted lizard folk's traces. Semie followed silently nearby, holding her wooden spear, a murderous aura already spreading from her dark, golden vertical pupils. Suddenly, she seemed to sense something, stopping in her tracks. Her strong, powerful arm jerked violently, and the wooden spear flew from her hand, piercing through the thick mist. Whoosh! Ah! A corrupted lizard folk preparing to ambush with blow darts had his shoulder pierced, falling into the swamp. He staggered up, trying to escape. This scene that happened in an instant immediately put everyone on high alert. Brothers, draw your swords. Those damned gold coins are hiding nearby. As Yano finished speaking, dark shadows raced through the mist. Several wooden spears, empowered by terrifying force, tore through the thick fog, shrieking as they shot forward. R letter 1D41A Pa Armenian. O Enus letter 162 Cyrillica letter 1E65 whoosh. The adventurers cautiously dodged, and even when occasionally hit, their worn, notched chainmail could save their lives. Though their old equipment couldn't compare to the knights' fine gear in the army, it offered much better defense than most lizard folk's crude bone spears and leather armor. Ironically, they suffered the least losses in this ambush battle. Counterattack, counterattack. Drag these damn swamp monkeys out. Without even exchanging words, both hostile sides launched into a swamp war. Swamp stealth under the enhancement of Sakashi's spell, Semie's figure moved like an emerald lightning bolt, swiftly darting and maneuvering through the rotten swamp. Every swing of her bone blade created a dull whooshing sound. Every thrust of her wooden spear was precise and vicious. Her robust limbs erupted with primitive brute force, yet her movements contained cold, efficient killing techniques. Blood sprayed, mud splattered, and in the blink of an eye, 3 or 4 corrupted lizard folk had fallen by her hand. The adventurers weren't about to be outdone either. An experienced hunter quickly drew his bow, took a deep breath, and closed one eye to aim. Precision, a mentally draining arrow shot out, striking a skinny, corrupted lizard folk's head, securing the adventurer group's first kill. Swamp bugs, come out and face your grandpa. The dwarf adventurer showed exceptional bravery, wearing a full set of bronze-heavy armor as he led 3 or 4 others charging into the mist, swinging his flail and creating a storm of blood and gore. Most adventurers daring to participate in hunting corrupted lizard folk were veterans, and when it came to real combat, they naturally didn't fear these gray-scaled brutes who lacked even iron weapons, relying only on brute force and primitive tools. Moreover, they vastly outnumbered the corrupted lizard folk. This didn't feel like a battle, more like a massacre. Everything was too easy, so easy it felt wrong. Slash! A cold light flashed, the sword's surface reflecting the crimson of hot blood as a corrupted lizard folk lost his arm with a scream. But Yano didn't press his advantage. He frowned tightly, his instincts honed from night training camp making him sense something wrong. But the surrounding adventurers were already blood-crazed, their eyes and hearts filled with desire for money and fame. At this point, they couldn't possibly listen to him. Just as his mind raced, lost in thought, dense and chilling howls echoed from within the thick mist. This is hyenas. Yano's expression turned grim. Unlike lizard folk, gnolls lived around the death swamp, often hunting large beasts for survival, so they typically trained hyenas to assist in hunting. Where hyenas appeared meant gnolls wouldn't be far away. The corrupted lizard folk had used their own tribesmen as bait to surround them in the swamp. Damn it. The intel was wrong. Gnolls are coming. Before the adventurers could react, the hyenas, panting foul breath, roared as they tore through the mist, opening their ferocious mouths to bite the dwarf at the outermost front. Though they couldn't penetrate the metal gauntlet's protection, they still slowed the dwarf's movements, allowing a tall gnoll to smash him away with a spiked club. Thud, Zila, kill them all, Kuka. Food, gnolls charged out of the mist with vicious laughter, swinging great clubs and maces in pursuit. Quick, tighten the formation. In this critical moment, the adventurers and rotten moss tribe lizard folk completely set aside their differences, standing back to back, vigilantly confronting the continuously emerging gnolls and lizard folk. Team leader, what should we do now? Yano felt a headache coming on. He wanted to know what to do too. Actually, this group of corrupted believers wasn't particularly large. If they really tried to escape, they could break through at some cost. But the problem was they were currently standing at the border between the swamp forest and death swamp. If they fled recklessly and the group scattered, even without the corrupted believers dealing with them, adventurers lost inside could only wait for death. It seemed their only remaining option was to fight to the death. In a fight to the death, they might not necessarily lose, but the losses would definitely be significant. Moreover, these corrupted believers seemed to have other methods. Just as Yano was feeling troubled, the little slime in his arms suddenly twitched and the boss's voice echoed in his mind. Lil Ka ram it to death. Yano dodge, dodge, something big is coming. Before Yano could ask, he heard chaotic noises coming from the swamp forest.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.